Carter, Riding Hard, Volume 3. Written by Jennifer Ashley. Narrated by Eric G. Dove. Chapter 1. Grace Mallory opened the oven door, filling the large kitchen at the Campbell's ranch with the warm aroma of chocolate cake. She worked alone in the kitchen today, so she heard no applause, no cheers of appreciation. Her nose, though, told her that the cake had come out just fine. Grabbing pot holders, Grace lifted the cake from the oven and set it on waiting cooling racks on the counter. She turned off the heat, threw down the pot holders, and breathed a sigh of relief. This cake needed to be perfect. It was for Faith's birthday tomorrow. Grace had volunteered to make all the goodies for her party, including a special cake that would hold 9 candles. Faith had requested a Texas sheet cake. "The kind with chocolate frosting," Faith had said, wrinkling her fine-boned nose. "Not the frosting with all the nuts in it, please?" "Of course, sweetie," Grace had said. "It's your birthday. You can have what you want." Faith was in a no-nuts-in-anything phase. No raisins, either. Faith liked to eat both of those, but not mixed in with her cakes, cookies, pies, or brownies. "I like nuts in the shells and raisins in the box," Faith had declared. "As God intended," her father Carter had rumbled in response. Faith had laughed in delight, and Grace had looked on, her heart flip-flopping. Grace leaned down to inhale the cake's fragrance, once more satisfied. It unnerved her that it was Carter's praise she imagined when the finished, decorated masterpiece was laid before Faith and her friends tomorrow. Carter so rarely gave his approval to anyone but his daughter that winning some from him would be all the sweeter. Grace knew full well that she wanted Carter to look at her for more reasons than the triumph of pleasing a hard-to-please man. She wanted his intense, hazel-eyed gaze on her while he gave her his slow nod. To hell with it. She just wanted to be in the same room with the man, no matter what he said or did. Pathetic. Grace slammed open her notebook, flipping to the sheet cake frosting recipe she'd perfected for Faith. Her recipe notebook was thick with cakes, cookies, and pastries of all kinds, which she'd created and mastered when she'd planned to open a restaurant with another chef she'd been dating, who'd turned out to be a crook. All Grace's hopes and dreams had flown when the man had disappeared in the night with all the funds, after Grace had made a down payment on the restaurant and co-signed for a start-up loan. She'd been shocked, betrayed, grieved, financially devastated, and just plain mad. Being all-around cook to a local ranching family wasn't her end goal, but when Grant, the second oldest Campbell brother, had suggested it, Grace leapt at the chance. "Because I need the money," Grace had told herself. She was stuck paying back the loans the con man had left her with. "And something to do to take my mind off things." Bull. She'd jumped at the offer to work here so she'd have an excuse to be near Carter Sullivan, the Campbells' adopted brother. She'd been gone on him since she'd first seen him years ago at school when he'd been the cool kid, untouchable and mysterious. At first, Grace had thought her crush had stemmed from the fact that Carter was the forbidden fruit. But over the years, she'd changed her mind. She simply liked him, everything about him, from his Houston drawl to his long silences, to his hard face and the tats that laced down his arms. And, all right, his hot body and great ass. But the man never noticed her. A thump on the kitchen door broke Grace out of her contemplation. She'd been staring at the recipe while she daydreamed about Carter, not seeing a word of it. No one was home at the Campbell house. The family was out and about doing various things that took them to the far corners of River County, and Faith was at school. It was a fine September day, with a blue arch of sky and floating white clouds. Warm, but not too hot. The guys and a few gals who worked down in the stables rarely came to the house, calling on the phone when they needed something. But maybe they'd smelled baking and come looking for something to eat. They knew Grace liked feeding people. Grace closed her notebook and moved across the kitchen floor to the little alcove that led to the back door. "Grace's kitchen," she sang as she flung the door open. "How can I help?" Her words died as she took in the woman on the doorstep. Grace had no idea who she was, and Grace knew everyone in Riverbend. The woman was on the small side, about an inch shorter than Grace and very slender. She wore stained jeans and a black, close-fitting tank top with wide shoulder straps, and carried a leather jacket slung over one arm. Her hair was short and spiky, dyed a flat soot black. She wore no makeup on her pale face, the lines about her eyes incongruous with her apparent youth. She had lines around her mouth, too, and a pinched look that Grace thought came from certain types of addictive drugs. "I'm sorry," Grace said, the politeness she'd learned at her mother's knee coming to her rescue. "Were you looking for someone?" The woman already made her uncomfortable, but Grace refused to let herself judge too quickly. She might simply have gotten lost on the back highways that crisscrossed hill country and needed directions. The woman looked Grace up and down with hard, light brown eyes. Grace did not know her, yet there was something familiar about those eyes, in the shape of them and the way they narrowed. "Who are you?" the woman snapped. Her voice was gravelly, too deep for such a young throat. "I'm the cook," Grace said. "I work here." Normally, Grace was far friendlier, offering her name and her life story to anyone she met, but her instincts were telling her to be reticent. "Carter still live here?" "Yes," Grace said slowly. Lying would do no good. The woman could ask anyone in town that question and get the same answer. "But he's not home. Can I tell him who stopped by?" "You his wife?" The woman gave her a surly stare. "No." Grace's wariness grew, straining her politeness. "As I said, I cook for the family. They're out today, but if you want to leave a message, I'll see that they get it." "Where's the girl?" Grace blinked. "Girl? He named her Faith. Dumbass named her that to get back at me." Grace blinked a few more times. Then she remembered where she'd seen eyes that shape, a mirror of the expression in them. Holy shit, she was Lizzie Fredrickson, Faith's mother. Grace said, finding her voice. "She's not here." "Where the hell is she, then?" The voice was harsh, filled with volumes of rage. 9 years ago, this woman had come to the house, shoved a bundle into Carter's arms, and taken off down the road. The bundle had contained a newborn baby, screaming with fear at the enormity of the world. Carter had been in complete shock, but once he'd realized the baby was indeed his, he'd devoted himself fiercely to taking care of her. And now Lizzie had come back, asking for Faith. Grace's own anger grew. She'd watched how Carter had struggled, still a kid himself at 18, to be a father, and a good one. He'd given up a lot to make sure Faith was taken care of, kept safe, loved. He'd been a damn good dad, while this woman had utterly abandoned Faith. "You gone deaf?" the woman barked. "Where's my daughter? I want her." Grace remained silent, her fury mounting. Damned if she would send this woman to a school full of kids to pull Faith out and take her God knew where. Carter needed to know Lizzie was back in town. Needed to know now. "How about if I get Carter on the phone?" Grace asked, striving to maintain an even tone. "You can talk to him about this." "Like hell." The woman dropped the leather jacket, pulling a black pistol from its folds. Grace found herself looking into the round barrel of a gun as flat black as the woman's hair. Her mouth went paper dry, her voice dying into a tiny squeak. Fear she'd never known wedged in her throat, all from a hunk of metal with a hole in it pointed at her heart. "Where's my daughter? Tell me now, bitch." Nothing came from Grace's mouth. If she'd been hesitant about sending this woman to Faith's school before, she certainly wasn't going to let her go down there with a gun. "I said now." Lizzie didn't raise her voice, no chance of the guys down the hill in the stables hearing, but the words were final. "Let me call Carter," Grace said quickly. She needed to hear his voice. Not only that, Carter would call Ross, his deputy brother. "You two need to work this out." The gun didn't waver, but Lizzie sneered. "Figures he'd go for a snotty little soft girl like you." "You need to leave." Grace firmed her voice. like she did when her two older brothers got too bossy and obnoxious. What she wouldn't give for a chance visit from Kyle or Ray now. "Not until you tell me where Faith is. I want my kid." Grace would never reveal where Faith was. And anyway, what kind of woman wouldn't understand that on a school day during the school year, her daughter would be in a classroom? But Lizzie wasn't from Riverbend, wouldn't know that kids around here went to the elementary school in White Fork, the next town down the highway. Lizzie knew Carter from his gang days in Houston. The silence went on too long. Grace saw the tightening of Lizzie's eyes, of her finger on the trigger. In that split second, Grace dove behind the kitchen door, but not fast enough. The roar of the shot exploded in Grace's ears, blotting out all other sound. Then came the bright smell of blood to overpower the warm chocolate cake scent of the kitchen. Grace fell to the floor, her legs no longer working. The last thing she saw of Lizzie was the woman turning and running, a black flash in the bright sunshine. Grace heard shouting from the men at the stables, the neighing of startled horses. Grace's limp fingers closed around the cell phone in her apron pocket. Her hand was bloody, the red obscuring her contact list. So annoying. She managed to touch her thumb to the name Carter. Her ears still ringing from the shot, she could barely hear him answer in his rumbling, beloved voice. "Carter," she whispered. "Faith." Whatever happened after that was a blank. Chapter 2. "Grace?" Carter Sullivan stopped in the middle of a cow pasture, his feet squishing in mud. The ranch owner he'd been speaking to about their next show looked annoyed, but Carter had recognized the ringtone of Grace Mallory's number. He'd always answer that call. "Carter?" The word was almost too faint to be heard. "Grace?" Carter turned aside. "What's wrong? Is Faith okay?" "Faith." It was a shallow whisper, but the one word sent cold, hard fear through Carter's body. The signal cut out, and Grace's voice was gone. Damn it all to hell. Carter started running for his truck, ignoring the rancher's, "Now where the heck are you going?" Carter's blood was like ice as he yanked open the door of his big 250 and leapt inside. As he started the truck, he slammed his thumb on the number for Ross, his baby brother, now a River County deputy sheriff. "Ross, get to the ranch. Right now. Something's wrong." Carter heard Ross try to answer, but he tossed the phone to the passenger seat and tore away from the side of the road where he'd parked. It was 50 miles back to Riverbend, and Carter put his foot down. Any cop who wanted to stop him could just chase him. For those 50 miles, Carter ran through scenarios in his head. Faith hurt at school, so bad Grace couldn't find the words to tell him. Or maybe Mom had picked up Faith and they'd had an accident. Or maybe... hell, he didn't know. He tried to get Grace on the phone again as he drove, but couldn't raise her. The 5th time he heard Grace's chirpy greeting. "Hi, it's Grace. Leave a message and I'll get right back to you." He threw the phone to the floor and left it there. Circle C Ranch loomed up on the left, off the road that led north to Riverbend. Carter spun his truck onto the drive, churning up dirt and mud from yesterday's rain. Never had the half-mile loop that led to the stables and house seemed so long, so twisting. Dust rose in the truck's wake, a breeze blowing the dirt forward, so Carter drove in a cloud. The scene at the house did nothing to calm him. County sheriff's cars were everywhere, along with a fire truck and the smaller red truck of paramedics, plus an ambulance at the back door of the house where the kitchen lay. Carter shoved his way past the cops, firemen, paramedics. The River County Sheriff, Hennessy, was there, Ross with him. Ross tried to get in Carter's way. "We have it under control, bro. Faith's at the office. We got her before there was any trouble." "Faith?" Carter's thoughts rearranged themselves. "What the fuck happened? Where's Grace?" Ross, Carter's favorite brother, would never lie to him, but Carter saw that right now he wanted to. "Grace is hurt. They're working on it." Carter bodily stood Ross aside, dimly grateful that Ross let him, and stormed into the kitchen. Grace lay on a stretcher in the middle of the blood-stained tile floor. Paramedics were holding up various bags, tubes protruding from them into Grace's arms. She lay very still, blood all over her stomach, her face a terrible white. Holy fucking shit. Carter had watched people die from gunshot wounds, and they'd had the same pallor, the same wasted look as Grace did now. Paramedics had tried to help them, too, and then pronounced them DOA at the hospital. Carter made it to Grace's side and lifted her hand, her fingers ice cold. Grace breathed but shallowly. "Hey, sweetheart," Carter said. The gentleness of his voice startled even himself. Grace's eyes flicked open. Her pupils were pinpricks, the green of her irises watery. "I'm sorry. Tried to stop her." "Stop who?" "Grace." Carter's voice rose as Grace's eyes fluttered closed. "Come on, sweetie. Hang on." His voice dropped to a whisper, his hands tightening around Grace's. "Don't leave me, sugar." The paramedic, a guy Carter had known for years, signaled to his partner to help him raise the stretcher. If they heard Carter's plea, they gave no indication. "We have to take her, Sullivan." Carter stepped back and let them go, his chest tight. He walked numbly after the stretcher as Grace was wheeled out of the house to the open doors of the ambulance. The paramedics quickly and competently slid her inside, one jumping in with her. Carter did not want those doors to close and shut him out. He started to follow, but the paramedic he knew gave him a sharp look and shake of his head. Carter was about to shove him aside and tell him to go to hell, but at the same time a shrill voice floated up the hill from the stables. "Daddy, tell them to let me out of here." Faith. Carter's heart tore as he automatically turned at his daughter's cry. Before he could look back, the doors of the ambulance slammed and the vehicle rolled away. Sirens split the air, and the ambulance roared down the drive, rushing to save Grace's life. Carter watched the ambulance go for half a second, then turned and started at a run down the hill to the office at the stables. Ross caught up to him. "Faith's all right. Don't look like that, Carter. We got her." Carter didn't have the breath to answer. The two deputies that guarded the office door gave Carter sympathetic nods as they stepped aside for him. Faith looked fine, whole, mad, impatient, and worried. "Daddy!" Carter swept her into his arms, hugged her tight. He swung to Ross, still holding Faith, and found his voice. "Grace was shot. You tell me what the fuck happened right now." Usually Carter tried to keep his language under control around Faith, but at the moment his mouth was saying what his mouth was going to say. Faith answered before Ross could. "It was my mom," she said quietly. "She came back." Carter stopped dead. "What's that, baby?" Faith's face was pale, her eyes large but holding determination not to break down. "It was my mom. She came to the house and she shot Grace." Red rage blurred Carter's vision. The image of Faith's mother, Elizabeth Fredrickson, Lizzie, rose before him. He'd met her when they were kids, she 13 to his 11. She'd been small, sassy, and fascinating, with her dyed black hair and almost sand-colored eyes, and Carter had fallen hard. Later, after he'd been adopted by the Campbells, he'd met up with Lizzie by chance when he'd gone with Adam and Grant on a business trip to Houston. This time he'd been 17, she 19, and they'd begun a turbulent relationship, which he'd kept quiet from the Campbells. Carter had learned fast that Lizzie was unstable, had a fiery temper, was in and out of drug rehab, and also had a string of other boyfriends, all of whom had threatened to kill Carter. The last time Carter had seen Lizzie, she'd driven up to the front door of the ranch and handed him the bundle that contained Faith. While Carter had stared at the baby dumbfounded, Lizzie had leapt back into a car and driven rapidly away. Carter had never seen her again. "Daddy?" Carter realized he was gripping Faith tight, holding her as he had that night, when his heart had pounded with confusion, fear, and a strange and almost violent protectiveness. "Daddy, why did she do that?" Carter dragged in a breath. He was furious enough to go after Lizzie and strangle her with his bare hands. But Grace might be dying even as he stood here. He had to see Grace. "I've got to get to the hospital. Baby, how'd you like to stay with Ross and the sheriff? They'll take you to find Grandma." He glanced at Ross as he spoke, who nodded. "I'm going with you," Faith said. "No, honey. I've got to—" "I said, I'm going with you." Faith glared at him with hard eyes so like his own. "I love Grace, too." Ross waited silently for Carter to decide. Little brother wasn't going to butt in with advice or help. "All right," Carter conceded. "Come on." Faith looked triumphant as Carter set her down and took her hand to lead her out. Carter was shaking as he walked, his gut clenched. Only Faith's touch kept him steady as they made their way up the hill to the truck. Ross followed. "We've already put an APB out on Lizzie," he said. "We'll find her." Ross had been young himself, about 14, when Faith had come to live with them. The rest of the Campbell family had seriously doubted Carter could take care of a baby, and were gently talking about adoption. But Ross had stuck by Carter's decision to keep her. Carter had taken care of Ross just fine, Ross declared, and he'd been a hell of a lot more trouble than a baby girl could ever be. "Thanks," Carter said to him. Ross had always been there for Carter, even when Carter had first arrived, a truly messed-up 13-year-old, hostile to everyone. Ross, 10 and innocent, had aroused Carter's protectiveness. Ross gave him a tight look from Campbell blue eyes and let him go. River County's hospital lay at a crossroads well outside of town, and served several communities in the area. Carter had been here too often, he and his brothers being raced to the clinic after every bad fall. Carter was familiar with the open reception area, the soft chime of the paging system, the antiseptic smells, the feeling of worry, fearful hope, and despair that permeated the dull white walls. People came here to be born, to be patched up at various stages of their lives, and to die. He didn't need to ask where Grace had been taken. He knew. Carter was in the elevator, Faith in his arms, before anyone could stop him. He found the Mallorys in the waiting area where patients were rushed to emergency surgery. They turned as he walked in, Ray and Kyle, and surprisingly Lucy. Lucy lived in Houston now, but she visited home often, must have been here when they got the news. Grace's mom wasn't there yet. The Mallory's father had passed about 15 years back, and Grace's mom lived in Austin with a man the Mallorys liked, but he wasn't a rancher. Kyle and Ray had taken over the business. All this went through the back part of Carter's brain. The front part saw Ray and Kyle worried as hell, Lucy's eyes red and wet. "How is she?" Carter asked. Ray came to them and answered, "She's in surgery. We'll know sometime." Shit. Carter lowered Faith to her feet. Faith went straight to Lucy and opened her arms. Lucy leaned down and hugged her. Kyle came over to face Carter. "What the hell happened? Your ex did this? Why? What did she have to do with Grace?" Kyle was in a tearing fury, and Carter saw square in his eyes that he blamed Carter. That was okay. He blamed himself, too. "I don't know," Carter said. "I wasn't there. No one was." Faith patted Lucy on the shoulder and turned around. "Uncle Ross says the men at the ranch heard the gunshots and called the police. They saw a woman running away, and when they got to the kitchen, found Grace. Grace told them my mom had done it. Uncle Ross sent the ambulance and police, and then came to the school and got me." Carter dimly remembered Faith trying to explain all this as he'd driven, but it hadn't registered. Only the idea that Grace might be dead by the time he got there had beaten through his brain. Kyle didn't move. "So Grace was hurt because she was working at your house when this woman came looking for you. She got shot because she was there." Carter said nothing. That was exactly what had happened. If Grace had been out, or at her own home, anywhere but Circle C, she'd have been fine and well. "I knew damn well I shouldn't have let Grant talk me into letting her work there," Kyle said. "Trust the Campbells to fuck everything up." "Stop it," Lucy said.
"You didn't let her do anything, Kyle. Grace made her own choice."
Lucy's mouth said that, but Carter saw in her green eyes that she partly agreed with Kyle. Grace wouldn't have been hurt if she'd stayed the hell away from Circle C Ranch, and Carter in particular. Ray got in front of Kyle, easing his belligerent little brother away from Carter. Ray was a big man, a champion bull rider, and though Kyle rarely backed down from him, he set his face and turned away. "It's not Carter's fault," Ray said. "It's the fault of the crazy bitch with a gun. Grace is so trusting she probably flung the door wide open for her. If I ever put my hands on Lizzie, I'm killing her." Carter had the feeling he should thank Ray, but his lips were numb, and he couldn't speak. "Still," Ray said, "I think you'd better go, Carter. They're not going to let anyone but family in for a while. My mom's on her way. I can't guarantee she won't be mad at you at first, too." Carter knew he was absolutely right. This had become none of his business. Grace was a Mallory, and the Mallorys would take care of her. The fact that Carter had fallen madly in love with Grace had nothing to do with it. "Yeah," Carter said. "I'm going. But you let me know, all right?" He spoke to Ray alone, as Kyle and Lucy wouldn't even look at him. Ray gave him a brief nod. Carter was faintly surprised it was Ray who was so understanding. Ray had been hurt by Christina, now Grant's wife, a little bit ago, when Christina had made her choice. But Ray had always been the stoic one, while Kyle was the firework. Carter felt Faith's small hand in his big one.
"Come on, Daddy. Can we buy Grace a big bunch of flowers?"
He looked down to see Faith gazing up at him in perfect comprehension. His little girl had always been so much smarter than him. "Sure, baby. Let's go." They walked out together with no goodbyes from the family. Carter made it as far as the waiting room outside the emergency area, in the hall that led to the regular wards. He sat down suddenly in a cushioned plastic chair.
"Daddy?"
Faith climbed onto the chair beside him, still holding his hand. "I can't leave," Carter said. "Not until I find out if she's going to be okay." Faith patted his knee.
"I understand."
She looked around.
"This is a good place to wait. How about we get ourselves some sodas and settle in here?"
Carter leaned down and gave his daughter a rough hug and kiss. "Love you, baby," he said, his throat aching.
"Love you too, Daddy."
Chapter 3. Carter woke from a doze much later to find Ross and Tyler sitting on either side of him. On the opposite side of the hall, his adoptive mother Olivia reposed with her legs up across the chairs, Faith sleeping on her lap. Ross was in his uniform, gun in its holster on his heavy belt. Ross didn't have the height of the oldest brothers, Adam and Grant, but he was solidly built, strong and agile. His dark hair buzzed against his head. A far cry today from the small, vulnerable kid tagging after his brothers 14 years ago, trying to take their teasing in his stride. Carter had stepped in to be his champion. Now Ross was giving him a look of deep sympathy. He didn't offer platitudes. He simply let Carter know in silence that he was there for him. "Did you find her?" Carter demanded. Ross knew he meant Lizzie. He shook his head. "She's not in Riverbend, not even in River County. We've spread the search to surrounding counties and towns, and we've got word out in Austin and San Antonio. We'll find her." Carter wasn't so sure. Lizzie had the gift for disappearing. Carter had wasted time and money looking for Lizzie when she'd first dumped Faith on Carter. "Hang in there, bro," Tyler said. Tyler was the brother Carter had the least ease relating to. Tyler had short, intense relationships, never settling down, shrugging it off when he broke up with a woman. Carter knew why Tyler had decided to live like that, but he couldn't entirely agree with his choices. Carter himself had had plenty of brief sexual liaisons, but they never left him happy. He felt little when he ended it, finishing up as numb as when he'd started. Maybe because he'd been so burned by Lizzie. Maybe because he just hadn't connected with the right woman. But when he was done with a relationship, It was as though it had never happened. The right woman lay down the hall in a hospital bed, and Carter's past life might have killed her. Carter burst to his feet when Ray came out of the waiting room and down the hall. His face was drawn and gray, and Carter felt his world end. Ray waited until Carter reached him. Ross and the others hung back, and even Faith did, as though they knew he needed to hear the news on his own. "She came through the surgery," Ray said in a low voice. "She's in recovery. They say she'll be all right, though it's going to be a long road for her." The world came rushing back under Carter's feet. It hit the soles of his boots and rocked him so hard he'd have fallen over if he hadn't grabbed onto Ray. "Thank you," Carter said, his voice hoarse. "Thank you." Ray patted his shoulder. "I swear to you, Sullivan," he rumbled, his own voice a little shaky. "If you kiss me, I'm going to have to kick your ass." Early November. By the time Grace had been recovering for 6 weeks, which included endless doctor's appointments and physical therapy, she was so bored she was ready to scream. She went nowhere but to see doctors, to PT, and home again, driven by Kyle or Ray. That was it. No heavy lifting, driving, or housework. Even her beloved baking and cooking were off limits, unless she had a lot of help. Grace didn't mind the no housework rule, especially since she could gleefully watch her 2 rodeo champion brothers do the vacuuming and wash the dishes. Even that got old, though, with them as well as her. Lucy stayed for the first few weeks, but Grace finally told her to go the hell back to Houston. Lucy had a job to return to and was bad at domestic life. Ray was better at keeping house than Lucy. Lucy was kind to help and very worried about Grace, but finally they decided she should go before they had a falling out they'd regret. Likewise, Grace told her mom and Carrie, her mom's sweetheart of a boyfriend, to go home. Ray and Kyle took care of her just fine, and her mom and Carrie had lives to lead. Grace's mother finally conceded and said goodbye, but she'd be sure to call Grace every day to check on her. Grace breathed a sigh of relief to be on her own. As the baby of the family, the others had always tried to take care of her, which was nice, but also smothering. She'd be fine. The woman who'd shot her, Lizzie, hadn't been found. She wasn't in River County, that was certain, or in the small towns around it. She could have gone to Houston, where she'd been living when she'd met Carter, or Austin, where her family had a large house on the river. However, police had questioned all her known associates, including her parents, who all claimed they hadn't seen her in the last 9 years. Ross told Grace this, keeping her informed. So sweet of him. She hadn't seen hide nor hair of Carter. On Monday of week number 7, when Ross came to visit, Grace stood up from the sofa she'd spent way too much time on.
"Take me to Circle C with you," she said. "My doctors say I'm fine to do cooking again, and I want to go back to work."
Ross, a younger version of his stunt-riding, movie-acting older brothers, gave her a hesitant look. "Gunshot wounds are no joke, Grace. I've had one. Took me a long time to recover, and mine wasn't as serious as yours."
"I'm not planning to run a marathon. I just want to do something. Your brothers are plenty tall enough to lift things out of cupboards for me, and your mom already has help with the hard cleaning. I love that job, Ross. I want it back. Unless they don't want me to come back."
She didn't like how forlorn the last words sounded. She hadn't realized how much working at Circle C had meant to her. As the youngest in the family, Grace had learned how to make puppy dog eyes to melt her siblings and parents. She did it now. Ross rolled his eyes, blue as a summer lake. "All right, I'll take you. But it's up to my mom whether you come back. And the minute you hurt, you stop. Promise." Grace sketched a quick cross over her heart.
"Let's go."
Ross grumbled misgivings, but he escorted her out and helped her into his SUV. "Want lights and sirens?" he asked as he started up.
"Don't embarrass me. Just take me—"
Grace bit off the word home. It wasn't her home, but a place she'd been happy.
"To Circle C,"
she finished. Ross pretended he didn't notice the slip and pulled away from the ranch house, making for the highway. Grace realized when Ross drove out the other side of Riverbend and then turned up the twisting lane toward the Campbell's ranch that it wasn't the house, the stables, the stretches of corrals she was looking eagerly forward to, but the people. One person in particular, the tall, tough-looking Carter Sullivan, who stood out from the Campbells even as he was one of them. She didn't see him. Grace tried to stem her disappointment that he wasn't there as Ross stopped the SUV in front of the house and ushered her in through the front door. Carter had been driving Faith to and from the school in White Fork himself for the last 6 weeks. He'd been too uneasy to let anyone else take her. He didn't want Faith on the school bus or even for Olivia to drive her. If he'd been able to put an armed guard on Faith at the school, or better still, keep her home, he would have. Carter was looking into homeschooling, though Faith was fighting that. She loved school and all her friends and teachers, and didn't want to leave them. Faith waved goodbye to her girlfriends and climbed into Carter's truck, settling her bag at her feet. She chattered away about her day all the way home, what so-and-so had said to someone else in the cafeteria, how well she'd done on a spelling test, and how her teachers had asked her to stay after and help with the upcoming science fair. Faith and a couple of the smarter kids were being asked. It was an honor. Carter shot her a glance. "That's real nice, but I don't want you staying late at school."
"Dad."
Faith's eyes got big.
"They don't ask just anyone."
"I think they'll understand why I want to keep you at home." The teachers had all been informed about Lizzie and what she was capable of. Faith slammed herself back into the seat.
"This is not fair. I didn't do anything."
Carter agreed with her, but he couldn't shake his fears. "It's only until we're sure you're safe." Faith heaved a sigh.
"I know. I do understand. Why'd I get stuck with a crazy woman for a mom? Why couldn't you date nice girls like Grace?"
"'Cause I wasn't a nice boy," Carter said, unoffended. "Girls like Grace didn't have the time of day for me, and her brothers would have chased me off with a shotgun. Your mom and it was just one of those things." Carter didn't believe in hiding his murky past from Faith. She deserved to know what kind of man he'd been.
"Yeah, I know," Faith said. "And I'm really, really glad, trust me, that I live with you and Grandma and not my mother. But sometimes I wish I had a normal family."
"I know, baby." What was normal, though? Carter had never known it. His own parents had been mostly absent, drunk, high, and abusive when present. He'd recognized at a very young age that he was better off without them. Even after Carter had run away from them, he'd known that the life he had, living in the back room of a chop shop run by a sadistic bastard called Joss Brady, wasn't right. It was very confusing for Carter to see other kids with parents who were good to them, and wonder what he'd done wrong. Joss gave him food and a place to sleep, but he found Carter a nuisance when he wasn't using him to run covert errands, or making him crawl into the tight spaces of cars to dismantle them. Carter hadn't been truly wanted for himself until he came to Circle C, and then it had taken him a long time to accept that Olivia was neither going to work him to death nor toss him out. When Carter had first looked down at baby Faith in his arms, he'd vowed she'd never be unwanted. He'd take care of her until his dying day. Carter reached over and ruffled her hair. "I'll fix this, baby. Don't you worry. You'll do your science fair thing." Faith's scowl cleared.
"Okay. I'm sorry. I'm just—"
"I know. It sucks." Carter turned in at Circle C's drive and continued up to the house. He never failed to be happy to be home. Faith ran off to dump her stuff in her room, and Carter walked into the kitchen to grab some bottled water for the cooler down at the office. Grace Mallory was standing at the kitchen's island counter, beating something in a bowl with a fork. Carter stopped. "What the hell are you doing here?" Grace swung around. Damn, she looked good. She'd lost some of her plumpness because of the injury, but she was still gorgeous, all curves and softness. She'd pulled her dark hair into a sloppy bun, and her green eyes widened when she saw him.
"I'm starting dinner. What does it look like I'm doing?"
Carter's shyness fought his concern and anger, which in turn fought his sheer gladness to see her. "Why?" he demanded. Grace blinked, pretending innocence.
"Well, y'all are going to want to eat something, and your mom said she could use the help getting it on the table."
"You know what I mean." Carter approached the counter, his hands balling. "I don't want you to be here." Grace flushed but went back to whatever she was mixing.
"Good thing I work for your mom, then."
Carter rested one fist on the counter. He wanted to seize hold of her, shove her into his truck, and drive her home to safety. "Last time you were in this kitchen, you got yourself shot. What the hell made you think it was okay to come back?"
"Because this is my job, and I enjoy doing it."
Grace's gentle eyes flashed more anger than Carter had ever seen in her.
"If you have a problem, take it up with Olivia. She's the one who hired me."
"Damn it, Grace, it isn't safe. Until Lizzie's found, I don't want you anywhere near me." Most people Carter spoke to that way backed off rapidly. Grace glared straight at him, not moving an inch.
"What I do with my life isn't up to you," she said crisply. "I'm on the lookout for Lizzie. I'll stay out of her way and call the police the instant I see her. I'm not about to let her hurt me again."
"You don't know her like I do. She's crazy. I don't want you any place she might find you, which means here. So go the hell home and stay there." Grace firmed her lips.
"No."
"Shit." Carter turned around and slammed his fist into the nearest wall. He'd learned to pull his punches so he wouldn't destroy anything, but even so, pictures down the hall rattled.
"Daddy?"
Faith came bounding in.
"You okay? What's wrong?"
She broke off, saw Grace, and yelled.
"Grace, you're back! Woo-hoo!"
Faith was across the room hugging Grace, who bent down to embrace her. Carter shook out his hand, fingers stinging. He saw Grace wince as Faith squeezed too tight. "Let her go, Faith," he said quickly. "She's still hurt." Faith released Grace, abashed.
"Sorry, you all right?" "I'm fine."
Grace caught Faith's hands.
"You two can't seal me in bubble wrap, and I've healed really well. My doctors are impressed. Want to help me mix up the biscuits?"
Her smile was as sweet as ever as she spoke to Faith, but the glare she shot Carter showed that the dove had some teeth. Faith let go of Grace's hands and spun around the room.
"Grace is back! Grace is back!"
she chanted and waved her fingers in the air. Carter gave up. He slammed out of the kitchen, forgetting about the water. He'd have to have one of his brothers or himself in that kitchen at all times, watching over Grace, and that was all there was to it. No other way was he going to let her stay. Olivia asked Grace to have dinner with them, since she'd cooked most of the meal. Grace gladly took her place at the end of the table next to Olivia, looking forward to an evening of lively conversation. Adam and Bailey were home, finished with the movie Adam had been hired to be stunt coordinator on. It was in the can, they were celebrating, and Adam already knew it would be out in major theaters in about a year. Adam and Bailey were building a house a mile or so down the road, on a nice piece of land adjacent to the ranch. The house was mostly done, Adam and Bailey moving in, but they'd been coming to dinner at the ranch as often as they could. Christina had driven in from town, where she and Grant now lived, to meet Grant. She and Bailey compared thickening bellies and pregnancy ups and downs. Faith listened with interest, happy to talk about the new cousins she'd have. Tyler and Ross had also come, the carefree bachelors, not too carefree to appreciate a good meal. Tyler had started enclosing the rooms above the old garage, a carriage house 100 years ago, for himself. But the project wasn't finished. For now he rented a place in town near Ross's and managed to be around for meals. They'd come to celebrate Grace's recovery and eat her great food, Tyler said, raising a fork to her. The only one not speaking, eating his dinner in silence, was Carter. Grace understood why he was angry. To him, she was putting herself deliberately in harm's way. But on the other hand, it was Grace's life. She refused to let fear dictate it. She admitted she'd been very nervous today, especially any time someone had come to the kitchen door and had flashed back to gazing down the gun's dark barrel, hearing the roar, smelling the gunpowder, then the terrible weakness in her body as she'd fallen. But Grace reasoned that if she stuck it out here, in the very spot she'd been shot, she'd learn not to be afraid. The alternative was fear so great she'd hide in her house the rest of her life. Besides, as she'd started chopping, mixing, marinating, roasting, and baking today, her sense of belonging to this place had come back.
"Because we missed the first one,"
Faith was saying then.
"Grace?"
She waved her hand in Grace's direction.
"Hello?"
Grace jerked her attention back to the present, noting in passing that the bristles on Carter's jaw burned gold in the lamplight, and his jagged lightning tats were stark against his forearms.
"What?"
she asked Faith.
"Sorry, didn't hear you." "Would you make another cake?"
Faith asked.
"With you being in the hospital and my mom running around, we canceled my birthday party. But now that things have settled down, we've scheduled it again for this coming Friday."
"Great," Grace babbled.
"Sounds like a wonderful idea."
Carter looked up and caught Grace's gaze. From the flash in his hazel eyes, he did not think it was a good idea, but she saw that he was going to let it happen anyway. She was glad of that. His daughter only turned 9 once. The conversation then revolved around Faith's party, the meal continuing with much laughter and good-natured argument. Grace was helping Olivia clear away, ignoring Olivia's protests, when Carter's cell phone rang. The Campbells had a no-phones, no-texting rule when they ate dinner together, but Carter had taken to leaving his phone on all the time since Lizzie had appeared again. No one admonished him. Carter frowned at his phone's screen, then stepped out onto the wraparound porch to take the call. Grace heard his voice rise in anger, and she set down the plates, slipped out the side door, and lingered in the shadows to listen. "What the hell are you talking about?" Carter blazed. "There's no way, absolutely no way, she can think about having custody. She's a crazy, drug-addled, murderous bitch, and my daughter's gone nowhere near her." Chapter 4. Carter's chest was tight, threatening to choke off his breath, like it had when he'd seen Grace bloody on the kitchen floor. The calm voice of his lawyer came through the phone. "She's been spending the last month in a clinic, voluntarily to prove she's clean. She's been off all substances for about 3 years now, she claims. She's got a couple of lawyers on her side, paid for by her wealthy parents, trying to prove she's ready to be a mom. Billy, she shot a woman. In my kitchen, in broad daylight, came here raging she was going to take Faith away. How is that woman fit to have custody of a 9-year-old girl?" Billy Emmons, who'd been working for Carter since Carter had hired him to ensure he had legal custody of Faith back when he was 18, had become a friend. He'd advised Carter and the Campbells on legal matters concerning the ranch, their shows, liabilities, and all the crap Carter had to worry about running a business. Billy could celebrate at the town's bar with the best of them, but when it came to his job, he was stone-cold sober and wicked smart. Billy said, "She's claiming it was self-defense. That Grace tried to stop her coming in the house and attacked her." "What the fuck?" Carter yelled. "Grace attacked her. Grace Mallory wouldn't attack a fly. She's the sweetest woman in the world." "Lizzie is saying Grace was afraid she'd come to hurt Faith, and Lizzie was afraid Grace would hurt her. A big misunderstanding, Lizzie is claiming. She's ready to apologize, make reparations, and start again. She has a job in Austin, is living with her rich and well-respected parents in their very large mansion on the river, when they're not in their very large luxury apartment in Houston. And she wants to be Faith's mom." "Who the hell would give her a job? She's got a record. The police would be alerted. They've been looking for her." "Her father knows a lot of people. Don't bellow at me, Carter. I'm just relaying the information. I won't let anyone take Faith away from you. Believe me." Carter tried to gulp a breath, to calm down, but he could barely see. Yeah, I know. Thanks for telling me." "Get a hold of yourself and take a walk or something," Billy said. "Nothing will happen tonight. I'll pull together everything I can. We'll fight this." "You're damn right we will." "She won't win," Billy said with confidence. "You and your family have been taking care of Faith just fine for 9 years. Don't worry." "Sure. Why would I worry?" Carter had grown up in foster care, had been a member of a pretty violent gang in Houston, hadn't exactly been an angel even under Olivia's care in Riverbend. He didn't have a record as an adult, but his juvenile file was fat. Juvie records were sealed, but people like judges had long memories, and child care social workers had longer ones. By tradition, mothers were granted custody more often than fathers. Mothers had to be pretty incompetent to lose it. Lizzie was completely incompetent, Carter knew, but she was wily. If she'd convinced lawyers she was fine, recovered, reintegrated, a sad, regretful young woman who only wanted to be reunited with her daughter, there was something to worry about. "Thanks for calling, Billy," Carter said, working to keep his voice level. "You do what you need to and we'll meet. Come to the ranch?" "You come to my office," Billy said. "I'll fix you an appointment for 11 in the morning. We need to make this formal and official." "Got it," Carter said. Billy was going to take no chances, cut no corners. "Night." Billy said his good nights, gave his well wishes to the family, and they hung up. Carter swung around, knowing someone was in the shadows. His pulse quieted down when he saw it was Grace, then sped again because it was Grace.
"Sweetest woman in the world?" Grace asked. "Oh, thanks, Carter."
Carter swallowed in his dry throat. "She's saying you attacked her. Lizzie, I mean. That she shot you in self-defense." Grace's faint laugh held a tremor.
"Well, she didn't. I remember everything. I'll testify to that."
Carter took a step toward her. In the moonlight, she was beautiful, her dark hair glistening, green eyes soft. "I don't want you caught up in all this."
"Too late. I am caught up. I don't blame you at all for what happened. I blame Lizzie. The woman pointed a gun at me and pulled the trigger."
Grace's amusement was gone, anger sharpening her voice.
"Trust me. I want her to pay for that, and I don't want Faith anywhere near her."
She'd heard the entire conversation, Carter realized. No doubt the whole family had. He hadn't exactly kept his voice down. "I have good people on it," Carter said. "I'm hoping we'll get this fixed without you having to get involved."
"I'm already involved," Grace pointed out. "I'm a witness and a victim. I have lawyers, too, and you can't stop me or my brothers from going after Lizzie for what she did to me. It's not just about you and Faith."
"I know." Carter was busy saying the wrong things to her like he always did. "What I mean is, I don't want her getting you into trouble. You don't need to be hurt more by my screwed-up life."
"Well, you're real nice to be concerned about me."
Grace's determination showed in her eyes, her clenched hands.
"I'm going to help you on this, Carter, whether you like it or not. Anything you need, I'm ready to do. Anything. You got that? I love Faith, too."
"Yeah, got it." Carter heard the words come out hard and snapped off. Why the hell couldn't he ever say what he meant around Grace? "Thank you, Grace. Really." Grace waited a moment, probably for him to put his foot into the expression of gratitude and ruin it. Then she let out a breath.
"You just call me when you need my side of the story. Any time, all right?"
"Sure." Carter cleared his throat, but made himself stay silent. Standing around bleating too many thank yous would be just as bad as yelling at her. A pickup's headlights slashed the darkness, a truck purring to a halt in the drive. Grace stepped to the porch rail and waved.
"There's Ray. I have to go. Good night, Carter."
"Night," Carter said. She hesitated, touched by moonlight and the yellow of the truck's headlamps. Grace looked like an angel, but also solid and down to earth. A real woman, one Carter wanted to take into his arms and warm with his lips. He wanted to cup the curve of her breasts, pull her bare body against his. find out what it was like to be inside her. He was angry, afraid of losing faith, and a fucked-up mess, the last kind of man a debutante like Grace needed in her life. Grace met his gaze for a long moment, her lips parted, as though she wouldn't mind if he gave her a good-night kiss. Had to be his horny imagination. Grace's mouth closed, quirking into a half-smile, and she gave him a nod. "Good night." She tripped down the porch stairs just as Ray was getting out of the truck, probably to see what was keeping her. Ray raised his hand in perfunctory greeting. "Carter?" "Ray?" Carter grunted in return. Grace flashed a full smile at Carter as her brother opened the pickup's door for her and boosted her inside. Then Grace pulled the door shut, closing herself off from Carter. Ray returned to the driver's seat and the truck rolled away. The crunching of gravel under the truck's tires was both familiar and sad, the sound of someone driving away, out of Carter's life. Grace answered the phone the next morning as she readied herself to go back to Circle C.
"I represent Miss Elizabeth Fredrickson,"
a steady female voice said on the other end of the line.
"She's expressed a wish to meet with you, in the presence of your lawyer and local law enforcement, to express her apologies for any harm she might have caused you."
Grace stood for a moment, blinking.
"Is this for real?" "Miss Fredrickson is willing to turn herself in, to explain what happened. She wants to make sure you are all right, and is prepared to make recompense."
Grace went into another long silence. She thought about the overheard conversation Carter had had with his lawyer last night. Apparently, Lizzie was going to fight very hard for Faith. Why? Grace wondered. Why wait this long? Why this sudden turnaround? Grace had grown up trying to believe in the best in everyone, but she knew from experience that some people, like her ex-boyfriend who'd run off with all her money, were excellent con artists. She'd learned to be wary.
"I think," she said, "that I should speak to my lawyer before I agree to anything." "Of course," the woman on the other end said. "It's entirely up to you. My client and I will be at the courthouse in Fredericksburg. You can be in touch with me at this number, and here is where you can check my credentials."
The woman gave Grace another number, of a law firm in Austin. Grace thanked her neutrally and hung up. "What's up?" Kyle asked, coming through the kitchen. Grace never kept anything from her brothers. She spilled what she'd gleaned from Carter's phone call last night, and then told him what the lawyer she'd just spoken to had said. Kyle bristled. "That's it. You're not going to the Campbells' place ever again." Grace gave him a look of annoyance as she lifted her purse to her shoulder.
"I'm a grown woman, Kyle. My doctors have cleared me for driving, and I'll go wherever I want to."
All right, all right." Kyle moved aside, barely, while Grace grabbed her keys. "But you know what I think."
"We all know what you think, Kyle."
Kyle walked her out of the house to her small car. "Can I be the protective big brother and encourage you not to come face to face with the woman who shot you?"
"Yes,"
Grace winced, her injury suddenly aching.
"But to tell the truth, I'm curious about what she has to say."
"Best not to know, maybe. If she talks to you, she might be able to trap you into something, like confessing you attacked her or something stupid like that. I never met her, but from what I hear, she's a piece of work."
"Poor Faith," Grace said in sympathy. "To have a mother like that, and then to have everyone against your mother. I can't imagine something so awful."
"Faith's pretty smart," Kyle said, "and resilient. Plus, she's got a lot of good people to take care of her."
"She's 9 years old. She's going to end up pushed and pulled, and that is so unfair to her."
"I know." Kyle was a nice guy underneath his bluster. Kind-hearted, Grace amended. Her brothers were considered bad boys in town, following no rules but their own. Polite, sure, but not nice. "Do me a favor," Kyle said as Grace kissed his cheek, then slid into her car. "Keep me in the loop, and don't go near the woman without Ray and me."
"I'm not stupid enough to meet her in a dark alley," Grace said. "Even if Riverbend had a dark alley."
"I bet she'd build one just for you." Kyle's green eyes softened. "Be careful, baby sis."
"I will."
Grace waved, both touched at her brother's concern and exasperated by it. He and Ray walked on eggshells around her these days. Grace enjoyed the short drive through town and on to Circle C, reveling in being behind the wheel again. The morning was partly taken up prepping for Faith's upcoming party. Grace perfected her cake and wrote lists of what she'd need for the cookies and other treats she'd include. She was spin-drying romaine for a salad at lunch. She liked to wash the lettuce and let it sit a couple hours in the refrigerator to crisp up. The salad spinner's whir drowned out other noises, including Carter's step. "I heard my ex is trying to meet with you." Grace jumped and lost hold of the spinner, which went whizzing across the counter. She dove for it, but Carter caught it first. Grace's hands landed on his. For a brief instant, she felt his rough, work-worn skin, tanned from decades of being outdoors, creased with scars from his old life and his new. Carter's gaze was on her, hazel eyes sharp. Grace snatched her hands away, but she felt the tingle of his warmth long after she pulled back. Carter set the spinner, its basket turning in slower and slower circles, back on the countertop. "Don't go," he said. Grace wished with everything she had that the "don't go" meant he didn't want her away from him, not that she shouldn't meet with Lizzie.
"I haven't decided what I'll do," Grace said. "Don't worry, I'll have my lawyer and my brothers with me, and if Ross wants to come, that's great too. Anyway, how did you know?"
"Billy got the same call," Carter said. "She's a wanted fugitive in custody with a long record. We probably won't have to worry about her for much longer." Grace wasn't so sure. Her restaurant partner had been a slick talker, had lawyers and police as his closest friends, and had wooed Grace into bed with him. The burn of that still stung.
"No matter what," Grace said, "I'll do whatever's best for Faith. Believe that, Carter."
Carter still had his hands on the spinner, which kept on merrily going around. "How do you stop this damn thing?" Grace reached over and pushed the brake.
"It's got a good spring."
"Yeah." Carter carefully removed his hands from it. "You stay out of all this as much as you can, all right?"
"I can't," Grace said. "I'm deep in it. I'm reminded of that every time I reach for something too fast."
Carter's gaze flicked to hers. For a second she saw deep anger and deep worry. Then he looked away. "I appreciate you helping Faith, but—" He broke off. "I can't watch over you both." The words were full of bitterness. Grace impulsively reached out and put her hand on his arm. Steely strength came to her through the rolled-up sleeve of his work shirt, and a line of his tap that peeked below it moved. Heat flooded Grace, and she completely forgot what she started to say. Carter's gaze snapped to her hand, and his chest lifted with a fast intake of breath. "Just be careful," he said. "Don't go anywhere near Lizzie without me." He backed away abruptly, and Grace's fingertips slid from his arm. Carter turned and marched out the back door, the banging of it rattling the walls.
"Smooth,"
Grace told herself as she rescued the lettuce.
"Way to win a man's heart, talking about confronting his ex. Better stick with cooking."
She might soften him up with a few cupcakes with dark chocolate frosting, but she certainly wasn't getting anywhere talking. Carter called Ross, then got into his truck and drove to Fredericksburg. Ross, who knew every law enforcement official in Hill Country, met him there and got Carter in to see Lizzie. She sat in a room with her lawyers, not in a cell where she belonged. Her dark hair was cut and neatly combed, her face free of makeup. She wore a blouse and skirt with flat shoes, exactly the kind of thing Grace would. She stood up when Carter entered, facing him with eyes filled with remorse.
"Carter," she
said softly. Carter knew that this facade of a woman hid the real Lizzie, dressed like a bad girl, always half drunk or high, both charming and cruel. She'd had very young Carter panting after her, until it dawned on him exactly what she was. He was across the room before Ross could stop him, fists landing on the table so he wouldn't hit her. Lizzie flinched and looked terrified, right on cue. "You stay the fuck away from my family," Carter said. "I don't care how many lawyers you got or how rich your daddy is. You are not coming anywhere near my daughter. Understand me?" Chapter 5. "Not the best thing you could have done," Billy said to Carter. He'd got Carter to calm down and go for coffee with him at Mrs. Ward's diner back in Riverbend. The restaurant, rebuilt and newly reopened after a bad storm, had collapsed half the roof last spring. Mrs. Ward had renovated the place with help from AGCT Enterprises, a new business venture by the Campbells. The detailed work of handling the money was Carter's domain. In fact, an Austin business magazine had done an article on the Campbells using their money and fame to invest in their hometown, to keep it thriving and owned by locals. The spread had included a big photo of Carter, both a full-length shot and one of him doing stunt riding dressed as a bandit, with the headline, "$1 Million Cowboy." All the Campbell brothers ran AGCT, but the magazine had been especially fascinated with Carter, who'd risen from obscurity in the foster system to become a successful businessman, giving back to the community that had helped him. At the moment, the $1 Million Cowboy wrapped his hands, which were still shaking with anger, around his cup of coffee. He knew damn well he shouldn't have gone in there and lost his temper. He'd thought he'd conquered his tendency to rages long ago. But no. One sight of Lizzie and he was gone. "From now on, you don't make a move without okaying it with me," Billy went on. "What happened to you and your appointment with me at 11? We should have gone down there together." Carter studied his lawyer's ruddy face, his red-gold hair, his bull rider's build. He might be just another good old boy coming in for a break, except he wore a well-tailored top-of-the-line suit. "Yeah," was all Carter could say. "I know you're worried about Faith. I don't blame you. I am too. But let me fix this." Carter leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. "She can't take her away from me. Can't. I won't let her." "Fine. But you can't talk to her anymore. You go on home and let me do my job. I have to tell you, Carter, you need to be prepared for things to be bad." Carter clenched his cup, surprised it didn't break. "How bad?" Billy spread his hands. "Lizzie comes from a rich family, and they've hired the best lawyers in Austin. Even if Lizzie is found unfit, her parents are well-established, well-liked, donate to many charities, and so on. They're offering to send Faith to the best schools, get her into the horse scene there, give her a head start in life. Here she goes to a small public school with a limited budget, her dad's unmarried, and does a dangerous job." Carter sat back. There was nothing wrong with life out here. It had saved him. But big city lawyers choosing between a family with money and connections and an adopted kid from Houston, whose parents had abandoned him, then died from drugs and violence. There was no choice. Carter and Lizzie might have gotten involved in the same kinds of things as kids, come under the influence of the same bad people. But Lizzie had lineage, and Carter didn't. Olivia Campbell and her sons were big news in Riverbend, but Carter had come from bad blood, and no one forgot that. Carter flashed back to the day he'd first brought Faith into this diner, when she'd been about a year old, joining his mother and brothers for an after-church meal one Sunday. Since everyone went to Mrs. Ward's after church, the entire town had watched as Carter navigated Faith into a high chair, got her fed, and cleaned up the mess she made himself. His mom and brothers helped, but Carter had insisted he do most of the work. Riverbend watched Carter, lanky and hard-eyed, lift his daughter to his shoulder and jounce her to quiet her down. They'd watched the badass Campbell boys get all gooey-eyed over her, too. "It would help if you were more settled," Billy dragged Carter to the present by saying. "Had a steady girlfriend, making plans to buy a house, marry, start a family." Carter shook his head. "I can't let her take Faith," Carter repeated stubbornly. "Faith's whole life is here. Her family is here. Her friends are here. That's gotta mean something. "It will," Billy answered. "Like I said, let me work on it. In other words, shut up and go home." Carter raised his hands. "Fine. But the minute anything happens, you tell me. I don't care if it's 3 a.m. You call me." "Will do." Billy stood up when Carter did. "Carter, be careful." "It's how I live my life," Carter snapped. He swept up his hat and stalked from the restaurant. He was fully aware of people staring at him, both in the diner, the parking lot, and the street beyond. Everyone knew exactly what had happened. Couldn't keep nothing from nobody in Riverbend. At home, Carter tried to concentrate on the business of the morning, but his restlessness kicked in and he gave up. Tyler and Grant could go over these new contracts. No, Carter had better do that. Carter had a suspicious mind and wouldn't let a clause pass that Grant and Tyler might. But everything else— hell, Adam was home. Let the show-off do some work for a change. Out of sorts, Carter charged up to the house, looking for food, hoping he could grab something before Grace got in. He was met with the heady scent of chocolate cake. As soon as he walked into the kitchen, a pair of oven mitts held out a pan full of cupcakes. "Try one," Grace said. She had flour on her nose. Carter couldn't keep his eyes off it. The pan moved up toward his face. "Come on. I need to see if I got the chocolate to cinnamon ratio right, and I can't taste it anymore." The cupcakes were embedded in the pan without the paper wrappers he'd seen on cupcakes at stores. "What, you just want me to dig my fingers in?" "Yes," Grace said impatiently. "No one will touch it but you." Carter hadn't been doing anything with horses this morning, just paper in the office. Even so, he wiped his hand on his shirt and stuck his fingers around the edge of a cupcake, trying to pry it free. It came out easier than he'd thought. His fingers closed on the cake too hard, and Carter ended up with a handful of crumbly, warm chocolate. "Are you going to admire it or try it?" Grace asked. Carter realized he was staring at the mess in his hand. Grace's nose with the flour was just as distracting. Carter popped the whole cupcake into his mouth, and Grace whirled around to deposit the pan on the counter. He chewed. A remarkable flavor of chocolate laced with cinnamon and something else Carter couldn't figure out filled his mouth. Carter hated cupcakes. They were dry with a ton of frosting clumped on top. These ones, though, were moist, rich, tasty, no frosting needed. "Good," he said, licking his fingers. Grace had turned back. Her apron had chocolate smeared on it along with sprinkles of flour and cocoa powder. "Too much cinnamon?" "No." Carter swallowed the last of the cake. "I think it's just right." Grace's eyes narrowed. I'll work on it." She ditched the oven mitts, revealing hands that looked smooth except for a couple of old burn marks. Her hands betrayed her passion, as did Carter's. His were always rough from riding. Grace stepped closer to him, and Carter's breath went away. He'd been speaking to her almost naturally, but that was because they were talking about cupcakes. Nothing important. "You have chocolate," she said. "Right there." Her fingertips brushed the corner of his mouth. "Do you always shove the food right into your face?" "Hey, you have flour on your nose." The nose in question wrinkled. Grace flushed and took a step back, but Carter reached out and rubbed his thumb over the floury smudge. Grace stopped. Her breath touched his skin as Carter went on gently caressing. The flour dissipated and was gone. Carter let his fingers drift to her cheek, brushing the pink that flared there. Grace edged closer to him. "You have a little more." She wiped her thumb to the corner of his mouth again. Carter let the touch open his lips. He turned his head slightly to press a kiss to her thumb. Grace made a quick inhalation, but she didn't move her hand. Carter firmed his caress, making a circle all the way around her cheek. His fingers found the warmth of her hair, sliding under it at the back of her neck. She came to him quietly, her soft body meeting his. Carter lowered his head and did what he'd wanted to do for such a very long time. The first press of their lips was almost motionless. The cushion of her mouth was warm, a hint of the heat that waited inside. Grace kept her fingertips at the corner of his mouth, Carter intensely aware of her touch. He slowly parted her lips with his, moving into a deeper kiss, expecting her to jerk away at any moment. Grace pressed closer to him, her breast to his chest. His heart pounded as he felt the tiny jut of her nipples, tightening as she and Carter pulled together. She tasted of chocolate and cinnamon. Good things. Grace things. Comfort and serenity. Friendly openness. Everything Carter had never found in a woman. Grace skimmed her fingers along his jaw, tracing little circles. Carter moaned low in his throat, his body tight, his cock tighter. She'd feel that, he knew. No hiding any more. Carter scooped her to him, further deepening the kiss, wanting her. On the table, the counter, anywhere. Anything to relieve this desperate need for her. Grace made a soft sound, opening to him. One hand curled against his chest, the other touching his face. More. Carter intensified the kiss, sweeping his tongue into her mouth. He slid his arm around her, palm stroking down her spine, over her hips to cup her backside. That was a good hold to pull her up solidly into him. The kitchen was warm with sunshine, smelled of baking, messy with flour, sugar, smears of butter and chocolate. The perfect place to kiss pretty Grace. Their mouths sought, lips clinging as they got to know each other for the first time. Carter cupped her backside and her neck, fearing to move his hands, because they'd go to even more interesting places. Grace uncurled her fist on his chest, splaying her fingers, smoothing across his shirt, fingertips dipping into the spaces between his buttons. Her touch on his bare skin beneath jolted him. Carter dragged her even closer to him, his cock digging into her abdomen. Grace wrapped an arm around him and held on. Sweet, beautiful Grace, he thought. The girl too good for me. Carter had seen her the night of her cotillion ball, all white dress and lace, her hair in long ringlets. She'd been on the arm of a guy in a tux, getting into a limo, surrounded by friends. Carter had been on the street, in jeans and a flannel shirt, out to grab food for Faith. Grace had seen him. Their eyes had met, and Carter had gone hot with feral anger at the callow young man who dared put his hand on the small of Grace's back. Grace had given Carter her little smile. Then she'd been surrounded by her laughing friends. Gone. Out of Carter's world. Now she was firmly in his world, and he was kissing the hell out of her. I'm keeping you right here, Grace, he thought. I need you. Something buzzed and jangled. Carter jumped, and he and Grace clacked teeth. Grace backed away, pressing her hand to her mouth. Carter clasped her shoulders. You all right? The buzzing cut through his head. Grace swung around and ran for the oven, turning off its timer. Silence blessed the kitchen. Grace turned back, her face bright red, her eyes suspiciously moist.
I'm really sorry, she said, breathless. Did I hurt you?
What? Had she hurt him? Carter stood dumbfounded. He'd grabbed her, kissed her, when he had no business to, and she was apologizing.
You okay?
Grace asked him in concern. Yeah. Carter's cock was pounding against his jeans, sweat beading on his forehead. He needed to calm down. Fine. Grace had the oven door open, reaching in for another batch of cupcakes.
I put less cinnamon in these, she said in a rush. Maybe they're better.
Carter took the opportunity of her turned back to get the hell out of there. He stormed from the big kitchen through to the living room, heading for the front door. He'd get into his truck and drive, somewhere, anywhere. Tyler, coming in from the porch, nearly smacked into him. Whoa, Carter, where are you going? Carter pushed past him, boots thumping on the board porch, down the steps. He strode fast to his truck, jumped in, started the engine, stamped down to peel away. He saw Tyler in his rear view staring at him open-mouthed, but no sign of Grace. No sign of her at all. Grace turned around with the cupcakes. Her heart dropped when she saw only empty space where Carter had been. She heard Tyler's exclamation, the front door banging, the roar of Carter's truck. She peeked out the kitchen window in time to see Carter drive away like the hounds of hell were after him. Great. She jumped him like a horny schoolgirl and chased him away. Grace stood still, the hot pan between her mitts, while the sensation of Carter's body against hers came back to warm her day. She vividly felt the imprint of his hand on her backside, his mouth, experienced and able, opening hers in the best kiss of her life. Damn that the cupcakes had chosen that moment to be done. Grace would have gone on kissing him, let the things burn, if Carter hadn't come to his senses and shoved her away. They'd banged mouths, Grace jerking from him before she could burst out laughing. She felt the tingle of the kiss, the warmth of Carter's body, the unmistakable feel of his hardness against her abdomen. Grace was torn between wanting to spin around and around in a joyous dance and feeling like a complete idiot. "What the hell is with him?" Tyler asked as he strode inside. "I mean, more than what's going on with him now." Grace quickly slammed the pan down to the counter. "Don't know," she mumbled. She felt Tyler's interested stare. Then he said, "Hey, cupcakes. Let me have one. Pretty please?" Grace shoved the other pan at him, the one Carter had already pried a cupcake out of. Tyler's blue eyes lit as he scooped out a cake and ate it in 2 bites, much as Carter had. Tyler said. "Damn good." He let his eyes drift closed as he licked his fingers. Then he gave her a slow smile. "You've got talent. I could eat your food all day." Why was it that Tyler, a blue-eyed, handsome man with a godlike physique and a charm that could warm a woman to her toes, registered nothing on Grace's hot meter? But Carter, with his hard mouth and hazel eyes, his unyielding stare that could stop a man in his tracks, and his long stretches of silence, could make Grace's mouth dry and her need flare high. Tyler had open arms and a come-and-get-it lady's attitude. Carter was forbidding, pushing away everyone except Faith. Tyler could give Grace a night in the sack she'd never forget. Carter would most likely not speak to her again after this impromptu and embarrassing kiss. So why couldn't Grace chase Tyler and have a good time? Because she was in love with Carter Sullivan, and that was all there was to that. Carter had no real destination in mind as he pointed the truck down the highway, but pretty soon he found himself in thick traffic outside Austin. He was trapped in a far lane, unable to make an exit and drive back to Riverbend, so he kept going. He had plenty of gas, and he'd just go where the road took him. The road took him down the Bastrop Highway, past the airport and on into rolling hills following the river, then curving south toward the bigger city of Houston, which reached out and swallowed up the countryside. Houston was effing big, and had only grown bigger since Carter had left it. The city had gotten rich on oil and never really died, more industries feeding it as oil boomed and busted and boomed again. Carter knew every inch of the city, with the exception of newer areas, but Carter's life hadn't taken him much to pristine housing developments and high-priced suburbs. He made it to his old neighborhood, in the heart of the heavy industrial area. Carter parked his truck, aware of predators eyeing it. They backed off when Carter got out, though, recognizing him. Those who didn't recognize him would be told by others. He moved down the street toward his destination, past closed shops, strip malls with liquor stores doing plenty of trade, and people doing what they mostly did on warm afternoons in the city, hung out and tried to keep cool. Carter walked to an auto repair shop that did both legitimate and not-so-legitimate business. 2 large guys on lookout came alert as he strode toward them, and one disappeared into the bowels of the shop. "Sullivan," one of the men said. "You've cowboyed up. What's with that shit?" Carter was still wearing his cowboy boots and button-down shirt, the one Grace had slid her fingers into. "Joss here?" he asked. The man shrugged. "Probably." Which meant he was. Carter shouldered his way past him and through the clutter of the shop. One car was on a lift, the other with its hood open, but no work was being done at the moment. He knew the hidden back door that led to the chop shop. No cars were being taken apart right now, but they soon would be. Joss did other business, too. Houston was a port city, and smuggling was a way of life for some people. Used to be Carter's way when he was a kid. A young boy could easily slip through a crowd with a package, a message, a weapon. If caught, his sentence would be lighter than that of an adult, and he'd quickly return to Joss, ready for more work. Carter was rarely caught, but the last time he'd been put into a juvenile center with an earnest do-gooder social worker running one of the programs. That program had sent Carter and some others out of the city to work on ranches. The idea was to get the kids free of the influences of the gangs, teach them honest, hard work, and have them form connections with people and places that would help them later in life. If nothing else, show them how honest folks lived. Carter and the others thought it a joke at first. Carter's first assignment had been at a ranch down by San Antonio, where the rancher had been fond of young boys, and not in the way the social worker would like. His wife had known, but had been too weak to do anything about it. Carter had beaten the man when he'd made advances, and ended up back in the detention center. The social worker hadn't given up. She'd put Carter on the next busload of detention center kids to Riverbend, and sent him to work for Olivia Campbell. "Carter?" Joss solidified from the shadows. "Been a long time, boy. What do you want?" Carter went to him, standing close but not touching him. "I want to know why the fuck you sent Lizzie to screw up my life. What the hell do you want?" Chapter 6. Joss had aged. His face was lined, his dark hair streaked with gray. But his eyes were still hard, the brown as steady as when he'd told Carter, scared and half-starved, that he could work for him. Not out of kindness, Carter quickly realized. Joss needed a kid who was smart and resourceful, who would learn that keeping quiet about Joss's businesses was to Carter's benefit. Joss and his friends had kept Carter and whatever other kids came through there scared and uncertain. They'd have good days of talking, drinking, laughing. Then the next, Carter would be beaten up for no discernible reason. Joss liked to slide his knife over the inside of Carter's arm to see how many cuts Carter could take. You always knew one of Joss's kids from the scars. Lizzie had them, too. Once Carter had been terrified of the man. Joss was strong, unforgiving, and hadn't stopped others from hurting Carter. But without Joss, Carter wouldn't have had anything to eat or a place to sleep, or medicine when he was sick. Joss had taken care of him in a weird kind of way. Now Joss stared back at him, the mean light in his eyes. "Lizzie? Where is she? I haven't seen her since she ran out on me." Carter didn't take his word for it. Joss was a liar and did nothing that didn't meet his own ends. He doubted Lizzie would have thought to come after Faith on her own, or tried for custody. She'd rarely done anything without it being Joss's idea. Carter knew he'd never have had the affair with her at all if Joss hadn't approved it. "What do you want?" Carter asked. "Money?" The men from the shop now stood at the door, watching, though they didn't approach. Joss wiped the wrench he was holding with an oily rag. "Why would I want anything from you, Sunshine?" "I don't know," Carter said. "I have money. You always want more. You and Lizzie were close." "Yeah, we were," Joss said. "Real close." "As in, you slept with her," Carter answered. "I always knew that." "I did. It was a long time ago, though. Like about 10 years. Joss's lips twitched, and the meanness in his eyes increased. Carter folded his arms. "If you're going to say that you are my daughter's father, save it. I did a DNA test when she was a baby. I wanted to make sure. She's mine, no question." Joss shrugged, as though he'd taken a chance and lost. What would you have done if it turned out she wasn't yours? Kept her anyway, Carter said. I sure as hell wouldn't have given her to someone like you to raise. Oh, after all I did for you. Joss grinned now, but the smile had no kindness in it. Why'd you come back here, boy, if I'm such a bad shit? What Carter really wanted to do was punch the man and keep on beating him. Give back every blow Joss and his friends had bestowed on Carter. He knew if he did that, the guys inside the door would jump him, and they had crowbars. Joss had always been strong. He'd get in a few whacks with his wrench. Carter carried a knife with him, but if they broke his bones before he could pull it, it wouldn't do him much good. I want you to talk to Lizzie, Carter said. She listens to you. Tell her to back off. And if you're the one who put her up to fucking with me, stop. Joss's brows went up. Stop? Or what? I can still make your life hard, Carter. You want to keep your candy-ass family from paying for your big mouth? Or your pretty daughter from being worked on? I know people who would pay good money for a girl like that. Carter closed the space between them and had Joss's shirt in his hands, the wrench clattering to the floor before the other guys could move. You touch my daughter, and I will kill you. I'll rip your head off your body and dump you in the trash. Carter shook him, looking straight into Joss's evil eyes. I won't let anyone stop me. Joss's gaze flickered. The man was good at lying, but he also recognized the truth. Joss's own fault. He had made Carter what he was. Angry, protective of those Joss threatened, unafraid of consequences. The consequences met Carter now. Joss's thugs had advanced, and one swung his crowbar at Carter's head. Carter spun and deflected the blow with a practiced move. He grabbed the bar itself and dragged the man off balance, ducking as the second tried to smack Carter in the gut. Carter backed away from both of them, wrenching the first one's crowbar from him. Now he had a weapon. The other two didn't back off. They were fighters, toughened by life and working for Joss. If Joss wanted Carter dead, they'd keep trying until Carter was deceased. Carter met blows with blows, striking out with the crowbar. He was rewarded with the second man grunting and doubling over, but the first man pulled a blade. Good thing Carter knew how to fight. He'd learned to pull his punches scrapping with the Campbell boys and then stunt fighting, but he didn't have to pull any now. He'd mastered tricky moves and honed his reflexes. Just because his stunt brawls were choreographed didn't mean they took any less energy or skill. Carter brought his elbow up under the first man's chin, sending him backward, blood streaming from his mouth. The second man still wheezed from the stomach blow, but he came up again, hard knuckles coming toward Carter's face. Too fast. Carter moved with the blow, but he took it across the cheekbone. He felt the skin open, blood drip. Joss had left the sidelines. He came after Carter with the wrench he'd retrieved at the same time the first man got back in, swinging his knife with adeptness. Carter shoved the knife away with his arm, getting sliced but shallowly, and punched the man full in the face. Carter spun on his heel, sending a roundhouse kick into Joss. He didn't have much room to move, so the kick didn't have as much force as it could have. But Carter's boot connected with Joss's middle, and the man bent over. The second man had recovered, and the first man and Joss would soon. Carter slammed himself into the second man, got his arm around his neck as the guy struggled for balance, and threw him into the first man. Then he got out of there. Carter was dripping blood, leaving a trail, and he ached where he'd been hit. But he could run, fast. Chasing horses to vault onto them had taught him that. No one else was in the shop or at the front door. Carter made it through and down the street to his truck. A couple of kids were looking it over, but when they saw Carter barreling at them, they vanished down an alley. Carter had been them once. He'd believed any item of personal property was simply waiting to be stolen. It was just stuff, he'd reasoned, worth only what someone else was willing to pay for it. If the original owners couldn't hold on to it, that was their problem. He'd learned from the Campbells to treasure what he worked for, and to respect that others had worked hard for what they had. No one came after him from Joss's. Joss didn't hurt people in the open, only in private. He liked to make sure there were no witnesses and no evidence whenever the police tried to arrest him. Joss had connections inside law enforcement as well. Carter started up his truck and roared his way down the street. Blood dripped from his face and his shaking arm to the upholstery. Olivia was going to kill him when she realized what he'd done, and Faith wouldn't be too forgiving either. But Carter would face down every demon from his past and tear apart every person he knew in order to keep his daughter safe. Nothing was more important than that. Carter managed to get back into the house without anyone seeing him. Faith was still at school, having obtained his permission to stay late for the science fair committee. He'd signed a note to her teachers this morning. Grace hummed in the kitchen, and his brothers and Mom were in the office or elsewhere. The suite of rooms Carter lived in with Faith had 2 bedrooms, each with a bathroom attached and a little living room between them. Carter had helped build it onto one wing of the house. Carter stripped off and got into his shower, washing the dried blood from his skin. He kept soaping long after he was clean, as though he could eradicate the grime of his past. Finally rinsing and snapping off the water, Carter dried himself, then wrapped the towel around his hips and studied his injuries in the mirror. Not too bad. The cheekbone might need stitches. The slash across his arm hadn't done much more than broken the skin. Carter had learned to keep moving when he fought, not allowing blows to land if he could help it. He stuck a bandage on his cheek, threw away the wrapper, and walked out into his bedroom. Grace spun around from his dresser. The top drawer was open. Carter froze. Grace's green eyes widened as she took in Carter's entire body, from forehead to feet. Her gaze lingered on the towel and then forced its way up again. She spied the cut on his arm, the bandage on his face, and her look turned worried.
"You okay? Are you hurt?"
If Carter had caught anyone else going through his dresser, he'd have snarled at them to get the hell out. This was Grace. He didn't give a rat's ass why she was in his room. He just liked that she was. He remembered kissing her sweet mouth this morning, which was now pursed as she waited for his answer. Grace hadn't screamed and run away when she'd seen him walk out in nothing but a little towel. She'd looked, blushed, but looked. Wasn't ashamed of it either. Carter made himself speak. "You looking for something?"
"What?"
Grace's eyes got big again.
"Oh, I'm sorry, Carter. No, I can't tell you. It's a surprise."
"Pretty woman in my room?" Carter asked. "That's a nice surprise." Grace flushed.
No. A surprise from Faith. I promised her absolute secrecy."
"Okay." Carter's flesh was damp, but his mouth was parched. He couldn't think of one more word to say.
"So,"
Grace said. She flashed her smile.
"I'll just, let you get dressed."
She gave him one last swift glance, then turned away. She was going to walk out, back to the kitchen to cook for his ungrateful brothers. Maybe she'd make a joke later about this. Maybe she'd pretend it never happened. Either way, Carter didn't want her to leave. He moved rapidly after her and pressed one hand to the doorframe above her. His bedroom door was open, but the one on the other side of his private living room, which led to the rest of the house, wasn't. "Grace," he managed to say. "Don't go." Grace looked up at him, standing so close he could smell the spice of her.
"Why?"
Her voice shook.
I mean, why not?"
"Because I need you." The truth spilled out of Carter's mouth before he could stop it. "I need something wholesome and good to hold on to." Grace swallowed.
"I sound like a food group."
Carter shook his head. "I need—" He broke off, nothing clear. "I feel like everything's spinning out of control, trying to drag me back where I came from. I thought I'd shaken it off. Thought I'd found a haven, but it's coming for me. I need to hold on to something that grounds me here, that has nothing to do with that life. If I don't let go of you, maybe I won't fall back down the hole."
Grace stared at him, lips parted. Carter realized what he'd said to her. Save me. Be my anchor in the storm. Nothing about liking Grace for herself or doing nice things for her. All that stuff women wanted. No, he just said, "Hold me and make the badness go away." She'd turn, walk back to the kitchen, carry on, shaking her head at his stupidity. Or maybe grow offended and tell Olivia she couldn't work here with Carter hitting on her. Carter waited, his heart pounding. His pulse beat through the cut on his arm, and while it wasn't deep, it friggin' hurt. Grace very slowly moved away from him. Carter's hope splintered with a smashing blow. He felt like the thug he'd walloped in the middle with the crowbar. More breath went out of him when Grace closed the bedroom door, with her on the same side of it as Carter. "Carter," she whispered. Her face was pink, her hands trembling as she lifted them to him. "You can hold on to me." Chapter 7. Grace held her breath as Carter gazed down at her, his hazel eyes golden in the afternoon sunlight. His scarred, work-worn hands came up and slowly closed around hers. The connection jolted her, something electric streaking down her body and out to the floor. But she was still here, and whole, with Carter lacing his fingers through hers. The roughness of his palms shook her even more. Grace had never been with a man as basic, who worked untiringly for everything. She'd only ever dated soft-handed men, who'd had everything given to them from babyhood. Carter drew a breath, shuddering with it. He firmed his grip, his fingers immensely strong, and dragged Grace closer to him. The heat of him flooded through her thin clothes, Carter damp and scented with soap. He had a bandage on his cheek, the plastic strip incongruent on his granite-hard face. He wasn't a pretty man. He'd been beaten up and broken more than once, leaving scars on his skin. But he'd stared life down with his unyielding eyes and bested it. Grace lifted herself to him. When he'd kissed her in the kitchen, her world had rocketed around and dumped her on her ass, and she hadn't quite yet recovered. Carter had always been forbidden. Grace had watched him longingly in their school days, knowing she wasn't allowed near a bad boy like that. His background had made no one in Riverbend trust him. He'd grown into a man raising an illegitimate child on his own, and he'd won the town's trust inch by slow inch. But even so, they still gave him a wary eye. And now Grace was standing against his bare body. She unlaced her hands from his and rested her fingers on his chest. She found hard male flesh, warm and sleek from his shower, so firm her touch couldn't make an indent. Carter looked down at her, eyes gleaming gold, water beading on his lashes. Grace daringly moved her hands across his chest, sucking in a breath when she met the firmness of his flat nipples. Carter jumped and grabbed her wrists. Grace was about to babble an apology when Carter jerked her against him and covered her mouth in a hard kiss. Grace couldn't breathe. Carter's lips were commanding, his mouth strong. He didn't kiss like the seductive men who'd tried to charm Grace into bed in the past. He demanded. He took. He didn't ask politely. Grace's head went back under the onslaught, and she braced herself with her hands on his shoulders. Carter released her wrists and wrapped his arms around her, his mouth opening hers without mercy. Grace swayed, nearly losing her balance, but Carter held her steady. She felt every part of him, every muscle and bone. Carter had no softness in him anywhere. A part of him that was especially hard pressed the towel, showing her he had more than kissing in mind. Carter pulled back without loosening his hold. He gazed down at her with eyes like flint. "I should let you go." "Go do what?" Grace asked, blinking. "More cooking?" I like it, but I don't want to be a slave to the kitchen.
She suddenly imagined him coming into her kitchen in the towel, slowly untying her apron and drawing it off her, then wrapping the strings of it around her wrists. He'd hook the apron to the handle of the oven, or to one of the chairs at the table, while he bent over her and took her mouth in a slow, searing kiss. Grace dissolved into heat. Damn, she really shouldn't think of things like that. But with Carter, it was hard not to think of it. He was a walking wet dream. Carter growled, his hands tightening on her back. "You're sweetness and light, and I'm from the wrong side of town. You should run away from me." So everyone had told her. Keep away from that one. The Campbell brothers are all right, in spite of their wild ways. They're good family. That Carter, well, he's not like us. Good. Grace was tired of men who expected her to be a pushover because she was the kind of girl men married. They'd never dream of having sexy fun with Grace Mallory. Oh, no.
I can be bad, Grace said. Trust me.
Carter's low laugh took her by surprise. He so rarely laughed. "You don't know how, sweetheart. Bad's not something you do. It's how you're born."
"Oh, yeah?"
Grace stepped back, breaking his embrace. She sent him an impish look, grabbed the towel, and yanked it from his hips. Carter made a desperate lunge for the towel, but Grace backed rapidly away, waving it in triumph.
"Ha! What do you say to that?"
Carter came at her, and Grace's laughter evaporated. Not because she'd made him mad, but because she could see all of him. He was erect, sunlight through the windows burnishing his long shaft, its wide tip, and touching the curls at the base. Grace wasn't a virgin, but she could count on her first 2 fingers the number of men she'd been with. Those encounters had been in the dark, in bed, the door locked, the curtains drawn. Almost decorous. She'd never stood and appreciated a man fully naked in daylight, strong, tall, hard, and wanting. Carter's gaze was fierce, his grip when he stepped to her fiercer still. "Don't look at me like that, Grace."
"Like I'm enjoying what I see? You're hot, Carter. We're alone, and I'm going to look my fill."
Carter released her to cup her face in his hands. "You make me want to do bad things." Grace wet her lips.
"Does it look like I mind?"
Carter hesitated a long moment. Then he skimmed his fingers down to her back. She felt them shaking. The next thing she knew, her top was loosening, Carter finding buttons in the back. His thick fingers made short work of them, brushing her bare skin as he undid them. Next he fumbled at her bra, which opened. Grace couldn't help her rush of breath as the elastic released her. Carter caught the bra straps in his big hands and pulled them over her shoulders and down her arms with her shirt. The top and bra landed on the floor, and Carter caught the weight of her breasts in his hands. "You're beautiful, Grace," he said, his voice low. "I've always known you'd be beautiful." Grace tried to think of something witty to say. She couldn't. Carter had his fingers on her breasts, his thumbs stroking her nipples, bringing her to life. Grace let out a faint groan. "So soft," he whispered. "My sweet Grace." Carter, in contrast, was hard. Grace slid her hands to his shoulders, then down his back, her hunger growing. His skin was smooth, satin over steel, its color liquid bronze, except where laced by the sharp-edged tats. The red streak on his arm marred him, like the bandage on his cheek, but not by much. The beauty of him overwhelmed even those small reminders of his violent past. She'd noted that he was much paler where his underwear would be. He spent a lot of time in the sun, but not naked. His arms were dark like copper, his chest and thighs slightly less tanned, though not by much. Carter lifted her breasts, leaned down, and kissed her neck. Grace closed her eyes. She popped them open again when Carter nipped her.
"Oh, yeah?"
she said, or thought she said. Grace came forward, closed her teeth over the skin at Carter's collarbone, and suckled him. Carter jumped like he'd been shot. Damn. Grace's tongue and teeth pulled, the little pain spiking the need already burning him. Grace, you little shit. She raised her head, eyes sparkling.
That's what you get for thinking I can't be bad.
Carter lifted his hands from the enticement of her bosom to hold on to her wrists. Sweetie, you don't know what bad is, but you're about to find out. He pulled her off her feet, swept her up in his arms, and dropped her on the yielding bed. Grace landed, smile wide, face eager. She kept on smiling, even when Carter yanked open her jean shorts and dragged them down her legs. She wore pink satin underwear, with lace and a bow, debutante all the way down. Carter hooked his fingers around the panties and drew them off. There. Grace was bare on his bed. She was a picture, her dark hair coming down and spreading across his pillow. Her eyes were soft green, sunlight brushing her skin and the dark curls between her legs. She tucked one arm behind her head, her hand splayed next to her gaze fast on his. An artist might have posed her for a painting, and then Carter would have to break his arms for wanting to paint her like that. You're the prettiest thing I ever did see. Shit. What a total cliché thing to say. Grace didn't seem to mind. Her smile went away, but her eyes were warm. Carter. Nothing more, but Carter tightened. With you saying my name, all sexy like that, you know I can't walk out of here. I hope not. If anyone's home, you'll scare the hell out of them, running naked into the living room. Carter rested his weight on his fists on the bed. You're supposed to be scared of me. For answer, Grace reached up and touched his lips. Hell. Carter couldn't stay away from her. He got up on the bed with her, but he made himself not simply fall down on her and shove himself inside. You were hurt, he said. I don't want to hurt you more. It's been a while. Grace's hand moved automatically to the scar on her left side, the thick indentation where the bullet had been. Carter's heart constricted as he gently moved her hand and touched the wound himself. His fingers found the knot in her skin, the familiar thickness of a healed bullet wound. He had two himself, one in his calf, the other on the side of his hip. He took her hand, kissed her palm, and pressed it to the scar on his hip bone. Grace's eyes widened. What happened? Old enemies, Carter said. It was a long time ago. Grace traced the circle of the wound, her fingertips sending fire through his blood. So you'll know that I'm fine, she said softly. Please, Carter. Carter pulled her up, kissing her fine mouth, nipping the corner of it. Grace lifted to him, her kiss growing desperate, wanting him as much as he wanted her. Wanted her? Carter was dying for her, not just for sex, but for her, Grace, for the way she wrinkled her nose, the way she'd have flour on her face and not care, for the way she loved Faith, and the way she looked at Carter without fear. Most women are afraid of me. Carter had no idea why the words came out of his mouth. They just did. Foolish women, Grace whispered, her breath touching his lips. Why are they? I don't know. They think I'm going to eat them or something. Which sounded like a good idea. Carter cupped Grace's breast, leaned to her, and bit her neck. Grace made a tiny yelping sound, then said breathlessly, You know, I don't think I'd mind. Carter didn't answer. His heart pounded, his cock moving with every pulse, her scent making him crazy. She was cinnamon and wanting, ready for him. Carter licked his way to her breasts, took a nipple into his mouth. Grace made a raw noise, and Carter curled his tongue around her, nipping, suckling. He did that until she was moving against him, little noises of pleasure coming from her mouth. Carter finished and took the other breast, giving it identical attention. Next, her abdomen. He slowly laid her back down as he licked her skin, pressed kisses to her soft, rounded belly. He'd heard her going on with Bailey and Christina that she needed to do more crunches to firm her middle, but to Carter, she was perfect. The indentation of her navel beckoned his tongue. Then he lowered his head to kiss the damp curls between her legs. "Carter." Grace put her hands down to him, but not to push him away. She cupped him to her, wanting his breath, his lips. "You're beautiful here, too," he whispered, blowing gently on her. "I'm gonna taste you now. I can't have you here and not taste you." "Yes." Her voice was shaking, the word barely formed. Carter lowered himself all the way, kissed the center swirl of curls, ran his tongue along her opening, then thrust it inside her. Chapter 8. Grace let out a cry that turned to a near wail. She clutched the sheet as her back came off the mattress, her body tightening in surprise and delight. She'd never done this before, the thought struck Carter. For all Grace's claim to be bad in her own way, she'd never had a man go down on her. "I'm the first," Carter's thoughts blazed. The triumph of that beat through him. "You taste good, Grace. Better than your cupcakes." "How can that be?" Grace answered, voice fluttering. Carter chuckled, letting his breath brush her curls. "You're wet." He kissed her. "That's my sweetheart. The wetter the better." She murmured again. She likely didn't understand, but she would. Carter returned his mouth to her, closed it over her opening, and enjoyed her. Grace lifted from the bed. Her body flashed heat, the gyration she made telling him she was about to come. Already, and he'd barely started. When she did come, it was beautiful. Carter had never been with a woman who so wholly let herself feel. Grace didn't try to stop herself, to make this into something it wasn't. Didn't do it to please him. She reached deep inside herself to her true needs and set them free. "Carter." The word was choked as Grace lifted her hips, her head moving, her body shuddering, one leg bending to open herself further to him. Carter continued, moving his mouth with her, giving as he felt she liked it, easing back when she lost herself entirely. He held her steady as her climax took her, one hand pressed to where he'd licked. Grace cried out, then suddenly dropped back onto the bed and dragged in a long breath. "Holy shit," she said, opening her eyes wide. "Carter, what did you do to me?" "Loved you, honey." Carter got himself up on her, lying full length. "Getting you ready for me." "Ready? There's going to be more?" Carter wanted to laugh. "So much more, sweetheart. Let me touch you." He trailed off, his hand soothing her. He kissed her damp lips, and Grace pulled him in to kiss him back, no matter what he'd just been doing. Carter kissed and caressed, hands finding her warm nipples, her belly. He was aching for her, his hunger needing the satiation he'd just given her. "Please," Grace said, drawing him to her. "Please, yes." Carter slid his hand between her legs, stroking there until she was rocking again. Then he positioned his tip in her moist heat and pushed inside. Grace thought she'd die. She had Carter sliding full length inside her. Her dreams had just come true. Carter stopped when he was all the way in, his hazel eyes fixing on her. "You all right?" Was she all right? Damn, she'd never been this good in her life. Grace tried to tell him that, but the only thing that came out was, "Uh-huh." Carter gave her the ghost of a smile. Then he withdrew part of the way and thrust inside again. "Oh," she said then.
Oh.
Carter, moving inside her, right after that fabulous orgasm, pushed Grace beyond what she'd ever felt in her life. If she'd known being with Carter was this good, she'd have grabbed him and dragged him off a long time ago. Carter's face creased into a frown, one of intense focus. He was looking at her, nothing else. Only the two of them existed in the world, in this time, in this sunny room. Troubles poured away as need bound them, the friction of Carter inside her erotic and exciting. She touched his face, trying to smooth the lines on it. Carter's gaze became even more intense. "Stop."
"What?"
Grace drew her hand back. She could barely speak, the hardness of Carter inside her blurring her thoughts. "Stop being so damn nice." Grace touched his face again.
"Not in my nature to be mean."
Carter growled, the sound coming from deep inside his chest. He said, "Ah, damn it," and began to thrust. Hard, harder. His legs parted hers. Grace drew one foot up his calf to his thigh. Carter groaned her name, his hips moving, his hands balled to fists as he held himself from crushing her. They could no longer speak or kiss or do anything but hold on. Carter drove himself into Grace, her hips lifting as they met. Not long later, they were both moaning, crying out, Carter's baritone mingling with her higher tones. This was madness and it was joy. Grace wound into a point she'd never reached before, where all was heat, feeling, need. She wrapped her arms around the man she'd loved for so long, hanging on to this moment when she became one with him. It couldn't last forever. Carter let out a shout as he came, and Grace's cry met his. Her eyes were wet as they collapsed together, bodies damp, legs entwined. Grace laughed, but she wanted to weep as the beautiful moment died. Carter gathered her into his arms and kissed her. Sunshine came through the window, coating the room with heat, never mind that it was November. The overhead fan blew cool air across Carter's body, but when it got sticky in hill country, not much could cut the humidity. Grace's head on his shoulder added to the heat, but Carter didn't mind. They were naked and alone, sprawled on top of the bed, a block of sunshine soft on Grace's skin. Her breasts pressed his side, one of her nipples in view, pale brown and relaxed now. Carter moved his hand to it, marveling at the contrast of his sun-baked, scarred fingers against the incredible satin sleekness of Grace. She smiled and her eyes fluttered open. She said. No shock, no shame that she'd let Carter coerce her into bed. No embarrassed alarm, no trying to hide herself while she sprang away and fled. Grace only gave him a sleepy look, her hair in loose tangles, one hand resting on his chest.
"Here I am with the baddest boy in Riverbend," she said.
"Here's me with the sweetest girl," Carter rumbled. "How the hell did I do that?"
"You took off your clothes and kissed me."
Grace traced a curl of his dark hair, letting it wrap around her finger. "Man, that was smart of me." Grace snuggled against him, her breath cool on his hot skin. Her hand moved to his abdomen, below which was his cock, already hardening again. The corners of her lips twitched as she noticed.
"I'm the smart one."
Yeah, she'd always been the one out of reach, like the angel at the top of the Christmas tree. Today she'd flown down to be with him. Carter ran his hand over her soft hair. "I remember seeing you when you went to your dance, your debutante thing, all pretty and white, with flowers."
"You remember that?"
Grace's body moved with her laugh, pressing her closer.
"That was what, 8 years ago?"
"Don't seem that long. What happened to the guy you were with? The one in the tux, proud of himself for having you on his arm?"
"Who? Oh, him. Daryl Halbertson. He turned out to be a dick.
Yeah? Carter raised his head to look at her. Strong word from the good girl.
It's true.
Grace made a face.
He proposed to me 2 days later, but I said no. All I could do not to say, no way in hell. He wanted a little wifey to provide his every comfort at home, while he stayed out all day and night with his friends and girlfriends. He thought that because his daddy had money, I'd be happy to go along with it. Go shopping and to the spa while he slept around all he pleased.
Grace shivered.
The trouble is, that's the way women like me are supposed to think, and then wonder one day why we're unhappy. I decided then that I'd pursue a career instead of a husband.
Glad you did. Carter's heart burned as he thought about the ways he could twist Darrell Halbertson's limbs. The man was not only a dick, but a stupid dick. 'Cause now I get to eat all your good food. Grace thumped him on the belly. Carter oomphed and wanted to laugh. Damn, it felt good to cuddle up to her, making jokes like they were true lovers, who knew they could do this every day. But Carter was who he was, with a crazy ex chasing him around trying to steal his daughter. He was pretty sure Joss had put her up to it. He put her up to almost everything else in her life. Joss had probably told Lizzie to take Faith to Carter in the first place, knowing Lizzie couldn't care for a baby and not about to do it himself. Grace would be hurt caught up in Carter's life. He had to keep this casual for now. Maybe once he could convince Lizzie to disappear forever, it might be more. But then he might have just pulled Grace irrevocably into his life, because he hadn't used a condom. Carter didn't keep a stash handy by his bed, because he never brought women back here. He had condoms in his truck in case he met someone while he was out. He also had a stash hidden in his bathroom, where Faith wouldn't find them. In the heat of the moment, he'd forgotten about the damn things, and anyway, he'd have been too afraid she'd be gone if he left the room to fetch them. Well, if a baby came of this, it did. Carter would take care of him or her just like he did Faith. And maybe he hoped a baby would come, give him an excuse to bring Grace here to live for always.
Hey.
Her gentle voice cut through his thoughts.
What you thinking about?
Carter kissed the top of her head. Just you. She didn't believe him.
You're not going to get all weird on me and not speak to me anymore, are you? Afraid I'll cry and embarrass you in front of everyone? Well, I won't. This is private.
Embarrass him? Carter wanted to shout it to the world. He'd just been with the most amazing girl in Riverbend. Of course, if he shouted it, her two big brothers, Ray and Kyle, would come and kill him. Carter, as strong as he was, knew he wouldn't last between the two of them. Adam, Grant, Ross, and Tyler would probably let him get his ass kicked for defiling their sweetheart Grace. And what would Faith think? Faith's name flashing through his head made him look at the clock. Shit. Carter reluctantly unwound himself from Grace. I have to get Faith from school. Grace understood. Carter knew she did without words. He'd have to hurry. He liked to make sure he arrived 15 minutes before she was due to leave any place. That way, if Faith came out early, she wouldn't be standing and waiting for him alone. Carter rose from the bed and looked down at Grace, who had stretched out on her side, propped on her elbow. Oh, man. Tyler liked to go to strip clubs, but Carter could never get into them. Why watch a woman who had no intention of being with you, when you could have a real woman lying here like this? His treacherous thoughts zoomed to Grace doing a pole dance, for him only. Then he forcefully pulled them back. He cleared his throat, his shyness rushing at him again. Come with me. Grace raised her brows. She considered this for a few seconds, then regretfully shook her head.
No, I have a lot of work to do.
She rolled over and lithely came off the bed, reaching for the clothes Carter had dropped.
I'm way behind.
Watching her backside as she went for the clothes made Carter's hard-on flare to life. Well, maybe when he got back home. No, Carter couldn't think of a single time he could be with her again tonight. There would be picking up Faith, dinner with the family, and then Grace would go back to her house with her guardian brothers. And that would be it. Tomorrow, Carter would meet again with Billy to find out what he had to do to prepare for the custody battle. Plus, he had a boatload of things to do at the ranch. New show to rehearse, horses to train, contracts to negotiate, an ex to fight for his daughter. Real life in all its tawdriness came back to bite him. Grace finished sliding on her clothes. Instead of running off, she came around to Carter's side of the bed and took his hands.
"Just between you and me."
Grace rose on tiptoe, her scent combining baking and a woman who'd just given him a session of mind-blowing sex. She kissed him lightly on the lips, sent him her smile, and left the room. Carter blew out his breath, basking in the lingering feeling of her body on his. If this turned out to be the last time he'd ever be with her, he'd hug the experience to him and never let it go. "So, baby." Carter glanced at Faith, who was looking out the truck window with the avid interest she applied to everything. He'd shoved himself through another quick shower, tugged on his clothes, and dashed out of the house, breaking the speed limit to get to the small community of White Fork, where the kids from 3 towns and the farms in between went to school. He'd made it with 5 minutes to spare. Faith had come out with her friends, seen him, waved. Took time to say goodbye to the group, climbed into the truck, and gave Carter an unworried kiss on the cheek.
"What?"
Faith asked him now.
"See, I stayed after school and no one bothered me. Everything was fine. What happened to you?"
She glanced at the cut on his face and the one peeking out from under his sleeve. The bandage on Carter's cheek had come off in his second shower, and he hadn't bothered to replace it. "Nothing important," he said. "I mean, this is—" He waved his hand at his face. "Nothing. What I wanted to ask you was, what would you think if I told you—" Carter broke off. Damn, he was nervous, talking to his 9-year-old daughter. "If I told you Grace and I kissed." Faith stared at him a moment, her small lips parted. Then she grinned hugely.
"I'd say it was about effing time."
Carter jerked the wheel, righting it before he went into the oncoming lane. "Where'd you learn to talk like that?"
"Really, Dad? I grew up at Circle C Ranch with you and my uncles. Hello?"
"So it doesn't bug you that me and Grace—"
"No."
Faith gave him her best serious look.
"She likes you. I've always said that. You like her. What's the problem?"
Carter gazed straight down the road. "It's complicated when you're an adult."
"It's complicated because you make it complicated. All you do is you marry Grace, she comes to live at the ranch, and then I bet that all the crap about my mom wanting to take me away would disappear."
"Maybe, maybe not. You know, Faith, you have a say in this, too." Carter's throat tightened as he spoke, but she deserved to understand. "Your grandparents have big places in Austin and Houston, and a lot of money. You'd have more stuff than I can buy you. You could come and visit Circle C whenever you wanted." He broke off, feeling the weight of Faith's stare.
"No way,"
she said. "I want you to be sure," Carter answered. "I'm always busy. What I do for a living can be dangerous."
"Dad!"
Faith held up one slim hand, cutting him off.
"Look, I became reconciled to the fact that my own mom didn't want me a long time ago. I don't like it. It hurts. But there's not a lot I can do about it. But I'm okay. I live with you and terrific uncles, and now aunts like Bailey and Christina. Plus, I have the best grandma in the entire world. If you want to make me happy, don't send me to the mom I've never met. Keep me with you and marry Grace. Everyone loves her."
"And where did you learn words like became reconciled?" Carter asked as he relaxed a little in relief.
"I go to school, read books,"
Faith said, waving a hand.
"What we have to ask, Dad, is why my mom is so adamant about taking me back. She hasn't wanted me all this time. Why now all of a sudden, What's she up to?"
Grace was back in the kitchen by the time Faith and Carter made it home. She'd grabbed her purse and ducked into the guest bathroom out front to clean herself up and comb her hair, which she pulled into a ponytail to hide how mussed it was. She felt brighter somehow, awake in spite of the languor of afterglow, renewed, also scared, uncertain, and mad at herself, wondering if that had been the last time Carter would ever speak without inhibition to her. Carter often withdrew from his family, friends, even himself, and when he did, no one could crack the shell around him. Carter, she knew both from observation and other people's gossip, wasn't a guy who went beyond 1 or 2 night stands. He was far too careful about what women came around Faith. Had Grace, following her wild impulses, just shut down any chance she'd had with Carter? In her dreams, theirs was a long, wonderful courtship, not snatched love-making in his room on a sunny afternoon. Although, if that was all she could have, what a way to go. Carter's truck pulled up out front. Faith hopped from the tall pickup's cab, landing nimbly on the ground. She saw Grace, who'd stepped out onto the porch. Her grin went impossibly wide, and she waved.
"Hey, Grace."
Faith started for her.
"Guess what my dad told—"
She broke off as 3 sheriff's vehicles, 2 cars and an SUV, stormed up the drive past the stables to the front of the house, dust boiling up behind them. No sirens, but lights flashed as they surrounded Carter's truck. Grace's heart banged in alarm. Had something happened to Olivia? To one of the brothers? To Bailey or Christina? Had Lizzie returned to endanger them again? Grace went down the porch steps, catching Faith's hand. They both watched motionless as the deputies surged toward Carter, now out of his truck. Ross was one of them, but he hung back, looking angry. The sheriff of River County emerged from one of the cars. Noah Hennessy had been sheriff for as long as Grace could remember, had been for most of her mom's life as well. He was nearing retirement, but still held a lot of power and influence in the county. Hennessy's presence meant something truly bad was going on.
"Carter Sullivan,"
Hennessy said.
"I want to talk to you about the abduction of Elizabeth Fredrickson. I need you to come with me."
Chapter 9. Carter stopped, growing so still that Grace could no longer see the lift of his breath. "What?" he asked, his voice deadly quiet. Grace's feet took her forward, her question far louder than Carter's.
"Sheriff Hennessy? What the hell are you talking about?"
The sheriff didn't look at her, though Ross did. Ross was troubled, angry, but he said nothing.
"I just want to talk to you, Sullivan,"
Hennessy went on.
"Get in and we'll have a gab at the courthouse. You can call your lawyer. In fact, I'd advise it. You're not under arrest."
He quickly lifted his big hands, as though showing he came without hostility.
"But we need to talk."
If Grace had been Carter, she'd have been yelling, "What do you mean abduction? Of Lizzie? You explain yourself right now." Carter went absolutely silent. Grace watched him revert from the man who'd given Grace his lazy smile in his bed, who'd hurried away from his lover to make sure his daughter was safe, to the teenaged boy she'd seen the first day Carter had come to the school in White Fork. Angry, wary, refusing to engage with anyone. Grace had plucked up the courage at lunch to approach him and say,
"Hi. I know you're new, but I think you'll like it here."
Carter had looked at her as though he had no clue why a bratty little girl wearing bright plastic bracelets had thought it all right to talk to him. Grace had flushed, said,
"Well, anyway,"
and run away after her friends. The past faded, and Carter gazed at the sheriff in much the same way he had Grace when she'd had the temerity to approach him. Faith started to run to Carter, but Grace held her back with a hand on her shoulder. Whatever was going on, she and Faith jumping up and down and screaming wouldn't help him. Finally, Carter gave Hennessy a brief nod, walked unwaveringly to the open back door of Hennessy's car, and folded himself inside.
"Daddy?"
Faith's voice was filled with tears. Grace hugged the girl to her side. The door slammed. Hennessy climbed into the front passenger seat, and his deputy drove him away. The other sedan followed. Ross waited until both were heading down the driveway before he jogged to Grace. Ross was in his crisply pressed uniform, all creased and official. The westering sun gleamed on his badge and the sunglasses that hid his eyes. "Grace, call Carter's lawyer for him, will you? The stubborn shit might not do it. Billy Emmons. There's probably a card stashed for him somewhere in Carter's room, or he's in the book. Call our mom, too. Tell her what's happened."
"I don't know what's happened," Grace protested. "Why don't you call her? She's your mother."
"Because if she hears it from you, her head is less likely to explode," Ross said grimly. "Plus, she'll waste a lot of time ripping me a new one for letting him get arrested."
"The sheriff just said he's not arrested," Grace pointed out.
Ross jerked off his sunglasses, revealing troubled blue eyes. "Not officially. I can't talk about it with you, but right now, Carter needs his lawyer. Trust me." Faith interrupted by wrapping her hands around one of Ross's strong ones.
"Will you make sure he's okay?" she asked in a small voice. "Please, Uncle Ross."
Ross softened down from county deputy to human being and worried uncle. "I will, sweetie. I'll take good care of him, promise." Faith nodded, scared and trying not to show it. Grace put her arm around her and drew her close. The poor girl's crazy mother was trying to take her away from all she knew, and now Faith had just watched her father be let off by the county sheriff. They hadn't put cuffs on him, at least, but by the way the deputies watched him, they'd been prepared to if Carter had made any sign of resistance. Ross bent down to give Faith a quick hug, met Grace's gaze, then shoved his sunglasses back on and strode to his SUV. He leapt into it as easily as his brothers swung onto horses, and drove away in the convoy's wake. Carter hated interrogation rooms even more than he hated jail cells. In a jail cell, at least people left him the hell alone. In an interrogation room, he had to face someone across a table while they asked him very personal questions and recorded every word he said. He'd learned early in his life that his best recourse was silence. The burden of proof lay on the cops, he'd been told. Carter didn't have to prove his innocence. They had to prove he'd done something wrong. That was the theory, anyway. Carter had also learned to shut up until his lawyer was in the room. The minute he started talking, things could go bad fast. Unlike on television shows he rarely watched, the lawyer didn't just sit there and let his client be goaded into answering the clever detectives. The lawyer assessed the questions and decided whether it was in the best interest of his client for the question to be answered at all. So Carter sat still, his hands flat on the edge of the table, and waited. The men facing him were the sheriff and a deputy, not Ross. Ross had driven up when Carter had been unloaded at the courthouse and started to follow them in, but the sheriff had said, "Conflict of interest, Campbell," and walked Carter away. Carter had looked back at his little brother, who was watching with a scowl. Carter had known that any second Ross would open his mouth and say something that would get him into trouble. "It's okay, buddy," Carter had said. He'd given Ross the look he had when they were kids, signaling Ross to let him take care of it. Ross had always tried to defend Carter, and often ended up paying for it, whether against bullies or someone in authority. The deputy, Rafael Sanchez, who was a good friend of Ross's, wasn't happy he had to question Carter. The sheriff, on the other hand, sat with a slow smile on his face. Hennessy had been giving Carter hell for years. The door opened and Billy was ushered in. Ross must have ensured he was called. "Sheriff, Deputy Sanchez." Billy gave each a cordial nod in turn. "Can we come quickly to the point? Carter has many responsibilities at his place of business and a daughter to look after." "Fair enough," Hennessy said, pretending to be reasonable. Hennessy didn't start the recorder, which could be good or could be bad. Carter could deny anything he said in here if it wasn't on tape, but then so could Hennessy. Hennessy began. "This afternoon, Elizabeth Fredrickson, who was released into her parents' care this morning, went missing from the Fredricksons' apartment in Houston. She was home alone, and there were signs of a break-in and a struggle. A truck the same make, model, and color as one belonging to Carter Sullivan was seen alongside the apartment building, and a coffee receipt with Carter's name and last 4 digits of one of his credit cards was found in her bedroom." Shit. Carter betrayed none of his thoughts on his face, but this was bad. While he had no love for Lizzie, he didn't wish an abduction or kidnapping on her. He had a pretty good idea who would do something like that as well. On the other hand, Carter wouldn't put it past Lizzie to fake her own abduction in order to run. Planting a receipt and renting a truck similar to Carter's wouldn't be that hard, especially if she had help. Billy folded his hands. He was a big man, but in his designer suit, neatly groomed, he looked formidable in a letter-of-the-law way. Anyone could have stolen Carter's credit card or card number and made a purchase. Cards can also be faked. You have a receipt and a truck, which might or might not have been my client's. Is that all? Hennessy looked annoyed. I'm willing to give Carter the benefit of the doubt. All he has to do is tell me where he was today and names of witnesses who saw him. How about witnesses who saw him buy the coffee or park the truck? Billy asked smoothly. Hennessy shrugged. He either answers or I charge him, and then he can think about his answer for the hearing. Charging him meant locking Carter up for the night until he could arrange bail, if the justice he came before even granted it. That meant Faith at home without him and a mark against Carter when it came to a custody hearing. Was Carter Sullivan so crazed he'd abduct his daughter's mother to keep her away from Faith? The trouble was, Carter would think of doing something like that, and a judge and jury in River County would know it. In Texas, custody cases could be tried before a jury, which meant a bunch of people staring at Carter across the courtroom, deciding whether he was a good father. I was in Houston, Carter said abruptly. Earlier today. Sullivan? Billy cut him off, shooting him a warning glance. I'll do the answering. Carter rocked back in his chair. The next best thing to silence was the absolute truth. I was there around noon. Didn't stay long. Got home in time to pick my daughter up from school at 4:30. Hennessy gave one blink of surprise before he masked his reaction. He hadn't truly thought he could place Carter in Houston today, which meant he didn't really think Carter had done it. What did you do there? Hennessy asked in a mild tone. I'd like a moment to confer with my client, Billy said sharply. Carter shook his head. I was there, but not at any fancy apartment complex. I don't even know where Lizzie's parents live. I went to visit an old acquaintance. I see, Hennessy said. Will this acquaintance vouch for you? Doubt it. Had a fight with him and his boys. It's where I got this. Carter pointed to the cut on his face. If you want to question Joss Brady, good luck, but maybe someone down by his place saw me. Not that they talk to cops much. I drove straight back from there to Riverbend and never stopped for coffee. You arrived in Riverbend at what time? Hennessy asked. He fiddled with the pen on the table, not looking at Carter. Don't remember exactly, Carter said. Must have been sometime after 3. Faith stayed late at school for a science thing and was done at 4:30. Like I said, I was there to pick her up. And between 3 and 4:30? Carter shrugged. Went home, took a shower. Anyone see you? Carter kept his face carefully neutral. He'd not pull Grace into this no matter what. Don't know. Everyone was out. Don't know if the guys working the stable saw me or not. Someone probably did. Ask them. Hennessy met his gaze now, frown in place. All your employees are very loyal to you. They'd lie to protect you. I can't help that. Carter fell silent again. He'd given them most of the truth, and that was all Hennessy was going to get. It was up to the sheriff to figure out what really happened. There was a soft knock at the door. Sanchez got up to answer it, spoke to the uniformed guard outside, then turned around. A woman's here to talk to Sullivan's lawyer. Carter looked up, perplexed. Who? His mom? No, Sanchez would have said that. Everyone knew Olivia. If Lizzie had decided to come in and confess she'd abducted herself, he would have said that too. It sure as hell better not be Grace. Billy rose. Carter's told you his story. Either charge him or let him go. Hennessy took a long time to consider. Sanchez closed the door and stood against it, as though worried Carter might try to make a break for it. Hennessy tapped the pencil to the table, then dropped it. The pencil rolled across the metal with a grating sound. "All right, go," he said to Carter. "Stay in Riverbend. I'll be in touch." Carter cranked to his feet and leisurely made his way to the door, as though he had all the time in the world. Sanchez moved aside, even opened the door for him. Carter had known Sanchez a long time. They'd neither clashed nor been friends. Billy was right behind him. Billy would yell at Carter for talking without his permission, he knew, but the man would have to get over it. Carter walked out of the hall into the front area, which was mostly empty except for the security guards, the bag check and metal detector machines, and a short counter where people asked information about all the services the courthouse provided. The young woman waiting to see Billy was Grace. She stood with Ross, who'd obviously come out to discover what she was doing here.
"Mr. Emmons?"
Grace said, coming forward. She wore the same light top and jean shorts Carter had stripped from her earlier to make love. Carter's heart beat swiftly as tactile sensations came back to him. The smooth buttons against the fabric, the warmth of Grace beneath, the scratchy lace of her bra giving way to the softness of her. He wished more than anything he'd spent all morning in bed with her, and all afternoon as well, and that she'd be in his bed this coming night. He hated Hennessy and Joss and Lizzie for throwing complications into his life. Carter wanted nothing but simplicity and Grace.
"Mr. Emmons, you hung up on me before I could explain,"
Grace was saying.
"If the sheriff needs to know where Carter was after he got back to the ranch, I can give him an alibi. Between 3 and about 4:15, he was with me."
Carter started for her. Ross got in his way, and so did Billy. Billy, looking interested, went to Grace. "You can swear to that?" Billy asked, sounding eager. "You'd say that under oath if you had to. He was with you every minute."
"Yes,"
Grace said. "No," Carter snapped at the same time. There weren't many people in the foyer, but this courthouse was a crossroads for the county. People came for marriage licenses, property records, passports, to pay speeding tickets, all kinds of things. So the half-dozen or so folks waiting in line for whatever all turned around to listen to Grace.
"Carter, it's important,"
Grace said.
"I know Carter was with me that whole time, because we were, you know."
She started to blush, but looked not in the least ashamed.
"But it's all right," she added quickly. "It's only natural."
Grace looked Carter full in the eyes, as though willing him to back her up.
"We're engaged."
Chapter 10. The men arrayed in front of Grace stared at her dumbfounded. Gasps, murmurs, and laughter sounded on the other side of the lobby. One young man across the room said in a loud voice, "Are you shitting me?" Only Carter didn't gape. He strode forward, caught Grace under the arm, and half-escorted, half-dragged her out of the courthouse. The River County Courthouse sat on the town square, with a nicely kept park shadowed by large trees around it. It fronted the busiest street in town, which had been revived lately with new businesses and shops. Carter propelled Grace away from the parking lot and into the gardens, turning her to face him when they were far from passers-by. "What in the hell was that?" he demanded. His face was hard, rage glittering in his eyes.
"Me keeping you out of jail."
Grace tried to sound calm, not easy with Carter looking at her like that.
"When I called Mr. Emmons and told him you'd been arrested, he instructed me to try to find people who'd been with you today, especially this afternoon, when you disappeared for a while. I didn't get the chance to tell him then that you were with me."
"That's none of anyone's damn business," Carter said in a near shout. "What happened to keeping it private? I told you to stay the fuck away from my problems."
Grace planted her hands on her hips.
"And do what? Bake cookies while you're dumped in jail? I know Sheriff Hennessy doesn't like you. He'd be thrilled to charge you with something and cart you away from Riverbend forever."
"You let me take care of that."
Carter's mouth was a grim line.
"The best thing to do in circumstances like these is shut up, not announce in the middle of the courthouse that you were sleeping with me. In 5 minutes the whole county's gonna know.
So? Grace gave him a defiant look. I'm not ashamed of what we did. If you are, well, thanks a lot. She couldn't stand here any longer and face his angry stare. Grace turned to walk away, but Carter caught her again.
We're not done, not even close. What the hell was the engaged thing about? It wasn't bad enough you told the world we had a quick fuck?
Grace flinched. Was that what it was? So glad you explained it to me. I said we were engaged so people wouldn't come down on you. I know what they think of you, and of me. They'd believe you seduced stupid, innocent Grace, poor thing. Maybe you did it to give yourself an alibi. Or maybe just because you're a reprobate, and that's what you do. If we're engaged, then everyone will think it was a mutual thing, a being-in-love thing. It gives it legitimacy.
We wouldn't need legitimacy if you hadn't announced it at the top of your voice. I was trying to keep it to ourselves.
I'm sure that would be a comfort while you were rotting in prison. What is wrong with you, Carter? If I can prove your innocence and keep Faith from having to talk to her dad through a thick sheet of glass, why the hell wouldn't I? Does it matter if people know we went to bed together? They can suck it up.
Shit.
Carter backed off a little, but his face was dark with anger.
And what about when my mom asks us when the date is, or our friends start buying us wedding presents? They're gonna be disappointed when they get to the church and we don't show up.
Grace gave him a patient look. We go along with it for a while, until Lizzie's found and this whole custody thing is settled. Then we tell people it didn't work out. We'll break up long before I fill out my bridal registry.
Grace? Carter's face was brick red. No one is going to believe that you are engaged to me.
Why not? We've known each other forever. I work at the house. Faith likes me.
Because they're not that gullible.
His shout rang into the heat under the trees.
You're from a good family. You're pristine. You're untouchable. I'm a gang kid from the streets who lived on the Campbell's charity. I'm working to pay back every penny they ever gave me. But no one gives a shit about that.
You used to be a gang kid. Now you're a responsible father, run a business with your brothers, and have a career. I let an idiot cheat me out of my dreams and my savings, and now I'm enjoying the Campbell's charity. It all comes out in the wash. Get over yourself, Carter.
Carter stared at her for an astounded moment. Grace stared right back. Pristine? Untouchable? What was he talking about? She'd thought that Carter at least would view her as a regular human being. Damn it, Grace. Grace balled her fists.
Damn it, Carter.
Carter drew a breath to continue the argument. Then he snapped his mouth closed. Billy was charging over to them, his briefcase swinging.
This is great, he called out as he neared them. Why didn't you tell me, Carter?
Because it's
Carter doesn't like to talk about it. Grace cut in, before Carter could say bullshit. He's not happy discussing anything personal. I'm going to have to work on that.
This is perfect. Billy's eyes were shining, the big man sweating in his suit.
I told you that you needed to be settled down, show that you're a stable, respectable member of society. An engagement to the daughter of a prominent family of River County is perfect. Everyone knows there's nothing wrong with Grace Mallory. He sounded so confident that Grace started to get offended. Grace, the safe choice. Not really what a girl wanted to hear. She'd put up with it for now, but she was going to have to do something about her nice girl image.
Billy, Carter broke in. She made up.
Billy raised his hands and spoke through Carter's words. Don't tell me things I don't want to know. I don't care. What you two work out, you two work out. Go with it. And don't fuck it up. I need to make some calls. He spun on the toes of his Armani shoes and tripped lightly toward the parking lot. Well, Grace said, watching him go, at least I've made one person happy today.
What in the hell am I supposed to tell Faith? Carter bellowed.
Oh. Grace's cockiness came down with a crash. Faith. She'd be delirious with excitement when she heard Grace and her father were engaged, and severely disappointed when they broke it off.
Yeah, Carter said. We're going to tell her the truth, right from the start.
Grace swallowed. The bright colors had gone out of the air. The trees were not so green. The sky is blue. Her heart squeezed.
"Okay," she said. "Deal."
By the time Carter reached home, Faith already knew.
"Dad!"
She charged up the hill from the office, her small boots kicking up dust, her braided pigtails swinging.
"Dad, you did something smart after all."
She slammed into Carter as he emerged from his pickup, squeezing her slim arms around him.
"Why didn't you tell me?"
Faith backed up, too excited to stand still, and smacked him on the thighs.
"I had to hear it from Uncle Tyler. How dare you keep secrets from me?"
She was smiling broadly, her tone teasing. Carter leaned down and lifted her into his arms. Though Faith was now 9, and growing taller every day, Carter still liked to hold her. One day he wouldn't be able to do this. All too soon she'd be a young woman, beautiful, sweet, and a magnet for every young man in Riverbend. Carter would have to carry a shotgun and guard her everywhere she went. Faith, baby. Carter had vowed to tell her the truth, but the words came reluctantly. We're not really engaged. We're just pretending. But don't tell anybody, okay? Grace said that to make sure Sheriff Hennessy didn't lock me up. Faith frowned, then her brow cleared.
"Give me a break, Dad."
You know I'd never keep anything like that from you. Grace and I are going to pretend to be engaged for now, and then pretend to break up. Faith shoved at him, and Carter set her on her feet. Faith rubbed her hair in a gesture like Carter's own.
"It's real," she said. "You just don't know it yet."
Faith. She held up her hands.
All right. I won't say anything."
She shot him a grin.
"But I don't promise not to tease you. I know. You can make the big announcement at my birthday party Friday. The official announcement, I mean."
Carter frowned. There's not going to be any announcement. Faith's brows rose as she looked right into his angry eyes. The trouble was, Carter might frighten the hardiest men in Riverbend and terrify thugs in every city in Texas. But the one person who'd never been scared of him was his daughter. Faith knew that the real Carter Sullivan was a shy kid who feared he could trust no one. On the streets, you were victim or conqueror, and he'd learned early on how not to be a victim. Faith, who'd grown up safe and loved from the moment she'd landed in Carter's arms, had no fear of her formidable father, which was fine with Carter. He never wanted her to be afraid of him. She said,
"I think you owe it to Grace, to the rest of your family, to make the announcement. Let them be happy for you. For a while."
Faith, baby, I'm not going to do that. Where had she learned to look at him like this? A hard hazel stare, brows slightly drawn, determination in every line of her body. Oh, yeah. Carter saw the same kind of expression in the mirror almost every day.
"Yes, you are, Dad," she said. "Promise me, or I'm canceling the party."
Like hell you are. Faith pretended to consider.
"I think Grandma would be disappointed if we had to cancel again. If I cry and say I only wanted my daddy to make it a perfect day by telling everyone he was marrying Grace, who do you think Grandma would be madder at?"
Carter stared at her as he realized exactly how difficult his life was about to become. Faith only gazed at him, her hazel eyes wide, all innocence. I never knew you were such a devious little shit, Carter said in wonderment. Faith patted his big hand.
"I'm Carter Sullivan's daughter, and the Campbell's niece. Where do you think I learned it?"
All right, Carter said, resigned. We'll have the party, and I'll announce it. But you gotta back me up. Go along with it now, and when Grace and I break up, you go with that too. Faith cocked her head.
"I'm not making any promises. I bet you'll end up marrying Grace, no matter what you think."
Sorry, baby. There's way too much going on for something like that to happen any time soon. Faith's look was severe.
"Then stop sleeping with her. Oh, yeah, Tyler told me that, too."
For Grace, everything that happened after the courthouse was a blur. She made herself remember to stop and pick up supplies for all the baking for Faith's party, and pretended to ignore the stares and smiles at the corner grocery store. News traveled fast in Riverbend. She got back to the ranch somehow, happy the place looked relatively quiet. Not for long, though. When she parked in the lot set aside for those who worked on the ranch, Tyler came jogging up from the corrals. "That's my girl." Tyler dragged Grace off her feet and spun her around in a hug. "I don't know what the hell you did to him." He set her down with a thump. "But keep doing it." Grace looked around nervously.
"Is Carter here?"
"Sure is. He's in the office with Ross, trying to figure out what the hell happened with Lizzie." Grace let out a breath in relief, opened her trunk, and dragged out her bags of groceries.
"What did happen with Lizzie?"
Tyler gallantly took the bags from her hands, but he lost his smile. "No one knows yet, but Carter didn't have anything to do with it, I know. Damn it, I wish he'd told me he was going to run off to Houston. I'd have gone with him, made sure he stayed out of trouble."
"I think you all should cut him some slack,"
Grace said in sudden vehemence. She was exhausted from worrying about Carter, from her impulse to announce he'd been with her, from his anger at her for her audacity. Tyler stared at her. "Cool down, kitten. I just mean if I'd been with him, there'd have been no question of him going anywhere near Lizzie. But he went to the courthouse in Fredericksburg and yelled at her in front of too many witnesses. He shouldn't have done that either."
"I know,"
Grace said.
"That's why I'm trying to help him. Now I have a lot to do, which I wouldn't if you all didn't eat so much."
Tyler, instead of being offended, sent her a wide smile. "I think you'd be used to it with Kyle and Ray. You know, when most women get engaged, they're bubbling and happy. Never met one who was crabby about it." Grace grabbed one last bag from the trunk and slammed the lid.
"Oh, just go away."
"Can't." Tyler started for the house. "I'm carrying your groceries." Grace hurried after him, Tyler's long stride leaving her in the dust. He was whistling. Grace managed to get rid of Tyler, who was very, very happy Grace had decided to marry Carter, and started in on dinner. Her solitude didn't last long. The rest of the Campbells, as they gathered at the ranch after their work days, had to charge into the kitchen to see her and exclaim over the good news. Bailey and Christina were thrilled. They started planning the bridal shower then and there.
"We haven't discussed anything yet."
Grace tried to put them off by saying.
"Doesn't matter,"
Bailey said. She enfolded Grace in a hug, her extended belly pressed to Grace's side.
"Christina and I know what to do. We'll call Lucy and have it all fixed up by the time you let us know a date."
Christina's eyes were moist as she hugged Grace tight.
"You poor thing. I'm so hormonal right now I cry at the drop of a hat. You're going to have to put up with me. I'm just so happy for you."
Grace returned the hugs, her heart burning. She'd had no idea the family would react so positively. She thought they'd be stunned and maybe even appalled. Then again, Grace hadn't really thought about it at all. She'd seen Carter drowning and thrown him a rope. As the girls chattered, hugged, and cried some more, Adam, the head of the Campbell family, came into the kitchen. He too swept Grace into a hug, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "I'm glad, Grace." His warm blue eyes canceled out the scars that marred his face. "He needs this." Only Grant voiced any misgivings. He waited until Christina and Bailey had fluttered out, already deep in planning, followed by Adam, who watched Bailey with such a loving look it pierced Grace's heart. Then Grant beckoned Grace out onto the back porch. "You all right?" he asked. Grant, the playboy Campbell with wicked blue eyes, had become a man of deep happiness since he'd married Christina. He'd also been the one who'd secured Grace the job here at Circle C.
"Sure,"
Grace said, keeping up her smile.
"Why wouldn't I be?"
"Because Carter can be tough to handle." Grant spoke seriously. "Don't let him hurt you, Grace, or push you into what you don't want." Grant obviously thought the engagement was Carter's idea.
"He's not,"
Grace said quickly.
"I'll be fine, I promise you."
Grant studied her a time, his gaze quiet. "All right, but if he messes with you in any way, you come and tell me. I've kicked his ass before, and I can do it again. Well, with help."
"I want this,"
Grace said. She went to him and squeezed his hands.
"Besides, he has faith to keep him in line."
Grant conceded this. "True, Between the two of you, my poor brother doesn't have a chance." He chuckled. "As it should be." Carter woke in the middle of the night, or he thought it was the middle of the night. A look at his clock told him it was 11:20. He'd been in bed asleep for all of 15 minutes. Supper had been an ordeal. The family expected Carter and Grace to be the happy couple. Carter needed to tell them it was a lie, but with them all grinning and joking, he hadn't had the heart. Faith ate placidly, but every once in a while she'd shot Carter a warning look, her expression stern. Grace, instead of being shy and awkward, aware that the world knew she'd taken a roll in the hay with Carter, faced the family with aplomb. She took the brother's ribbing without flinching, and slid her hand over Carter's where he rested it on the table. At her cool touch, Carter's roiling emotions calmed. He looked down at her fingers, small and plump, on his scarred ones in wonder. She was stillness and sun-dappled water. He was darkness and dust. His darkness hungered for her light. "I want it to be real." The thought stole through Carter's head. No surprise. He'd always wanted to be with Grace, had watched her from afar for too long. Today, when he'd been falling, she'd reached out to help him. Carter lifted his fingers so they'd twine through hers, her smooth skin a balm to his soul. Grace flashed him a glance and then a little smile. After supper, the ranch quieted down, thankfully. Grant and Christina went home to their cozy house in Riverbend. Tyler and Ross also went home, and Adam and Bailey retreated to their new house down the road. Carter put Faith to bed like always, tucking her in and kissing her good night.
"I've been adding Grace to my prayers,"
Faith said as she looked up at him in serenity.
"That's okay, right? She's almost one of the family."
"It's okay to put anyone in your prayers," Carter said. "Everyone needs praying for."
"Good."
Faith gave him a sly look.
"I'll get right to it then."
Carter kissed her again, pretending not to understand she was going to be asking God for him and Grace to get together, and left her room, turning out her light and shutting the door. He'd returned to his own room, tried to focus on some contracts he had to go through, and forget about this day. He couldn't. Carter had been taken in for questioning, accused of abducting Lizzie. Ross was still trying to find out what exactly had happened, but that paled against the glory of making love to Grace. He'd stood at the foot of the bed for a long time, staring at the still rumpled covers, remembering every moment of Grace there with him. Finally, he'd made himself switch out the light and crawl beneath the sheets. In spite of his spinning thoughts, his tired body sent him to sleep. Relief. Except Carter popped awake only a short time later, to lie there staring at the darkness. To hell with this. He'd go to the office, do more work, take a brief walk in the moonlight. Something. Carter got up and pulled on his clothes. He'd slept in his skin, so it didn't take long to be fully dressed again. On his way out of the room, a memory struck him, forgotten in all that had happened. When Carter had come out of the shower this afternoon, he'd caught Grace at his dresser, sliding something into a drawer. A secret, she'd said, a surprise from Faith. Curious, Carter turned back and opened the top drawer. Under a layer of his socks was a thin tissue-wrapped package. Carter drew it out, mystified, and opened it. Chapter 11. Carter pulled back the folds of tissue and stopped. His own face stared up at him, next to that of his daughter. In the photo, his arms were wrapped around Faith while he leaned down to her. Both of them wore cowboy hats, Faith holding a blue ribbon she'd won for horseback riding at the fall festival. Faith was grinning widely, her eyes sparkling. Ross had taken the picture, catching Carter in a smile, pride obvious on his face. The photo was in a thick white frame with little blue hearts all over it. In the middle, under the photo, were the words, "Love you, Dad." The frame was handmade, a gift for him he was supposed to stumble across by accident. Carter imagined Faith's giggles while she planned the surprise, and the glee with which she'd drawn Grace into the conspiracy. The gift wasn't for any specific occasion, Carter knew. Faith enjoyed random acts of kindness. His vision blurred. Damn it. He really needed more sleep. Carter would go in right now, press a kiss to Faith's cheek, leave the photo standing on her nightstand with a sticky note that said, "Thank you." Faith liked when he left her sticky notes. As he moved to the outer room and his desk, he heard a faint noise somewhere in the dark house. Carter instantly went silent. He laid down the frame without a sound and opened the door to his suite. A light glimmered faintly at the other end of the long hall to the living room, its glow creating disturbing shadows. Carter was very aware he was the only able-bodied male in the house. His mother and daughter were in bed, his brothers gone home, the guys who lived in rooms at the stables probably asleep. He thought about Lizzie's disappearance today. While Carter strongly suspected she'd faked her abduction for her own purposes, who knew what had really happened? He wouldn't put it past her to send someone here to grab Faith, or try to sneak in herself. He didn't trust Joss not to come here exacting revenge for Carter smacking him around at his shop either. Carter hadn't bothered to put on his boots, and now he crept down the house's main hall in his stocking feet. He let himself blend into the shadows in the living room, but there was no one there. The light came from the kitchen, and now he heard a strange, high-pitched noise. He very quietly moved across the living room and pushed open the kitchen's swinging door. Grace was standing at the large island in the middle of the kitchen, surrounded by bowls, measuring cups, pans, and various other utensils. She had earbuds in her ears, the wires snaking to her apron pocket, and she was humming off-key to whatever song she heard. Carter walked all the way into the kitchen, not bothering with stealth. Grace didn't hear his step or the door swinging closed, catching, and coming open again. Carter moved around the island until he faced Grace across it. Grace jerked her head up, gasped, and took a startled step backward. She slipped on something and went down. Her flailing hand caught a steel bowl, which followed her and landed with a clang. Carter was around the island instantly, reaching for Grace. "What the—" Carter stopped when Grace looked at him blankly, and he tugged one earbud from her ear. The tinny sound of music poured out. "What are you still doing here?" Grace had flour on her nose again, and on her apron, her fingers, and smeared on her lips. She flushed bright red, which made the flour stand out all the more, thrust her hand into her apron pocket, and shut off the music.
"Your mom said I could stay and test some recipes. You want to help me up? And clean up the creme anglaise you just spilled?"
"The what?"
"Creme— never mind."
She grabbed onto his arms, and Carter set her on her feet. "That for the birthday party?" Carter asked her as he picked up the bowl. Some of the pale yellow substance inside dribbled onto his thumb, and he licked it clean. Smooth sweetness glided into his mouth.
"No."
Grace grabbed a rag, dropped to the floor again, and wiped up the spill.
"I want to open my own bakery, remember? I'm trying to come up with irresistible pastries. Mrs. Ward said she might let me test them out on her customers."
"Why are you doing it in the middle of the night?" Carter had more of the yellow cream on his finger. He licked the smear off, enjoying the taste.
"It's not the middle of the night."
Grace hoisted herself up on the lip of the counter, threw the rag across the room to the sink, and grabbed the bowl. Another splash of yellow cream started to spill out. Carter caught the thick liquid on his finger and popped it into his mouth. "This stuff's good." Grace blushed and ducked her head.
"Thank you."
"It's 11-something. Close enough to the middle of the night." Grace glanced out the window as though astonished it wasn't still daylight, and pulled off her apron.
"Really? I must have lost track of time."
"I swear I saw you go home." He'd wanted to say good night to her, but she'd slipped out to her car after the dinner's cleanup before he'd realized she'd gone.
"I came back,"
Grace said.
"Obviously. I went out for more eggs. I didn't get enough, it turned out. By the time I got here again, you'd shut yourself up in your suite."
Carter set the bowl on the counter. "One more lick." He skimmed his finger along the inside and sucked the cream from the tip. "You know, you have a kitchen at your house."
"Yep, and 2 brothers."
Carter immediately understood what she meant. You haven't talked to them yet.
Kyle called me, yelled. I told him to go stuff himself.
Carter was sorry he'd missed that. Tell him the truth. He'll calm down. Grace started to nod. Then she slanted him a glance so full of wicked delight that Carter's body went tight.
I don't think I will. Let him stew. He'll feel stupid when it's over. Maybe stop giving me a hard time.
Does he give you a hard time? Carter asked. Tell him I said to stop.
He's a big brother. Very protective. You'd know something about that.
Her amusement died.
Besides, I'm very tired of being the goody two-shoes of Riverbend. You heard what your lawyer said. Everyone knows there's nothing wrong with Grace Mallory. Even you said I was pristine and untouchable. Ick.
Her indignation made Carter want to smile. Grace, honey, you can't help it. Like I said, it isn't what you do. It's what you are.
Oh, yeah?
Grace's brows slammed together.
How about if I do something really bad? Like, I don't know.
She looked around the room as though willing it to turn into a biker bar.
Like this.
She scooped the creme from the bowl into her hand and flung it against Carter's T-shirt. He looked down at the light yellow smear across the black shirt that clung to his pecs. What the fuck? Grace, laughing, flung another handful. It struck him across the cheek and dropped with a runny splat to his shoulder. He glared at her in mock outrage. You little shit.
Told you. I'm tired of being good.
She reached for the bowl again. Carter lunged for it. Grace grabbed it and danced away, and at the last minute Carter picked up a different bowl, the one he'd really been going for. It was filled with thick, soft whipped cream. Easier to scoop. Carter flung it in a perfect baseball pitch to catch Grace across the chest, neck, and chin. She stifled her squeal, as though not wanting to wake the sleeping house. What a sweetie. A true bad girl would have screamed at him, uncaring who she woke. Grace didn't wait long to retaliate. She scooped out the last of the creme anglaise and flung it at Carter. He dodged, but got a lot on his cheek. The cream was silken smooth and ran down his face in a perfect teardrop. Now Grace was out of ammunition. Carter gave her an evil look and took a handful of whipped cream. Grace's eyes widened. She put up her arms and ducked, but Carter got her, cream spattering her shirt and hair. He then scooped up another glob. There was a lot left in the bowl. Grace shook cream off her hands, saw in alarm he wasn't finished, and took off out the back door. Carter was right behind her. Surely he'd end the game. Call Grace to come on back in, help her start cleaning up. Nope, he kept coming. Grace ran up the hill to the left of the house, away from the lights lining the driveway. Out toward the field the bluebonnets turned a vibrant blue-violet in the spring. Carter, with his longer stride, caught her before she'd gone 10 yards. He grabbed her round the waist with one arm, swinging her back to him. Grace tripped on clumps of grass and fell, Carter cradling her as he went down with her. Grace landed on her back on dry autumn grass, Carter half on top of her. He still had the bowl of cream she'd whipped to perfect, stiff peaks. The bowl landed next to them, and Carter pulled Grace's shirt up. Grace was just lamenting that her bra was going to be a sticky mess when he unsnapped it and pushed it out of the way. A glob of whipped cream landed on her breast, decorating her nipple, which tightened to look like the cream had when she'd finished whipping it. Carter gave her a wicked look and closed his mouth over her cream-smeared nipple. His tongue danced, teeth and lips sucking her clean. Grace arched up with a small gasp, her hands seeking his body. His shirt was in the way. Grace tugged on it as Carter continued licking. She managed to lift the shirt to his shoulders, at last smoothing his hot skin. Stars marched overhead, the heavens open. Grace focused on the brightest one, unable to remember its name right now, but it hardly mattered. Carter was on her, his hands and mouth bringing her to life. When he raised his head, Grace scooped her fingers through the cream and smeared some down his nose. Carter rumbled at her. "I'll make you pay for that." Grace raised up and licked away the cream.
You're cute.
Hey, no one calls me cute, darling.
All right. You're hot.
Grace put one hand behind her head to lie back and admire him. He had fight scars on his face, plus those from falling off horses, and had overall been weathered by Texas sunshine. His hazel eyes glittered in the starlight. His mouth, always hard, was pulled down in one corner by another scar. Grace reached out and traced that scar. Carter went still. His mouth turned down even more, a frown creasing his brows. The next thing Grace knew, her shirt and bra were being pulled off over her head. Splat went cream on her chest, cold. Grace jumped, grass against her bare back. Carter's fake scowl fled. He chuckled as he bent to her, swirling up the cream with his tongue. You taste sweet. Carter's voice deepened as it dropped to a whisper. 'Cause you are sweet. He closed his eyes, his breath warm as he continued to lick. Grace tried to lie still, to enjoy the wonderment of having Carter, the man she'd been in love with for years, pleasuring her with his mouth. Her body wouldn't obey. She rocked a little, her hands on his solid shoulders, fingers sliding to his hair. Carter kept his hair very short, easier for working and riding, but there was enough silken buzz to delight her fingertips. Carter made a sound low in his throat, and he closed his mouth all the way over her breast. The cream was about gone from her skin, but Carter kept on, his mouth a hot place. He went slowly, swirling his tongue, pulling back to nip, then taking her breast again. Warm, easy pleasure. Grace moved her hands to his back, gliding across his skin, pulling him closer. When Carter lifted his head, Grace almost whimpered in disappointment. Cool air touched her breasts where his mouth had been. Carter pulled his T-shirt the rest of the way off and dropped it beside him. He came back down to Grace, then he kissed his way to her abdomen. A dollop of cream landed in her belly button. Grace squeaked as Carter started to lick that as well. Enough. Grace was the one who was supposed to be bad here. She pushed at his shoulders, locked her legs around him, and tried to shove him off balance. Carter went over, but only because he wanted to. He landed on his back, square on the T-shirt he'd dropped, as though he'd planned it. His arms closed around Grace, drawing her on top of him. She looked down at his face that his difficult life couldn't mar, touched it, then she kissed him. She tasted the cream she'd sweetened with a little bit of sugar and vanilla, plus the crème anglaise he'd eaten before. Grace deepened the kiss, warmth flooding her body as his arms came around her, and he held her in a true embrace. Carter kissed her thoroughly, his tongue sweeping into her mouth, his arms strong, possessive. He wrapped a blue-jeaned leg around hers, his strong bare foot caressing her calf. Carter's hand in her hair was gentle, a contrast to his forceful kiss. He was a tough man, but also kind in his heart, a protector. The love he gave to Faith was evident and real. Carter eased the kiss to its end. Grace looked down at him, her breast firmly against his chest. She felt his heart beating swiftly, the perspiration on his skin that had nothing to do with the warmth of the night. They looked at each other, stillness and moonlight surrounding them. Grace. Grace touched her finger to his lips.
Don't say anything.
Carter seemed to understand. If they talked about real life, if they broke this spell, the bad and ugly would come rushing in. The bowl of cream rested on the grass within Grace's reach. To her satisfaction, it was still half full of whipped cream. Nice. Grace broke into a smile, scooped up the cream, and plopped it to Carter's chest. He jumped, reaching to wipe it off. Grace stilled his hands and pressed her tongue to his flesh. The tang of Carter complemented the cream. Grace plied her tongue to him as he had to her, licking her way to his nipple. More cream needed. She reached for the bowl without raising her head, then lifted away enough to slather cream to his tightened nipples. "What are you doing?" he asked in a slow drawl. Grace flicked her tongue over him.
Being bad, she said. Being bad in the grass with Carter Sullivan.
He shook with silent laughter. Why is that so important to you? Grace kept on licking.
I'm tired of being the safe choice. The girl guys don't want to have fun with, but don't worry about taking home to their mom.
Hey, my mom likes you. Grace gave him an impatient look.
Not the point.
Carter ran a hand through her loosened hair. You can't just turn bad, sweetheart. That's not how it works. Grace frowned at him. Today she'd thrown off her inhibitions, yanked away this man's towel, and made hot love with him on his bed. And now he lay under her, while she had her shirt off, and told her no way would she be anything other than the angel everyone thought she was, the woman other girls never minded leaving alone with their boyfriends. It's just Grace, she'd actually heard a woman say of her. Nothing to worry about. Oh, yeah? She thought. Now Grace was lying outside, half-naked with the town's baddest bad boy. Carter hadn't bothered with a belt tonight. Grace easily popped open the top button of his jeans and slid down the zipper. Carter caught her hands. What do you think you're doing?
Proving you wrong.
Grace yanked open his jeans and jerked them down a little. He hadn't bothered with underwear either. That fact made her already rapid heartbeat trip faster. His very stiff cock lay against his abdomen, beckoning her touch. Grace grabbed the bowl of cream, upended it, and sent the rest of its contents right over his waiting cock. Chapter 12. Carter let out a yell as the well-chilled cream landed on his exposed cock and balls. Damn, woman, that's cold.
Then let me warm it up,
his dream angel said, and she bowed her head and closed her mouth over him. Holy fuck. This was no dream, and she was no out-of-reach angel. She was Grace, beautiful woman who filled the empty parts of Carter's soul. She was also Grace with the wicked smile, who blushed even as she claimed she wanted to be bad. Oh, I'll let you be bad to me, darling, he thought. Carter had realized before that Grace had never had a man go down on her. Now he realized she'd never gone down on a man. She didn't know quite what to do, but with all her licking, kissing, and exploring, it didn't matter. Plus, she was catching on real quick. Carter ran his hand through her sleek hair, rocking his hips. He should stop her, tell her they needed to go back inside, clean the place up. His mom might come out any second to investigate. Faith wasn't allowed outside after dark without someone with her, but that didn't mean she wouldn't break the rules and run out here if she thought something was wrong. Nothing was wrong. It was so right. The ends of Grace's hair brushed his thighs, a light touch that drove him wild. Her tongue and lips took up all the cream, licking, sucking, nipping. Just when he thought she'd raise her head, finished, she studied his tip, then carefully closed her mouth around it. Carter let out a groan. Grace, sweetheart, beautiful. Grace didn't stop, didn't ask with a sly smile if he liked what she did. She simply continued. Carter came up on his elbows, the better to push himself into her mouth. He didn't want to hurt her or scare her, but his body had different ideas. It needed her hot, sweet, wet mouth all over him. Grace nibbled, licked, rubbed her tongue on the most sensitive places of his cock. She didn't quite know what to do, but her innocent questing got Carter harder than if she'd used the most skilled techniques. I need you, he heard himself say. Grace, I need you now. Now and forever, he thought. Stay and make me whole for the first time in my life. Grace. Carter was going to come. He didn't want to do that, not into her mouth. Correction, he wanted Grace taking him down, but that might frighten her off. He imagined her leaping to her feet, running away and never coming back. Only one thing to do. He seized her under the arms and dragged her up his body on top of him. Grace came along easily, pliant, her skin warm. Carter fumbled and tugged until her shorts and underwear came off her. She helped, tossing the clothes aside. Now she was naked in the moonlight, the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. Grace needed little prompting to straddle him, and then Carter lifted himself inside her, pulling at her hips as he slid into her all the way. Grace cried out, her voice ringing into the night. Carter touched her lips, shushing her. Grace only gave him a languid smile, then her head went back as he thrust high inside her. Carter held her hips, encouraging her to ride him. Grace caught on, scooping herself against him while he thrust. It was wild, hot, sticky, beautiful. Moonlight and starlight pooled on Grace's face, shoulders, breasts, shining in her hair. She rocked, her breasts swaying, and Carter lay back and watched her. "I love you." Carter wanted to say it, but the words choked in his throat. Too soon, the heat of the moment. One day he'd tell her. One day he'd try to make this real. For now, he simply enjoyed loving this gorgeous woman, outside under the wide Texas sky. The stars seemed to dance, thick and sparkling on the black satin night. Grace's eyes closed, her mouth twisting as she rose to her greatest pleasure. Her coming wasn't quiet. She called his name, thrust against him as though she wanted to take him so deep inside he'd never get out. Fine with Carter. He gave a shout into the darkness as he came himself, feeling his seed seek her. Then she was falling, collapsing onto his chest, breathing hard, spent. Carter's heart was pounding, his blood searing in his veins, the loneliest part of him crying out in joy. Hold on to her. Never let her go. The commanding voice pushed aside the shy Carter, knowing this woman would complete him. He'd be a fool to let her get away, and he knew it. The shy man wouldn't let him speak all he wanted to, even though Grace was lying full length on him, nude and lovely. "Grace," Carter whispered. He ran shaking hands over her hair, then skimmed them down her welcoming body. Grace lifted her head, her eyes warm, face beautiful in the moonlight.
"Well,"
she said, her breath sweet.
"That was fun."
Carter wouldn't let her go home. He closed up his jeans and helped Grace find and don her clothes before he led the way back to the house. He started to pull on his T-shirt, realized it had been ruined by creme anglaise and whipped cream, and balled it in his hands. Grace liked him better this way, where she could see the sculpted fineness of him, and the jagged lightning tats licking from shoulders to forearms. Grace's clothes were in a likewise sorry condition. She needed a shower and to toss everything into the wash. Wouldn't it be nice to shower with Carter? They could soap each other off, explore a bit more, then fall into bed together. Carter stopped off at the laundry room to drop his shirt in the washer. He grabbed a clean shirt from a basket of clothes on top of the dryer, slid it on, then looked down at it. "This is Tyler's." The shirt's logo was from a bar in Houston that Grace had never heard of. If she was going to be a bad girl, she supposed she should know about bars in Houston.
"It's fine,"
Grace said. She studied the kitchen.
"What a mess. I guess we should clean it up."
"Tomorrow," Carter said. "It's late." Grace carried the bowls for the whipped cream and the creme anglaise to the sink and started running water.
"I'd feel bad if your mom came out to this before I can get here tomorrow. Better to have it done tonight."
Carter came over to her and snapped off the water. "Do it tomorrow. And you can't go home." Grace blinked at him.
"Can't? Why not?"
Carter glanced out the window over the sink. "I'm not letting you drive home by yourself in the dark. I can't drive you because I don't want to leave my mom and Faith out here by themselves. And I'm not going to wake them up so we can all go together."
"I agree, that would be silly."
Grace turned on the water again, squeezed some soap into the bowls.
"So is me not driving home. I do it every night. I've gone later than this."
That was before people from my past started showing up. Carter at least gave in about the cleaning. He started bringing over the measuring cups and the bowls from the island. I figure you got two choices. Call one of your brothers to come drive you home or stay the night."
Grace sent him a dark look. "Oh, thanks. I can't climb into a truck with Kyle or Ray when I look like this. They'll know exactly what I was up to."
Carter didn't smile, but the flicker in his eyes announced his triumph. "Then I guess you're staying here."
"Fine, but I'm still doing the dishes before I go to bed. I can't guarantee I'll wake up in time to straighten up before breakfast."
Carter gave her a short laugh and went to gather the rest of the bowls and spoons from the island.
"What?"
Grace asked when he came back.
"What's so funny?"
"You keep on about wanting to be bad. Sugar, a bad girl wouldn't make sure the kitchen was cleaned up so my mom wouldn't be upset when she came in here in the morning. A bad girl wouldn't give a rat's ass. And she wouldn't argue when her lover asked her to spend the night."
"Lover?"
Grace flushed and busied herself scrubbing a pan.
"That sounds so... not me."
Carter leaned his elbows on the counter. "Not me either. What are we going to do?"
Grace had no idea how to answer him. The charade to keep the sheriff off his back was one thing. Real life was another. "Well, I for one am going to get the burned sugar out of this pan," Grace said. "Then we need to mop the floor."
"Sweetheart, you're a barrel of fun."
"I'm a cook."
Grace slammed more dishes into the sink. The Campbells had a dishwasher, a nice big one, but many of her bowls and pans were professional bakeware that a household dishwasher might ruin.
"Cooks clean, a lot. If I had my own place, I might have a commie or two to help me. Then again, I'd probably still do my share of scrubbing."
"I'd like that to happen for you," Carter said. "Your restaurant."
"Pastry shop and bakery," Grace corrected him. "A true patisserie. It will only happen if I can get together enough money. I'm thinking I'll have to work for someone else in one of the cities, then buy them out."
She sighed.
"I really wanted to stay around here, though. There are enough tourists coming through to make a good customer base. Mrs. Ward might let me sell through her, if I can bring in enough samples for her to try, but I still want my own place."
"You know, I happen to be on the board of a company that helps people buy land and businesses around here."
Grace shook her head. "I don't want to take your money. What if I couldn't pay back the loan? My family was almost on the hook for the last one until I scraped enough together to pay it off. I'd have to leave town and never see you again."
"A bad girl would take the money and run." Carter shook his head. "You're no good at this."
"All right." Grace gave him a glare. "I only want to be bad as long as it doesn't hurt anyone."
Carter broke into a low laugh. "Seriously not good at it."
"I'm just learning," Grace said. "I'll have to practice. If you're just going to lean on the counter and make fun of me, maybe you should go make up the guest room for me instead."
Carter's smile died. "You're not sleeping in a guest room, sweetheart. I have a big bed."
Grace's eyes widened. "And a daughter on the other side of your suite."
"A daughter who isn't stupid. Besides, you're supposed to be my fiancé. What engaged couple sleeps in separate bedrooms?"
"A pretend engaged couple. Carter, come on."
"This was your idea." Carter straightened up only to slide his arms around Grace's waist from behind. "If we're going to play this out, we have to do it all the way. I don't want anyone suspecting it's not true." He pressed a kiss to her neck. "You know how rumors fly around this town. We need to stay together and act as if we like each other."
Grace flushed. "I do like you, Carter."
"Well, that's good."
Carter pressed another kiss to her neck. Grace let go of the pan in the soapy water, closing her eyes.
"I like you, too."
His lips caressed her throat and on across to her shoulder. Her body responded with fire. Grace knew then she'd never be able to walk away from him, from this, not without a world of hurting, from which she wasn't likely to recover. Carter woke in the morning with the feeling that something was wrong, and that something was very right. The something right he found immediately. Grace lay with her back to him, her warmth along his side, her breathing even.
Carter remained still for a long moment. His bed, as he'd claimed, was big, for one person. Until now, Carter had found it roomy. But two people had never slept in it. Carter had kept his liaisons discreet and away from home. Grace, the woman of his dreams, now took up more than her half of the bed, and his heart sang. Her hair was a dark, rich brown, streaked here and there with gold. No one could live their lives under the vast sky of Texas without the sun leaving its mark. Her hair was clean now, but he'd liked it better dotted with cream, hanging in her face while she laughed. They'd taken quick showers last night, separately, Carter staying out in the kitchen, finishing wiping up while she was back here. He knew he'd never keep his hands off her if he didn't. He waited until she was in bed, dropping into exhausted sleep, before he showered and crawled into the snug nest she'd made. The thought of doing that every night was intoxicating. Grace stirred, started, rolled onto her back, and blinked at him. Carter rose on his side, elbow on the pillow. "Morning." He was tongue-tied again, but it didn't seem to matter. Grace, who could have bolted in embarrassment, smiled sleepily at him.
"Morning."
She gazed at him a while longer before a troubled expression creased her face.
"What time is it?"
"Early." The problem with ranch life was that there was no sleeping in. Horses had a schedule they demanded you follow, whether you liked it or not. Grace put her hand to her hair.
"Oh, I must look awful."
"You look beautiful." Carter traced her cheek, and Grace's face softened.
"So do you."
Carter wanted to laugh. The last adjective a woman should use to describe him was beautiful. "I gotta get going," he said. "I don't want to. Would rather stay in here all day."
"I know."
Grace turned her head and kissed his fingers. Then she heaved a resigned sigh.
"But I need to start breakfast. Faith will be waking up, and I should go before she sees me."
Carter didn't think Faith would be all that upset, but one reason he didn't bring women home was so that Faith wouldn't have to run into his conquest for the night. Grace wasn't a conquest. As much as he'd wanted her, Carter had never thought of her as that. Grace sat up and kissed his lips, as though it were the most natural thing in the world, then slid out of bed. She was in her underpants only, the rest of her clothes lying neatly on a chair. Carter remained stretched out on his side, soaking in the warmth she'd left. He enjoyed the way her breasts moved as she reached for her clothes, how her waist curved in a little before her hips flared into the round of her buttocks. Her hair brushed her shoulders, and she flipped it out of the way as she picked up her bra. Her bra hooked in the back, but she pulled the hooks around to her front, clipped the bra closed, then turned it 180 degrees before thrusting her arms through the straps. Huh. Carter never knew women did that. Grace lifted her shirt and looked at it.
"I can't wear this. I need to go home and change."
"Bailey might have left some clothes here she isn't using while she's pregnant. She and Adam aren't all the way moved out." Grace gave him a seriously look.
"Bailey is overall more, petite than I am. I don't think I'll fit into her clothes."
"Then go buy something."
"In Riverbend? Clothes here are for tourists. How many Howdy from Texas or Armadillo shirts can I wear?"
"I don't know. The armadillo ones might be cute."
"Funny."
Grace pulled the top on and then her shorts.
"I'll drive home and change, then come back and start cooking for the day."
She put her hands on her hips.
"Are you going to let me drive across a small town I've lived in all my life by my own self, now that it's daylight?"
Carter threw back the covers and made himself get out of bed. He sure didn't want to. He'd worn underwear to bed, not sure that Grace would want to wake up to him poking her in the back, and not trusting that he wouldn't simply roll onto her and wake her up with some loving. Why'd he think of things like that? It took his head a couple minutes to stop spinning. "I'll go with you," he said. Grace stopped.
"Really? Carter, I'll be all right. It's broad daylight. There'll be lots of people around. I understand why you didn't want me out there after the town went to bed, but it should be fine now."
"You don't know Joss and Lizzie." They're dangerous people. Carter slid into his jeans and grabbed a clean shirt from the closet. We'll drop Faith off at school, let you pack a few things, and come on back. Grace's mouth had dropped open.
Pack a few things? As in, you want me to move in here for a while?
Sure, Carter said. Why not? Chapter 13. Why not? He asked so casually. Carter's drawled words lingered in Grace's thoughts as she prepared a quick and easy breakfast for the three of them. Olivia came into the kitchen and announced that she was meeting people for her morning meal at the diner. She pretended not to notice Grace's same clothes from yesterday, the hair she hadn't quite been able to tame, and the fact that Grace was here this early.
Grace,
Olivia said as she turned to go. Olivia always looked nice, slim and graceful in her southwestern colors and silver and turquoise jewelry.
Be careful.
Grace flushed a hot red.
I'm always careful, I think. Not in this case.
Olivia gave her a look that was wise from raising 5 boys who were reckless and wild.
Carter's special. I saw that in him the moment I met him. The center sent me 5 boys when he came. 4 were typical. They'd do okay in the program, but they'd get tired of it and be back to their old ways. Carter had drive and heart. He wanted something beyond what he had, craved it, but he wasn't going to run over people to get it. He was going to work his butt off instead. I certainly made him do that.
Olivia laughed softly.
He hated me intensely at first, but he understood. He worked, and he showed me he had a great capacity for love. I know he does,
Grace said, slowly stirring the eggs in the frying pan.
Faith is the proof. He has that capacity for everyone,
Olivia said.
That's what you need to understand. But he's afraid of it. I don't blame him. He was hurt bad in his young life. He lets it out with Faith because she's the same way as he is. She loves unconditionally. Don't take Carter's love for granted. To see it in him is a very special thing indeed.
Grace's throat closed up.
I think I understand. Good.
Olivia relaxed.
He's a hard man in some ways, but he's also vulnerable. I don't want to see him hurt. Neither do I. Believe me.
Grace rescued toast as it sprang up on the toaster.
What do you think happened to Lizzie?
Olivia considered.
I'm not sure. I met her a couple times. Wouldn't put it past her to pretend she was abducted to get Carter into trouble. But who knows? She runs with a bad crowd. Ross is keeping his eye on that investigation. He has contacts in law enforcement in Houston, all over Texas, actually. He'll find out what happened.
Olivia paused.
Ross is another reason I knew Carter had a capacity for love. Carter took such good care of Ross. I never had to worry for my littlest guy as long as Carter was around.
She straightened up, keys jingling.
Didn't mean to talk your leg off, Grace. I'll get going.
Her eyes grew bright.
Don't worry, sweetie. Everything will work out fine.
Olivia went out the kitchen door, her silver earrings swaying and catching the sunlight. She telling you all about my messed-up childhood? Carter's rumbling voice made Grace jump. She's not wrong about that.
No.
Grace hastened back to the counter, wondering how much he'd heard.
She was saying you were great.
Uh-huh. Carter came and helped himself to toast, eggs, and bacon. He made a smaller plate for Faith. I was a total screw-up. I ran away, I cussed her out when she had me dragged back. I beat up Adam and Grant. Okay, so that last part was fun.
But you stayed.
Grace carried her own plate to the table and set out knives and forks, salsa for the eggs, butter, jam, and peanut butter for the toast.
You could have run away again and gone where no one could find you. As young as you were, I bet you could have.
Yep. Carter paused to yell out the door to Faith that her breakfast was on the table. Then he picked up his fork. But I decided I liked it here. As mad as Olivia got at me, she never ordered anyone to beat me down, or threatened to kill me, or to sell me out. I thought that meant she was weak and wussy. Then I realized how much strength it takes to be patient enough to help someone who's fighting you all the time. She taught me a lot. Grace hadn't heard Carter say that many sentences at the same time since she'd known him. His gratitude to Olivia must run deep. Grace saw Carter's capacity for love again in the way he cared for Olivia. Faith came bounding in, all smiles and excitement. They ate together like a family. Grace cleaned up the dishes while Carter got Faith ready to go. Then they piled into Carter's truck and took Faith to school. Like a family. Grace hoped that by the time they reached the Mallory Ranch and turned in at the gates, Ray and Kyle would be a long way off, either training horses, training themselves, or hitting the road for a rodeo. No such luck. Ray, the largest of the two Mallory brothers, stood on the front porch, leaning on a post at the top of the steps. He had his arms folded, sunlight and shadow dappling his tight body and dark hair. Grace scrambled down from Carter's truck, her purse banging her hip, and started for the back door. The front door was for formal visitors and special occasions. She hoped Carter would remain in the truck, the engine running, so they could make a quick getaway. No luck there either. Carter turned off the truck, calmly got out, and followed Grace. Ray came down the steps to meet them both. Carter, his face shaded by a large black cowboy hat, gave him a nod. "Morning, Ray." "Morning." Ray gave him a cordial nod in return, then turned his green eyes to Grace. "We were getting a little worried about you."
"I texted you," Grace said, irritated. "It was too late to drive home alone. Thought it was safer I stayed put."
Carter's eyes flickered as she omitted that her staying had been his idea. "Kyle's inside," Ray said. "I think he has a lot to say." Grace lost her temper.
"He's not my father. Neither are you. Where I decide to spend the night is my own business. Who I decide to marry is my own business. I'm sorry if you and Kyle don't like it, but you're going to have to deal with it. I hope one day you can come around and be happy for me." She swung away, her purse clanking, and stalked toward the back door. Behind her, Ray rumbled, "She wakes up cranky. You'll have to get used to that." "Yeah," Carter said. He went silent, then he said, "I heard you broke another record." "Did." Ray managed to sound offhand, as though reaching the championship in his division was no big deal. "He was one mean bull, though." "Red Lightning," Carter said. "Seen him. Sorry I missed your ride." "Oh, well, got another coming soon. You'll be there, too. Saw you're entering that new horse in the cutting class. You need to watch the horse Johnson's been training. He's good." Grace reflected as she walked inside the back door and into the kitchen that while two rodeo cowboys might have absolutely nothing else in common, as soon as they started talking horses and bulls, they could go on for hours. They might be deadly rivals, but rodeo talk transcended such things. Grace passed through the kitchen, intent on the stairs and her bedroom, but Kyle came in from the hall before she could make it out. "Don't lecture me," Grace said at once. "I'm not in the mood." "I heard you yelling at Ray out there." Kyle lifted his hands. "I just want to say, Grace, that you're right. It's your life. If you want to marry Carter, if that's what you really want, I'll climb down and shut up." Grace eyed him narrowly. "There's nothing wrong with Carter. He had a hard time when he was a kid, but he was saved by a great family. Whatever you think of the Campbells, they did right by him. He's turned out fine." "I know." Kyle rubbed his hand through his short, dark hair. "It isn't Carter I don't like. It's people who come looking for him and shoot you. Losing you was not something I wanted to do." Kyle came to her, his voice going rough. "You're my baby sister." Grace softened. "Damn it, Kyle, don't make me cry." "I'm serious. If you're in love with Carter, I agree he turned out fine. He'll take care of you. But I'm still going to worry." "I'm worried, too. Believe me, I don't want to ever see Lizzie again. But we'll fix this. Carter and his family will. We'll be all right.
He'd better. Kyle, with effort, erased his frown and pulled Grace into a hug. But if you want to be married to him, then I'll go with it. I don't want a family feud. You yelling at me is bad enough. Lucy's even worse. Grace squeezed him tight.
Thank you.
But if he makes you unhappy in any way, I will kill him. Grace released her brother, but held on to his hands. She'd always admired Ray and Kyle, who were fearless and strong, even when they were overbearing and overprotective. Now was the time to tell Kyle that the engagement was a ruse, but she decided to keep it to herself a little longer, not entirely sure why. She'd tell her brothers, just not now. Grace took a damn long time to come out of the house again, but Carter knew women had to organize things their own way. He and Ray ended up on the porch, chewing the fat about what horses they were training, what shows were upcoming, what their ranches were doing. Finally, Grace emerged in clean clothes carrying a shoulder bag, kissed Ray and Kyle, who'd come out with her, and walked determinedly for Carter's truck. The Mallory brothers weren't happy with Grace for returning to Circle C, or for the engagement, and for a lot of things, but they were calling a truce. As they drove back to Circle C, Grace talked only about Faith's upcoming party, and all the things she needed to do for it and for her pastry-making. No mention of anything that had happened between her and Carter, what they should do next, where this was going. Carter had always heard that women tried to talk a relationship to death, but Grace seemed happy to turn to practical matters. Carter parked at the house. Grace would go inside and start working in the kitchen, and he'd go down to the ranch office like he did every day. But it was different today. He'd slept with Grace, and they had a new understanding, like a partnership. Carter stopped her as she started for the house, drew her back to him, and kissed her. Grace gave him a startled look, then a wide smile. She rose on tiptoe to kiss him back, then made her way toward the house, throwing him a pleased look over her shoulder. This relationship, or whatever it was with Grace, was going to be different from any Carter had ever had. He'd make sure it lasted past this charade, past these problems. Some things were too good to lose hold of. The something wrong Carter had felt when he'd woken up with Grace was his troubles with Lizzie. She still hadn't been found, but her parents weren't dropping the custody suit. Everything was on hold until the police determined what had happened to Lizzie, but they'd made it clear they wanted their granddaughter now no matter what. Never mind they'd been absent from her life the first 9 years, Carter thought angrily. Well, he wouldn't let them take Faith, any more than he'd let Lizzie have her. Ranch business dragged Carter's attention to it for the next few days, whether he liked it or not. There was always something going on. Horses needed to be shoed, fed, their ailments tended. Some of their training stepped up while others rested. Overtraining a horse could burn it out. Undertraining could sour them. Then there were bills, employees to pay and disputes to sort out, supplies to be ordered, the day-to-day problems of running a business. He and Grace settled into a sweet routine. She did the ranch cooking while he worked. She joined the Campbells for dinner, and she tested out recipes afterward. Mrs. Ward had already taken a batch of Grace's pastries to try out on her customers and ordered more. After Grace cleaned the kitchen for the night, Carter coming in to help her with that big job, they put Faith to bed and retired to Carter's room. Carter was craving Grace, but both decided they should cool it on the sex for now. They'd be going at it all night if they didn't, and they were mindful of Faith and Carter's mother sleeping nearby. Didn't stop Carter planning what he'd do with Grace when they started up again. In the morning they'd have breakfast. Carter would drive Faith to school, and he and Grace would begin the routine all over again. He could get used to this. Faith's birthday party was scheduled for Friday. The science fair committee didn't meet on Fridays, Faith said, so she'd get out of school at her normal time and bring some friends home with her. Grace's baking stepped up on Thursday, giving her barely any time to talk to Carter, anyone for that matter. She stayed up past midnight, then kissed Carter sleepily before she collapsed, worn out, next to him. Carter only put his arm around her and enjoyed the warmth. In the early afternoon on Friday,
Carter's cell phone rang. He didn't recognize the number, but the ranch got a lot of calls from myriad people. "This is Carter," he said absently while he sorted through feed invoices.
Carter?
The woman's voice on the other end made him freeze.
Please, don't hang up. We need to talk. It's important. Joss is dangerous. You need to hear what I have to say.
Chapter 14. At the sound of Lizzie's voice, all the bile Carter had managed to drive away came back. A quick glance around the office showed he was alone, the guys taking a break across the corral and in the entrance of the barn, out of the sun. His 3 brothers were training in the covered arena. "Where the fuck are you?" Carter demanded. "I was almost arrested for abducting you."
I know. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen. I was hiding from Joss. If he thought someone dragged me off and dumped me, he'd quit looking for me.
You tell me right now what the hell this is all about.
Carter.
Lizzie's voice was choked with tears. She was good at acting the pathetic victim.
It's not me. It's Joss. Please, can we meet? I want to talk to you face to face.
What? So Joss and his bullies can jump me? You'd set that up.
No. Carter, you have to believe me. You pick a place. Somewhere no one will be able to sneak up on you.
Except you. More crying.
I'm sorry. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I needed help, and Joss made me... Come on, Carter, please. I want to explain. To warn you.
Carter didn't trust her at all. He'd been infatuated with Lizzie most of his young life, when she'd been one of Joss's runners. But even then he'd realized that her charm had covered many layers of deceit. When he'd run into her again in Houston, when she'd claimed she'd gotten herself free of Joss, Carter had let down his guard and allowed himself a sex-filled relationship with her that had lasted several months. Then it turned out she was in thick with Joss and his smuggling, dealing, whatever he could make money off of businesses. Carter had acknowledged his stupidity and broken it off with her, but not before he'd gotten her pregnant with Faith. Lizzie couldn't be trusted, and yet Carter wanted to hear what she had to say. Joss was up to something. Even if Lizzie were working for him again, Carter could at least make her tell him what Joss had in mind. "Fine," he said. "The diner here in Riverbend. How long will it take you to get to it?"
An hour, maybe longer.
"I'll meet you there. You know where it is?" Lizzie gave a faint laugh.
It's a little town. There's only one. Carter?
Her laughter was gone.
Don't stand me up. It's important.
"I said I'd be there," Carter said. "I'm hanging up now." He thumbed off the call, then swiped to his contacts and dialed Ross. Carter approached the diner, feeling the rage he thought he'd shed years ago start spreading its poison through him. He'd worked hard, fought for trust, fought to prove to Olivia she hadn't made a mistake taking him in. While people in Riverbend still looked at him sideways, Carter had made good progress. He was respected now for the most part, and a success at what he did. He, Grant, and Tyler made a hell of a stunt-riding team. Ranchers went on waiting lists for them to train their horses, and they won many contracts for movie, television, and advertising work. The ranch made money, letting them live well. Carter damn well wasn't going to let Lizzie Fredrickson and Joss Brady take everything he'd worked for away from him, and he definitely wasn't letting them take Faith or Grace. Carter entered the diner, sliding his hat from his head, nodding to Mrs. Ward's oldest daughter, who was manning the register. The place gleamed with new wood floors, new tables, new brass details on the booths, walls painted, ceiling redone. Everything looked good. Carter saw Lizzie immediately. She wore the same type of blouse and skirt she had when he'd confronted her at the courthouse in Fredericksburg. Gone were her usual tight black shirts that showed off her cleavage, and low-riding jeans that revealed tats and a thong, when she bothered with the thong. Lizzie sat at a table against the far wall, taking a seat that let her look out the side windows. She had a soft drink in front of her, which she poked with a skinny red straw. When Lizzie saw Carter, she started to rise, then plopped back down. Carter threw his hat down on the chair opposite her, startling her, and took the seat that put his back to the wall. "All right, I'm here." His ploy with the hat kept Lizzie's attention on him, while Ross slipped into the diner and took another table, at an angle out of Lizzie's sight. Ross wore civilian clothes and had come in his plain truck, no spooking Lizzie with evidence of law enforcement. Lizzie looked at Carter with eyes that for once were clear of drugs or drink. Maybe she really had gone straight and sober, but that didn't mean she wasn't up to something.
"Carter, I've made a lot of mistakes in my life," she began without preliminary. "One of them was you. I mean, not understanding what I had in you. The other was giving up faith."
Carter started to rise. "I'm not here to talk about faith. My lawyer will give you a call." Lizzie grabbed his hand and frantically pulled him back down.
No, this is not about custody of Faith. I know you took good care of her. I knew you would, which is why I brought her to you. Even when I was so far gone on smack, I barely remembered driving her out here."
Carter sat back down and shook off her grip. "Not winning any favors with me."
"I've come here to tell you about Joss. He's seriously over the edge."
Joss always had been, but Lizzie looked more spooked about him than usual. "He put you up to this, didn't he?" Carter said with conviction. "Told you to try to take Faith from me. Why?"
"Because of this."
Lizzie removed a dog-eared magazine from her large tote bag and opened it, laying it down in front of him. Carter saw himself looking back out of the magazine. He was in a clean riding shirt and jeans, his arms folded while he leaned on a pickup with his booted feet crossed, in the shade so he had his hat off. The photographer had put him in that dumbass pose. The picture on the opposite page showed Carter's eyes narrowed over a bandana as he stared off into the distance. The head and neck of the horse he'd been riding, Buster, had gotten into the shot too. "$1,000,000 Cowboy," the headline read. The article began, "Carter Sullivan had it rough. He was arrested for the first time at age 10 for possession of drugs, which he was delivering for a dealer, under pain of torture." Carter slammed the magazine closed. "What has this got to do with anything? It's just journalist crap." Carter didn't have the millions anyway. The business did. Carter drew a salary the same as his brothers.
"Joss took the $1,000,000 part literally."
Lizzie picked up the magazine and slid it back into her bag.
"He did research on you. He found me in a halfway house and came to visit. He said we could make a ton of cash from you if we did it right. He said you were worth millions now and you owed him."
"Owed him for what?" Carter asked tightly. "This?" He laid down his bared left arm, covered with old, faint knife scars. "For the red-hot crowbar he jammed at the end of my spine. For beating me up when he felt like it, or letting his friends do it for him.
For giving you a roof over your head and a job."
Lizzie shot him the ghost of a smile.
"He says I owe him for the same, and for making me his girlfriend when I was 16.
"I remember you bragging about that," Carter said. "I wanted to bust his face for it."
"Yeah, well, I was young and stupid. I thought it meant I was special and he liked me. He knew exactly how to keep me loyal to him. I was an addict. Plus he knew how to coerce people. You know that. You didn't get away from him until you ended up at your ranch. You always came back."
"I didn't know any better. I couldn't figure out how to live on my own." Carter had hated himself for going back to Joss, but at least with Joss, he didn't end up in an alley with his pants down for some pervert.
"And for that, he wants you to pay him," Lizzie said. "He said if I tried to take Faith, we could get you to pay us to get her back. I screwed that up bad, and now I'm going to stand trial for it. Yeah, I am. I'm going to turn myself in and confess what really happened. Shooting your woman truly scared me. I can't believe I had that in me. But then Joss threatened me so bad I had to disappear."
Carter sat with his hands folded on the table, keeping an eye on her hands. That bag was big enough to hold a gun. "Why should I believe all this?" Carter asked.
"I don't know. I don't have any proof. What Joss didn't count on was me being sober. It really hurts being sober. Every day it hurts. But I'm trying. And once Joss told me his idea about taking Faith, I realized I wanted to know my daughter. For real. I didn't have anything going for me to be a mom, but my parents have money and influence. So I convinced them to support me in a custody battle. They really want me to be a normal person. I feel bad for them. I blamed them for my life before, but I realize now they were only an excuse.
Her last declaration was familiar to Carter. He'd concluded the same thing about his former life, but he'd done it about 9 years ago. So the custody part wasn't Joss's idea, Carter said.
No, Joss was furious. But then he had another thought. He said that I should go forward with the case, and then offer to let you buy me off. You'd pay any amount to make me withdraw.
Carter said nothing. Joss had been right. If Carter could pay to make the suit go away, he would. Lizzie went on.
But then you were so angry when I saw you that day in Fredericksburg. I hadn't seen you since I got sober. I realized how much I'd hurt you, how much I could hurt you, and how good a father you were to Faith. I was released that day, and my parents took me to Houston, to their apartment. I convinced them they didn't need to stay with me, but get on with their board meetings and whatever. I met up with Joss and told him I didn't want anything to do with going after you anymore. I wanted to leave you alone, let you go on living your small-town life. My parents were willing to help me get on my feet again, and I want to let them.
Carter traced a slow pattern on the tabletop. Let me guess. Joss didn't want to let you go. Lizzie gave him another half-smile.
You could say that. He was furious. We were in a chain restaurant in the middle of a decent part of town. I wasn't about to go to his place. Joss didn't try anything, but I saw his face when I left. I knew he planned to kill me. I couldn't stay in Houston, and I couldn't go to my parents' house in Austin, because he'd find me there. I had to hide out. So I made it look like I'd been taken, hoping the cops would suspect Joss and lock him up until I could get a long way away. But they picked on you, and I know I can't get away from Joss no matter how far I run.
She stopped, face filled with misery. Carter sat in silence. What Lizzie had told him was plausible, but he'd been burned by her stories before. Why not turn yourself in? Carter asked after a time. You'd be protected from Joss in jail.
Not really. He has people inside as well. He had more girls loyal to him than just me.
True. Vanishing was about all Lizzie could have done. Joss would hear that the cops thought Carter had absconded with her for his own reasons and maybe believe it himself. Carter took in her wide, light brown eyes, her earnest look. Why are you telling me this now? He asked. Why come clean to me? What do you want? Lizzie's fingers fidgeted on the base of her glass.
Your protection. You know people. Send them after Joss. Get him out of my life, out of yours.
It was damned hard to judge whether she spoke the truth. Olivia had taught Carter that overall in the world it was best to give people the benefit of the doubt. Most people in everyday life didn't act from malice. There were exceptions, and one exception was Joss. Carter swore the man woke up every morning planning what evil he'd do. Joss's motivation was mostly money. He'd make any deal to get it and then beat it out of those who owed him. He was also a vicious bastard who enjoyed intimidating others, manipulating them with a mixture of charm and terror tactics. Joss had taught Lizzie well. She'd come to work for him at the age of 13, when Carter had been 11. Carter had fallen hard for her, as young as he was, and she'd used her own brand of charm to keep him wanting her. When he'd run into her again after living at Circle C for a time, he'd deluded himself into thinking she'd changed, that they could have an adult relationship. In addition, he knew he was compensating for knowing he could never have Grace Mallory, town sweetheart. At least by the end of the volatile affair, Carter had managed to erase any desire he'd ever had for Lizzie. Their parting had been final in his opinion. He'd used the breakup to close the door on his past and put a padlock on it. Lizzie bringing Faith to him had changed that a little. Carter had tried to find Lizzie at first, convinced he could make her see that she needed to stay in Faith's life. He'd given up, understanding that Faith being raised by him, the Campbell brothers, and Olivia was far better for her than a pretend mom and dad family with him and Lizzie. Now Lizzie sat here, the needle scars on her arms faded, her eyes full of fear and hope. Damn it. Lizzie was an excellent liar, and Carter would be a fool to trust her. On the other hand, if Carter let Joss kill the mother of his child, what kind of man would that make him? All right. Carter pinned her with a hard stare. I can keep you safe from Joss, but you have to trust me and not run off the second you're spooked. Lizzie looked uncertain, but gave him a nod.
Okay, I'll try.
The words came too readily, but that might mean she was truly terrified. Carter leaned forward and spoke in a low voice. If I find out you're lying to me, that this is part of some plan to get to Faith or to me, Joss is going to be the least of your worries. You understand? Her eyes flickered. Carter saw it dawn on Lizzie that Carter might be more dangerous in the long run than Joss, but too late now. Tears beaded on her lashes, and she nodded again. Now I'm going to have Ross come over here, Carter said. He knew if he simply raised his hand and signaled, Lizzie would either try to run or draw a weapon. He's sitting at a table on the other side of the room. All right? Lizzie's expression flashed panic, then she forced herself to calm.
What are you going to do? Have him put me in your town jail? I told you Joss will find a way to get me there.
No. Carter waved Ross over without taking his eyes from Lizzie. I don't like the thought of you anywhere near my family, especially not today, but I can't think of anything safer. We'll arrange something, but for now. Ross drew out the chair on Lizzie's other side. Lizzie's hand moved to her bag, but Carter caught her wrist. Lizzie, this is my baby brother Ross. You saw him before in Fredericksburg, but I don't think you were formally introduced. He's going to watch you and arrest you the second he sees anything he doesn't like. Carter didn't have to look at Ross to make sure his brother understood the situation. Ross had a quick mind, which was why he was rising in his profession and would probably be sheriff one day. Ross also had enough connection with Carter that he'd catch on to what Carter needed without being told. "How you doing, Lizzie?" Ross asked her. Lizzie looked him up and down. She might claim she'd reformed, but she was sizing up Ross to see what kind of power she might be able to gain over him. Ross, fortunately, was smart enough to understand her. He returned her look with a neutral one, his blue Campbell eyes unreadable. Lizzie blinked, uncertain. "You'll have to search her," Carter said. "She likes to carry." Ross didn't look away from her. "Will do. 'Cause I don't want her to have so much as a hairpin on her when we take her to Circle C," Carter finished. Chapter 15. The birthday party started at 4. Faith and several of her friends had come to Circle C together after school, the girls excited and chattering. Grace, working in the kitchen to finish up the food, glanced out the window, wondering where the hell Carter was. The adults who emerged from the truck that brought Faith and the little girls were Bailey and Adam. While Grace conceded that no bad guy would be foolish enough to mess with Adam, the fact that Carter had sent Adam in his place worried her. Carter had been adamant that no one took Faith to and from school but himself these past weeks, no matter what. Now Carter was nowhere in sight. The weather was nice enough that the party was set up outside, in the shade of towering live oaks in the back of the house. Grace couldn't help letting her gaze stray to the grass just beyond them, where she and Carter had made love under the stars. Being in love with him was heady, wonderful, scary, and very confusing. Olivia and Christina, and Bailey before she'd taken off with Adam to pick up the girls, had decorated the tables, hanging streamers from the trees and set up for games. Bailey led the girls out to the party area now, and as she did so, other cars appeared, bringing the rest of the guests. Some parents would be staying to help. Others were happy to deposit their daughters and hightail it out of there. Grace's last task was the lettering on the cake. She'd already frosted the sheet cake with rich chocolate frosting, then piped a wide chocolate border around its base. Snaking across the top of the cake were frosting roses in pink, yellow, and violet, with silver candies in the middle of the petals. Green leaves surrounded the clusters of flowers, and stems wove over the rest of the cake. Grace had planned it so every little girl would have some of the colored flowers in her piece. That would be important. The remaining open spaces would be lettered with Happy 9th Birthday, Faith. Then the date. Grace scooped sweet pink icing into a plastic bag, twisted the bag until it formed a cone, then expertly cut a corner in the exact width she needed. Happy birthday. Grace heard trucks pull up, then their doors slamming and voices, one of them Carter's. She glanced up and saw Lizzie Fredrickson slide out of Ross's pickup. A fat pink blob squirted out of the bag, obliterating the D in birthday. Grace went suddenly dizzy, sick to her stomach. Her wound, which hadn't been bothering her all that much lately, gave a sickening throb. She sat down on the nearest chair, struggling for breath, automatically holding the piping bag so that no more frosting would come out. What the holy hell was that woman doing here? Grace flashed through the fear that had taken her when Lizzie had pulled out the gun, the startled disbelief, the "this can't actually be happening to me." Then noise, shock, smell of blood and smoke blending with the softer sense of baking cake. Grace didn't remember much of what had happened after that. She'd lost consciousness, hearing Carter's voice. Grace had clung to the sound of him, taking it with her into darkness. The pain when she'd awakened had been raw, and that despite the painkillers that had been pumping through her. The physical therapist she'd worked with later had taught Grace to breathe when the remembered panic came. Not so much deep breaths as slow, long breathing. Grace, shaking, took one now.
Breathe in, in, in. Fill up the belly and open the ribs.
3 of these breaths calmed Grace enough to stop the dizziness, but she still could not rise from the chair. Logic told her that Carter and Ross would not let Lizzie do anything to Grace as long as they were with her. She remembered also that Lizzie's lawyer had said she wanted to meet with Grace, apologize. Was that what this was? No, someone would have warned her. Wouldn't they? Carter wouldn't spring something like that on her, she was certain. Ross either. Then why was Lizzie here? Another look out the window showed Grace that Ross and Carter were walking Lizzie around the house rather than bringing her inside. They headed in the opposite direction from the party, angling toward the big 2-story garage, above which Tyler was working on an apartment for himself. He hadn't quite finished, but this is where the 2 men led Lizzie. Grace dragged herself to her feet. She looked down at the ruined lettering on the cake and reached for a flat spatula to wipe it away. She heard the girls outside laughing undisturbed. She fought the urge to run home, to hide in her bedroom upstairs in the big Mallory house. Fought it hard. Faith was counting on her, as was Olivia. Grace decided to refuse, utterly refuse, to let fear of Lizzie drive her away. She had a job to do.
This is what it will be like when I have my own place, she told herself. I'll have to work through bad times and good. Concentrate on the task in front of me, nothing else.
Grace drew another breath. She twisted the piping bag again and forced her hands to be steady as she redid birthday, then went on to the rest of the lettering. As she finished the last number of Faith's birth date, Carter strode in through the back door, taking off his hat.
"Don't make me jump,"
Grace said in a hard voice. Carter froze, and Grace finished the number with a flourish. She lifted the bag, now mostly empty, and dropped it into a bowl. The lettering was perfect. Grace reached for the box of real wax candles.
"Will you help me carry it out? It's big. I don't want to drop it."
Carter hung his hat on a hook inside the back door. "Grace, sweetie, I need to tell you."
"I saw her."
Grace stuck in a candle, then the next one, arranging them in a pattern to complement the decorations.
Why on earth did you bring her here to Faith's party? Does Faith know?
No, not yet. Carter came to Grace and caught her hand before she could shove in another candle. I didn't have anywhere else safe to take her. She's too treacherous to inflict on Ross alone, and I don't even trust Sheriff Hennessy not to take kickbacks from Joss. All my brothers are here today, and we can keep her under control while we decide what to do with her. Once Joss is stopped, she'll go into custody, and her parents' lawyers can take care of her.
Wait.
Grace pulled out of his grasp.
Why do you have anything to do with her? Was she really kidnapped? Why are you suddenly responsible for her?
Carter's eyes were as hard as those of the bandits he often played. Because if Lizzie is right, and I let her go, I'm sending her to her death. I don't like her, and I don't want her near you or Faith, but she's right that Joss is very dangerous. He's why I've been keeping such a close eye on you.
I know,
Grace said in agitation, then softened her tone.
I know. What I mean is, this isn't your fault. Why do you have to clean up the mess?
'Cause there's no one else to do it. Carter's mouth set in a grim line. Joss wrecked my life when I was a kid. I'm not letting him wreck it now that I've got so much more to live for. I'm going to finish this. Alarm shot through Grace.
Why? What are you going to do?
I don't know. Carter quieted. I don't know, Grace. And damn it, I can't ask you to...
To what?
Grace let the candles flow out of her fingers to the counter.
To help?
No. To believe in me. To stand by until everything's fixed.
Of course I believe in you,
Grace said, standing up straight.
Carter, I love you.
The absolute surprise that flashed through his eyes astonished her. How could Carter not have seen how much Grace cared for him, had for years? What the hell? Carter asked, his voice cracking.
Don't you dare laugh at me. I've had a crush on you since I was, about 11, I think. That was a girl thing, but now that we're not kids anymore, I'm very glad to have gotten to know you for real.
Carter took her hand again and pulled her against him. I'm not laughing. He scooped her up to him and stilled her words with a slow, strong kiss. Love. Holy fuck. Grace clung to Carter, her hands sticky with icing, her tongue sweet with it. Carter slid his arms hard around her and let all the bad things fall away. He felt every curve of Grace against him, the plumpness of her breast sliding along his chest as he brought her closer, her abdomen against his cock. Carter deepened the kiss, pulling her up into him. He couldn't get enough of her, would never have enough. Grace's fingers curled on the back of his neck, up into his hair. She kissed him with enthusiasm, her tongue gliding into his mouth. Their lips met and parted, mouths opening each other's, hands pressing, bodies swaying. He could kiss her all day long, and on into the night. The small sound of a throat clearing broke the sunny silence. Carter lifted his head to see his daughter standing in the kitchen doorway, her hands on her hips. Grace started and tried to push Carter away, but Carter held on. He knew Faith wasn't upset to see her father kissing Grace. The light in her eyes told him she thoroughly approved.
I was wondering what was taking so long with the cake,
Faith said, a definite smirk on her face.
Is this what you mean by decorating?
Grace pushed at Carter's arms again, and he reluctantly let her go.
It's all done,
Grace said quickly.
I was just about to carry it out. Carter?
Carter moved woodenly to the counter where the long cake waited. Grace's words whirled in his head, stunning him. Of course I believe in you. Carter, I love you. She'd said it in a loud voice, her eyes clear, her face serious. No teasing, no manipulation. Sincerity. Grace Mallory loved Carter Sullivan. Carter's world had just become a new place.
Carter?
Grace had her fingers under one end of the cake tray, looking at him expectantly. "Yeah, hang on." Carter positioned himself at the other end and lifted the tray with her. The cake was surprisingly light, even though it was so long and covered with all kinds of flowers and stuff. Grace only needed help because it was awkward.
"Lead us out,"
Grace said to Faith.
"Make sure your dad doesn't trip and drop it."
Faith studied them critically for a moment, then turned and opened the back door wide.
"This way. Come on back, Dad. You can do it."
Carter had jumped from moving trains to land on a running horse, but Faith and Grace were sure he couldn't navigate a kitchen door and a porch. Oh well, they were probably right.
"Step down,"
Faith called.
"Don't drop my cake, Dad, or you get to make me another one."
Grace laughed, a light sound.
"I'd like to see that."
"Hey, I can make food," Carter said. "I do a mean sandwich." Faith said,
"Yeah, I've had them. Second thought, we'll get Uncle Ross to cook."
Carter didn't answer. Silly words, meaningless banter with his daughter and the woman he wanted to spend his life with. He glanced at Grace and saw her sweet smile. One of the best moments of his life. All too soon they reached the spread of the trees and the picnic area. 10 little girls waited eagerly, cheering when they saw the cake. Grace had brought the rest of the candles with her. After she and Carter set the cake on the long table, she quickly put the remaining candles in, deftly arranging them in a pattern. She lit the candles and then stood back. Olivia and the girls joined them from where they'd been sitting nearby on the porch, Adam and Grant with them.
"Here we go,"
Grace said, raising her hands like an orchestra conductor.
"Happy."
The girls took up the song. Adam's and Grant's baritones joined in, and Carter threw aside his shyness to accompany them with his deeper bass. He'd sing for his daughter. No one else, though. Faith's friends, paying no attention to the adults, finished the song, adding a few funny lines of their own. Faith studied the flames, making her wish. Then she drew in a big breath and blew out all the candles at once. Her friends and the grown-ups clapped, and Grace leaned down to hug her.
"Perfect,"
Grace exclaimed. Faith looked up to answer. Then her words died, and her face became fixed. Grace turned to see what Faith looked at, and she straightened up rapidly. She started to take a step back. Then her mouth firmed, and she stayed put. Carter had already seen what they did. Lizzie had emerged from the garage, Ross and Tyler both running after her, faces like thunder. They reached Lizzie and flanked her, not letting her go anywhere. Faith's eyes were round, her cheeks losing color. She drew a sharp breath and whispered,
"Mom."
Chapter 16. Grace couldn't breathe. She'd told herself she'd face this woman without total panic, but her body had other ideas. Her throat closed up, her mouth went dry, and her knees grew weak. She clutched the back of a folding chair to keep from collapsing, but the chair was flimsy and moved under her hand. Grace fought the darkness that spun before her eyes. She would not pass out. That story would be all over town. She wanted the story instead to be that she'd faced Lizzie with her head held high, no fear. Carter had gone very still. Grace saw the anger in him, in his pulse beating sharply against his neck, his curled fists, his set face. He was reverting to the dangerous man everyone thought him. He'd been heading that way before Olivia and then Faith had rescued him, could have become a cold shell of a human being, uncaring of those he hurt to survive. He didn't want Lizzie here. He'd had her locked into the garage for safekeeping, and didn't want her near his daughter, his mother, Grace. Much of his anger, Grace sensed, was directed at his brothers for letting her escape them. Adam and Grant had nonchalantly stepped out from behind their wives, and now blocked them from Lizzie's direct gaze. Other than that, no one moved. Lizzie paid no attention to Adam, Grant, Bailey, Christina, even Carter and Grace. Her focus was all on Faith. Grace's vision cleared, her breath slowly seeping back to her as she studied them, facing each other. She could see Faith's resemblance to her mother in the shape of her face, the narrow build of her body. Otherwise, Faith had the look of Carter, especially in the eyes and the stubborn set of her mouth. Lizzie gazed at Faith like a starving woman eyeing a banquet she was shut out from. For the first time since Grace had seen Lizzie at the back door with a gun, she felt some pity for her. Lizzie's eyes flicked to Carter, who stood like a stone.
"Please," Lizzie said. "Can I just say hello?"
A muscle moved in Carter's jaw. The rage in his eyes was primal. Grace understood then why so many people were afraid of him. She never had been, because Carter had never looked at her like that.
"Dad,"
Faith said.
"It's all right."
Carter dragged his gaze from Lizzie to rest it on Faith. The girls behind her were wide-eyed, watching the drama unfold. The adults who'd come to help stood transfixed under the trees. A fly buzzed to investigate the cake, and one little girl jumped and waved it away.
"Dad,"
Faith said again.
"It's really okay. I don't mind saying hi."
Carter met his daughter's eyes, his hard expression softening for her. Then he looked at Grace. Grace nodded.
"I'm okay."
She wanted to say more, to reassure him, but now was not the time. Grace hoped he understood what was in her heart. "I believe in you." Carter looked at Faith, then returned his hard stare to his brothers. "Bring her." Faith left her place at the head of the birthday table as Ross and Tyler walked Lizzie toward her. Faith had dressed in her best Western clothes for her party, a button-down shirt like her dad wore, jeans and boots. She didn't like fluttery, girly clothes. Her dark hair was in braided pigtails that hung over her shoulders. Faith was noticeably taller than she'd been last year, her stance a little more graceful. Horseback riding kept her trim, her muscles tight. She was so pretty standing there, watching the mother she'd never met come toward her, that Grace's eyes filled with tears. Lizzie halted about 10 feet from the party, as though she couldn't bring herself to go any farther. Ross and Tyler stood close behind her, and Adam and Grant unobtrusively moved to form a second flank around her. Grace understood why Carter had brought Lizzie here. The Campbell boys wouldn't let her get away with anything. Faith approached cautiously. Carter put himself right behind Faith, moving as she moved. Lizzie watched Faith come, then she went down on her heels, putting herself below Faith's eye level. Faith stopped a foot or so away from her face grave as she looked down at her mother. Tears trickled to Lizzie's cheeks.
"You are such a beautiful thing."
Faith's eyes, from what Grace could see, were dry. Carter stood directly behind her, his blue-jeaned legs a solid barrier at his daughter's back. Faith studied Lizzie for a long time, her stance and expression so like Carter's it broke Grace's heart.
"I know why you went away when I was a baby,"
Faith began, her voice steady.
"I want to get to know you, but you have to stop doing bad things." "I know,"
Lizzie whispered.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart."
Faith went quiet, as though thinking about what to say next. Grace fell in love with Faith all over again in the silence. Faith could have made a scene, full of drama, demanding to know why her mother had abandoned her and why she decided to come back. She could have cried and raged or run away, blaming her father and her mother and everyone else for ruining her birthday party. Instead, Faith took stock of the situation, which had to be quite traumatic for her, and remained calm.
"You hurt Grace,"
Faith said in a matter-of-fact voice. Lizzie nodded.
"I was scared."
She swallowed.
"But it's no excuse. I'm sorry."
She looked up at Grace, her eyes full of remorse.
"I'm so sorry."
Grace's throat closed. She remembered Carter telling her that Lizzie was a consummate liar, but Grace read plain truth in her gaze. Lizzie asked for forgiveness, but wasn't certain she'd have it or deserved it. Grace had gone to church a large part of her life, as did most people in Riverbend, Though she didn't consider herself unduly religious, she remembered the stories and verses she'd learned in Sunday school, enough to know that forgiveness was one of the toughest things a person had to do, but also the most important. Looking at Lizzie with her sad eyes, her hair, which had been dyed black, now grown out into her natural brown, Grace wondered if she could ever forgive. Grace's life had almost been taken away. She'd lain in pain in a hospital bed for a long time, and then for weeks at home trying to get back on her feet. It had been a close thing, the doctors had said. Grace had been very, very lucky. Grace had been angry and afraid, hesitant about leaving her own house for the longest time. She'd forced herself back to Circle C, but even now rarely went anywhere but very familiar places. How dare this woman do that to her? Try to take away her life, her confidence, her sense of safety. Could Grace forgive that? What was to say Lizzie wouldn't leave here, get back on drugs, and do something as heinous again? Even worse, what if she hurt Faith? Lizzie should go to prison and stay there. Not 7 times, but 70 times 7. So the parable went. A person had to forgive over and over again, as hard as it might be. Her Sunday school teacher had liked to say, "Forgiveness is not earned, but freely given." Grace made an inward growl. Damn it, I hate being the good girl. Grace met Lizzie's eyes and gave her the faintest nod. Lizzie relaxed a fraction and turned back to Faith. I'll make it up to you. I promise. Faith regarded her gravely. Are you going to jail? Maybe. Lizzie glanced up at Carter, then returned her gaze to Faith. Like you said, I've done bad things. Faith nodded. When you get out, we can talk. I would like to get to know you. Lizzie broke into a sudden smile, as though Faith had just bestowed a great gift on her. My mom and dad want to meet you, too. They have a great big house, real nice. Would you like to meet your other grandparents? Faith considered. Yes, but I think we should take it slow. I'll tell them, Lizzie said, tears in her voice. Carter broke in. That's enough. He put his hand on Faith's shoulder. Ross? Come on now, Ross said to Lizzie. Lizzie wiped tears from her face, rose, and obediently turned to follow Ross. Tyler closed in behind her. Lizzie glanced back at Faith, who watched her walk away. Lizzie's eyes held undisguised longing, sorrow, no malice at all. Tyler motioned her on, and they kept moving. Grant and Adam followed, unsmiling. Carter leaned down to Faith, and Olivia came to hug her. You all right, baby? Carter asked. Faith embraced her grandmother and patted her back, then slid from Carter's grasp and turned back to her saucer-eyed friends. Well, Faith said to them, that was intense. I think we should have cake. Carter was so proud of his daughter he could spit. She made it through the rest of the party with absolute composure, and after cake took her friends as planned down to the stables to show off Dodie, the dainty mare Faith had won plenty of ribbons on. Faith waved her friends goodbye when parents came to pick them up, and helped Grace and Olivia clean up. Carter was proud of Grace, too. If Grace had dashed across the grass, gotten Lizzie in a headlock, and slammed her to the ground, he wouldn't have blamed her. Instead, Grace had stood there, as regal as ever, and given Lizzie a gracious nod. The nod had said, I'll be cool with you, but don't ever mess with me again. Grace was sweetness, but not a pushover. Lizzie didn't come back out of the rooms over the garage. Ross stayed up there with her, as did Tyler. Ross had also called a policewoman he knew, to act as chaperone and witness to Lizzie's treatment. Ross had said, grim-faced, that Lizzie had slipped away from them when she'd gone to the bathroom, another reason he'd called the policewoman. She'd climbed out the window and down scaffolding before Tyler and Ross had realized. The scaffolding had been removed as well. Carter was a little uncertain about Tyler being close by. Tyler liked women, a lot, and Lizzie was good at manipulating men. But Tyler tended to go for happy, chirpy sweethearts, not damaged women looking to be rescued, and for all his charm, he wasn't stupid. Carter knew exactly what women Ross was into, and knew Lizzie wouldn't pull his little brother away from her. Ross, too, was no fool. Faith stayed up later than usual helping Grace, until Carter insisted she go to bed. He went with her, tucking her in.
"What's going to happen to her?"
Faith asked as Carter drew the covers over her.
"My mom, I mean."
Faith always called Lizzie my mother or my mom, always adding the my. Mom wasn't a name to her, only a designation. "I don't know, baby. We have to wait and see. She knows a lot about bad people, but they know she knows. She might have to go into witness protection."
"Which means I wouldn't get to see her,"
Faith said.
"I watch TV."
"It would be her choice, but yeah." Carter paused, taking in his daughter with her freshly washed face, her braids resting on the covers. "Are you okay with all this, sweetheart? You're taking it pretty well." Faith shrugged.
"I'm not happy, but I've had 9 years to think about it. I've looked up what happens to people when they're on drugs, and it seems like she needs help more than anything else. My grandparents should have looked after her better."
She frowned, and Carter imagined her admonishing them about it.
"I mean, you look after me just fine, and you grew up rough. When you were my age, you were on the streets, but there's nothing wrong with you now."
Carter's heart warmed from her simple praise. He gently squeezed her hand. "Thanks, baby." Faith gave him a severe look.
"You didn't announce your engagement to Grace."
"I know. Me and Grace decided it wasn't the right time." Faith nodded.
"You were probably right. How about tomorrow, at dinner? Make it official."
"Sweetie, you know we aren't really engaged. And if Lizzie goes into witness protection or to jail, it won't matter anymore." Faith's scowl returned.
"It matters to me. And if you're not engaged, why were you kissing Grace like that? And why is she sleeping in your bed?"
She had a point. "Things get mixed up when you're a grown-up," was all Carter could think of to say.
"I don't want to grow up then."
Carter let himself smile. "Probably smart." Faith sent him a skeptical look.
"Work it out, Dad. You like Grace and she likes you. I don't see the problem."
Other than Grace furious with him for stashing Lizzie here for the night, sure, and many other things they needed to work out. "We'll talk about it later, sweetie." Carter kissed her on the forehead, then straightened the photo of him and Faith in the cutesy frame, which he'd put on her nightstand. "Thanks for this. It's real nice." Faith smiled, her anger gone.
"Grace helped me make it. We decided to surprise you with it."
Carter remembered walking out of his bedroom in only a towel to catch Grace hiding it. "It sure was a surprise. I love it, sweetie."
"Good."
Faith snuggled down.
"Good night, Daddy."
"Night." Carter kissed her again, smoothed her covers, then made for the door and snapped out the light at the switch. "Sweet dreams."
"You too."
Faith pointed a thin finger at him.
"Tomorrow. Remember?"
Carter didn't answer. He closed the door, deep in thought. Grace had gone home tonight. Carter didn't blame her, but he yearned with everything he had to wrap his arms around her and bury himself in her heat. He made up a bed for himself on the sofa in their suite's living room, determined to be on guard at Faith's door. He didn't trust Lizzie not to pull something underhanded to get her hands on Faith, and he didn't trust Joss to keep out of it either. The night was quiet, though. Everyone slept except Carter, who lay awake thinking of Grace. Grace answered her cell phone as she was eating breakfast with her brothers, seeing that the caller was Carter.
"Hey,"
she said softly to him. She rose and moved to the back porch, under the stares of Ray and Kyle, to talk in privacy. "Ross arranged for Lizzie to be taken into protective custody," Carter said. "She agreed, and said she has a lot to tell about Joss, his operations, how to get him." Carter paused. You coming over today?
Probably,
Grace said, her voice light.
I can't leave your mom to deal with the residual of yesterday, and y'all still need to eat.
Good. Carter's voice was warm. He was a man of few words, but Grace realized that he didn't really need to say a lot. He conveyed more in a few syllables than most people did in a barrage of sentences. Want to talk to you?
Yeah.
Grace didn't need to ask him about what.
See you later, then.
Sure thing, Carter said. He paused a long moment, then said, Bye now.
Bye.
Grace was smiling as she clutched the phone, even when she heard the soft click that meant he was gone. Carter usually abruptly ended his phone conversations, but he'd made himself remember to give her a farewell. When Grace reached the ranch, everything was so normal it made her eyes sting. Olivia was rushing around, getting ready to talk to a local group about the ranch foster program, which was still going strong. It was Saturday, so Faith was home, working with Dodie in a corral with an instructor. Bailey, Faith's favorite riding coach, wasn't doing as much these days. She'd be home with her feet up. The guys were doing Saturday things. Ross was at work, Grant and Adam with their wives. Tyler and Carter were training, working out new stunts. They'd taken their horses out and would be back for lunch. As happened every Saturday. Grace, left alone, cleaned, prepped for lunch and dinner, practiced on more recipes for her dream pastry shop. She'd driven some of her finished bakery items to Mrs. Ward already this morning. Mrs. Ward was picky about her food, but she already had started a regular order with Grace. It was a start. The sun was warm, the air the sweet cool of fall, the nip reminding Grace that winter was around the corner. Soon she would be planning a Thanksgiving dinner, and then Christmas. She briefly wondered whether she'd spend those upcoming holiday dinners with Carter's family as well as her own. She was filling profiteroles with thick pastry cream when she heard a commotion at the stables. Faith? Grace's first stricken thought was that Lizzie or this shadowy Joss had come out here to try to take Faith again. Her second, that Faith had fallen and was hurt. Grace abandoned her pastries and ran out of the house, making her way down to the corrals. Faith was fine. She sat astride Dodie, her instructor standing next to her. What had the stable hands in an uproar was Buster. Buster was the brothers' favorite stunt horse. He would put up with them jumping on and off his back, would fearlessly run next to a moving car or train, and he wouldn't swerve at a bad moment. He knew his job. He was also a notorious little shit. Buster had the worst manners of any horse Grace had known, using any excuse to bite or kick, step on a foot, or when he knew the serious work was done, tossing off his rider and heading for the sunset. Buster had run back to the stables. At the moment, he was loping around the outside of the corrals, expertly dodging anyone trying to grab him.
"What's he doing here?"
Faith asked.
"Dad was riding him."
Grace had reached the corral and climbed to stand on the lower bar.
"You know Buster,"
she said, trying to keep worry from her voice.
"He always runs away as soon as your dad's off his back." "But he runs away,"
Faith said.
"Not home. And why is Uncle Tyler here?"
She pointed as Tyler charged out of the office, demanding to know what was going on.
"Tyler?"
Grace called.
"I thought you were out with Carter."
"I was." Tyler saw Buster, and his face fell. "I came in early. Carter wanted to work on a couple things out at the practice area." Faith stood up in her stirrups. Dodie, catching her anxiousness, shied sideways, but Faith easily kept her balance.
"There's something wrong,"
Faith said, voice sharp.
"Something's happened to my dad."
Chapter 17. Carter, at that moment, was in the trunk of a car. His hands were bound tightly behind him with what felt like thin wire, and his head hurt where one of the thugs had whacked him with a tire iron. The last blow had him sagging, his limbs not working, which enabled them to shove him into the trunk and drive away. Carter felt some grim humor, however. A carload of men had driven up to where he'd been working Buster out in the open, at the end of a dirt road.
He'd been practicing jumping from Buster and over a barbed wire fence, rolling to a halt on the other side. Buster, as usual, ran off as soon as Carter was down, but he didn't go far. He'd come back when Carter whistled and yelled long enough, and let him mount again. Buster always made it clear, though, that it was his choice. How Joss's guys had found him, Carter didn't know. He recognized the two he'd fought at Joss's chop shop, but not the others. They were armed, and they told Carter to get off the horse and come with them or die. Carter was far more worried they'd shoot Buster than him, so he'd dismounted. Buster, of course, used the excuse to run, but instead of heading for the horizon, he rushed the men. They fired wildly, trying to scare him off. Buster, though, wasn't afraid of gunfire. Movie shoots were full of it, plus any number of explosions. Carter ran after the horse, hard in his throat, sure the men would shoot and kill him. But either they drew the line at killing animals, or Buster had them so spooked they couldn't aim, and he wasn't hit. Even the most docile horse could be dangerous, and Buster was far from docile. He turned his butt around and kicked the hell out of one of Joss's thugs. Then he ran, flicking his tail in triumph. Carter was left to face the 5 men standing. They jumped him. Carter fought. He was pretty sure they'd kill him, but he got in many good punches and knocked guns away from 2 of them. In the end, he was beaten down, bound hand and foot, and dumped, his head spinning from the tire iron blow into the trunk. Carter would be more upset about his predicament, but for several things. Joss had locked Carter into a trunk before, more than once. It was his modus for subduing his flunkies and dragging them home when they tried to run away. Also, Carter had fully intended to confront Joss and explain to him that he was to keep away from his family or life would get bad. With what Lizzie had on him, Joss might be arrested any time anyway, but Carter knew better than to think locking him in prison would render him tame. Joss would likely be at the end of the car ride, saving Carter the trouble of traveling to see him. The third reason was that if Joss were busy taking retribution on Carter, it meant he wasn't taking it on faith or grace. Not that Joss wouldn't go after them as well, but once Carter was done with him today, he wouldn't be able to. Carter would make certain of that, one way or the other. The car bumped and jounced over the washboard roads common in this part of Texas. Roads were graded so pickups could get to farms or oil fields and then left unfinished. Few spent the money to have the roads paved. They'd taken Carter's cell phone, so no maneuvering it out of his pocket and calling for help, if he could get a signal. No, he just had to wait this out and face what came. Meanwhile, he kept himself busy working to loosen the wire around his wrists and ankles. Carter was good at judging time passing. Stunt riding was all about timing. That and waiting to perform. He figured an hour had gone by before the car, bumping monotonously along, stopped. They'd moved at a tedious pace, vehicles on these roads having to slow for washes, gates, rocks in the road, armadillos. Probably the car had gone west. If they'd gone any other direction, they'd have met up with a town before long. The trunk opened. Carter averted his eyes from the glare, not wanting to be blinded before his vision could adjust. 3 guys dragged him out, grabbing him by his denim riding shirt. Carter's head throbbed, but his feet got under him okay. It was noon, and hot. The sun glared in a sky full of puffy clouds, with thunderheads on the horizon. Early November in West Texas could still feel like summer. They were in an oil field. Carter understood that from the rumble and clank-clank of an oil pump jack, and the acrid smell of its engine. The pump jack was a huge one, its head moving ponderously up and down as the giant counterweights turned behind it. The pump was surrounded by a high chain-link fence with a gate, the gate padlocked. The pump was isolated. Carter thought he saw another way off in the distance, but nothing else in the emptiness. Joss had nothing to do with this well, Carter knew. He'd simply picked it for a convenient place to kill Carter. The only vehicle was the car that had brought him there. "Where is he?" Carter asked. "Not here," the thug Carter had struck with the crowbar in Joss's shop said. They were waiting for him, though. If Joss weren't coming, the guys would have simply shot Carter and left him. Not that Carter planned to let them. Don't you think this would be easier over a beer? Carter asked in a mild voice. Not so hot. A couple of the guys looked like they thought a beer a good idea. They didn't want to be here. They were following orders. The man Buster had kicked was nowhere in sight, Carter realized. He wondered if Buster had killed him. What does he want? Carter asked. And why couldn't we talk in Houston? He's meeting you here, the first man snarled. He'd been the one who'd smacked Carter with the tire iron. Now shut up! You don't have to be awake until he gets here. Carter shrugged. Just passing the time. He glanced at the men who wanted beer. Hope Joss is paying you good. He wasn't. Carter could tell from the expressions on their faces. Carter only gave them a half laugh and looked away. He was thinking of ways to turn the disgruntled guys to his side when the driver who'd waited by the car gave a shout. A wake of dust rose into the pale sky, signaling an approaching vehicle. Carter soon saw that it was a motorcycle, and he recognized the large form of Joss astride it. Of course, Joss would make his guys drive out here in a muddy car, while he rode in like a badass biker on his Harley. Joss circled around them and the pump jack before he spun out on the dirt and stopped, facing the group of guys, the car, and Carter. The head thug pushed Carter back up against the fence, which rose another 4 feet above Carter's head. Joss cut his engine and climbed off his bike. He was too badass to wear a helmet and had tied a bandana around his head. His bike looked packed, though, saddlebags locked, and a couple things tied to the rear of the seat. Joss wore a heavy jacket, chaps, and boots, as though he planned a long ride. He was heading out. Carter. Joss approached, giving Carter a cordial nod. Joss had a gun in a holster on his thigh, a Beretta semi-automatic, Joss's favorite piece. Joss, Carter said. Sorry I can't shake hands. Sorry I can't let your hands go. Joss halted about 3 yards from Carter. I don't trust you. Mutual, Carter said. Joss watched him, his brown eyes sharp. Under the sunlight, the grizzled gray of his scruffy whiskers and the lines on his face were prominent. Joss had been fairly young when he'd taken Carter under his wing, which had been about 18 years ago. Joss couldn't even be 50 yet, and already he looked like an old man. Hard living did that. You have seriously screwed up my life, Sullivan, Joss said. He lifted his hands, covered with fingerless driving gloves. I admit it's partly my fault. I talked Lizzie into helping me go after you. I should have known better. Yep, Carter nodded. You should have. Joss shrugged. Now she sold me out. She thinks. I can still get to her when I want to. Don't worry. But since you couldn't leave me or her alone, you get to help me out of this shit you've gotten me into. Oh, yeah? Carter gave him a quiet look. How's that? Money, dick brain. I know you have piles of it. Give me money, I go south of the border to a country with no extradition to the U.S. I can live pretty well on your cash. Something happened while Joss was talking, a profound change. Carter stopped caring. He watched Joss posture, demand, intimidate, humiliate, just as he'd done all Carter's life. Joss reinforced the intimidation with violence, not only on the person in his immediate focus, but their family and friends. He was a nasty, power-hungry bully, and Carter was suddenly done with him. Joss was pathetic. He could only control through threats and cruel tyrannizing. As a kid, Carter had been scared of him. As an adult, afraid not for himself, but for those he loved. He was fucking tired of it. Joss considered himself strong, because he held power over people's lives. The Campbell brothers had taught Carter about the strength of friendship and loyalty. Grace, Olivia, and Faith had taught Carter about the strength of love and caring. Carter was the one tied up and alone, but he didn't feel powerless at all. He took a casual glance around. I don't see any bank machines out here. How do you expect me to get you money? The beauty of the technology boom, Sullivan. You transfer to me right over the phone. Every penny you have. You do that, I'll go away and maybe let you live. If not, you die, and I torture your daughter until the woman who pretends to be your mom or one of the Campbell boys gives me the passwords. Big transfers trigger reports to the IRS, Carter said. Did you know that? Doesn't matter. I'll be gone, with the money in an untouchable account, before you can get back home or find a place to call someone. It's a long walk back to your podunk little town. Carter glanced around again, looking briefly at the sky. I hope you can get a cell signal out here. I can. It's why I picked this spot. Joss was thorough enough to scout any location he used. He'd probably roughed up people out here before. How'd you find me? Carter asked. Out of curiosity. I was riding, minding my own business, and your boys were right there. They followed you? You ride around the same places every day, and I use the same kind of tech that will let me enjoy your money. I traced your phone. True. Carter always left the location setting on his phone turned on, in case he had a bad fall out in the middle of nowhere, or, like now, was kidnapped. Joss could easily have coerced someone to hack it if he didn't know how himself. So, you're making me pay my own ransom? Carter asked. Joss gave him a nod. Seems easier that way, don't it? Let's get on with it. He took from the inside pocket of his vest not a weapon, but a smartphone. The way he efficiently tapped it, he well knew how to use it. Joss moved to Carter, sliding his thumb across the phone. So let's do this. All I need is your account numbers and a password, and we'll start the transfer. Carter spit on him. The spittle landed mostly on the phone. Joss growled in rage, wiped the phone clean on Carter's shirt, then balled his fist around the phone and punched Carter across the face. That was all Carter needed. He dropped with the punch, swept his body into Joss's, and toppled him, continuing down with him. The momentum let him kick at the steel wire around his feet, which he'd already loosened while he lay in the trunk. A weak strand broke, allowing Carter to kick it free. Joss was struggling to his feet. Carter jumped to his as well. Didn't matter that his hands were still behind his back. He, Tyler, and Grant had worked out all kinds of tricks for their shows, including fighting with their hands bound. Carter took advantage of his body weight and agility to knock Joss to the ground again. He kicked him in the ribs, then stomped on his wrist until the cell phone dropped out. Carter kicked the phone away with the side of his foot, sending it skittering into the weeds. The thug who'd hit Carter with the tire iron was on him. The other men hung back a little, as though waiting to see which way the fight went. Maybe they'd decided Carter had a point, that they weren't being paid enough. Carter jabbed the man in the jaw with his forehead. The move hurt, but was effective. The man yelled and spat blood. No matter how much he and Tyler had practiced, however, Carter knew he'd not get away unless he had his hands free. He turned and ran for Joss's Harley. "Damn it!" Joss rolled to his feet. "Get the bastard!" A shot rang past Carter, missing. Then there was the sound of a scuffle. "No, you idiot!" Joss shouted. "You might hit the bike." They were after him. Carter frantically worked the wires around his wrists. He'd tried to untwist them while he'd been in the trunk, managing to work one end loose, but he'd not had time to finish before the car stopped. His wrists were bleeding and hurt, but Carter ignored the bite of pain. Joss's Harley was a big, heavy machine, a rebuilt touring-style bike that he'd probably stolen and customized for himself. Carter made it to the bike with time to spare, then found a sturdy piece of metal of the many Joss had welded to the chassis. He slid his hands under it, hooking the wires, and yanked. Blood made everything slippery, but Carter kept pulling. He heard a snap, which he prayed wasn't his wrist. But no, it was the piece of chrome-plated metal he'd chosen. Now he could get his fingers around it and use it to pry apart his bonds. Joss was steps away when Carter broke the last of the wire and untangled his hands. Joss drew his pistol, sighted, and fired. Carter wasn't where he sighted. He knew damn well how to dive across a saddle and avoid being shot, whether that saddle was on a horse or a motorcycle. The bullet struck the bike and went through the engine. "Shit!" Joss bellowed. Carter echoed the word in his head. He'd planned to use the Harley to make his getaway. That left the car. If the driver hadn't left the keys in it, Carter would have to hotwire it, with 5 thugs and Joss coming at him. Joss shot at Carter again. So much for keeping him alive to do a bank transfer. Carter rolled and made it to his feet. He ran and dodged through Joss's thugs, wondering if Joss would shoot his own men to get to Carter. Apparently. One grunted and went down. Carter wouldn't make it to the car. The driver, guessing Carter's intent, had already headed there, and he was armed. Joss was shooting, and there was no cover. The dry plain stretched wide and treeless, the scrub not more than a foot or so high, with plenty of space between the plants. Only one place to go. Carter sprinted around the other side of the big oil pump, chugging and rumbling as its head went up and down, drinking the black liquid out of the ground. Carter was up the 10-foot fence before Joss could come around to shoot at him. Carter vaulted over the top, then dropped down the other side, and put the big, groaning metal machine between himself and Joss. Joss kept coming, trying to circle the cage to get a bead on Carter. Carter was trapped, the oxidizing body of the moving pump his only hope of survival. Chapter 18. Tyler led the way back up to the practice area on horseback, the fastest way to get there. Grant, who'd stopped by the ranch and found them frantic about Carter, came with them on a horse called Bobby. Grace rode Buster. Buster had allowed Faith to catch him when he'd finally calmed down, and he seemed eager to be on the way to where he'd left Carter. Faith was in the saddle in front of Grace, Faith holding onto Buster's mane, while Grace used the reins. Faith had refused to be left behind, and Grace, also refusing, let her scramble up while her uncles were trying to talk her out of it. Once Tyler and Grant saw that neither Grace nor Faith would stay behind, they gave up. Tyler had already called Ross. Grant had phoned Adam. The brothers had agreed not to alert their mother until they were certain what had happened, though they knew she'd have plenty to say about that. But if Carter had simply fallen and was even now walking back to the ranch, cussing out Buster, there was no need to pull her out of her talk. Grace could ride, though nothing like the Campbells or her brothers or Bailey or Faith, but she'd grown up on horseback and easily kept Buster in pace with Tyler's horse and Grant's. She knew they'd reached the spot where Buster and Carter had parted company, at the end of a dirt road, because Buster suddenly stopped. Horses had interesting memories. Sometimes they could seem brainless, but they learned quickly and stored knowledge about a place after seeing it only once. Horses knew the way home, when clueless humans could become turned around and totally lost. They also knew when something bad had happened in a specific spot. They knew even when that traumatic event hadn't happened to them. Grace had seen plenty of horses spook at a gate or place in an arena where they'd watched another horse fall. Buster knew something bad had happened here. He rooted in place, flicking his ears when Grace tried to nudge him forward. He stepped uneasily sideways, snorting. "He's scared," Faith said. She swung her leg in front of her, over Buster's neck, with the agility only a small child could achieve, and slid all the way to the ground. Grace remained mounted, as Faith patted Buster's neck and spoke to him soothingly. Buster never bit or kicked Faith. From the lofty perch of his back, Grace could scan the area, searching frantically for signs of Carter. "There!" she called out, pointing. Tyler and Grant circled their mounts back from where they'd been searching. Buster still refused to move forward, so Grace could only point. A man lay on the ground, and not far from him was the black shape of a cowboy hat. Grace's heart pounded sickeningly, but she knew even before Tyler dismounted and turned him over that the man was not Carter. This man was of smaller, stockier build, and wore stained jeans and motorcycle boots, while Carter would have been dressed like Tyler for riding. "Shit," Tyler said. He reached for the man's pulse and flicked open one of his eyes. "He's alive," he called, "but broken up. He got kicked. Give you 3 guesses who by." Buster shivered once and swished his tail. Grant already had his phone out, calling for an ambulance. Since Buster wasn't moving, Grace dismounted and ran over to Tyler and the man on the ground. She stopped.
I recognize him.
Tyler glanced up in surprise. You do?
Yes.
Grace thought about her visit to Mrs. Ward this morning. She'd carried in her tray of pastries through the back door, then had lingered for a polite cup of coffee.
He was in the diner. Mrs. Ward gets a lot of people from out of town, so we didn't think anything about it. But I remember him. He was with a couple other guys.
She leaned down and snatched up the hat next to him.
This is Carter's.
Grant lowered his phone, still on the line. Tire tracks all over the place here. The man with Tyler groaned and fluttered his eyelids. Grace was on her knees next to him.
Where is he?
The man could barely speak.
I don't know. Took him.
Tyler was making him comfortable. The Campbell boys were very familiar with injuries from horses, but he gave the man a firm look. Who took him? Where?
Joss,
the man mumbled.
Don't know where.
Joss, the creep who made him slave for him? Tyler snapped. Where would he have taken him?
Don't know.
The man's insistence made Grace believe him.
Joss is running.
Grace fished her cell phone out of her pocket.
What's his number?
What?
The man said. He was in serious pain and disoriented. Grace realized she couldn't expect him to remember a phone number, or much of anything else at the moment. Sirens cut the quiet. The horses shifted in place, but they were used to sirens and didn't bolt. Ross's sheriff's SUV pulled up from the road, lights flashing. Ross scrambled out and ran to Tyler, the look on his face telling Grace how much he feared that Carter was the man lying there. Ross's relief when he saw that the body wasn't Carter dead made him double over, resting his hands on his knees. When Ross straightened up, he erased his emotion and became the brisk and efficient sheriff's deputy.
Who is he?
Tyler pulled out the man's phone and handed it to Ross. He doesn't know anything. I'm guessing he's too far down the food chain. Ross nodded. The phone wasn't a smartphone, but smaller, probably a burner, with a certain number of minutes pre-bought, easy to throw away. Ross studied it, but didn't look hopeful he would find any useful information on it.
What about the car? Grace asked. If there's tire tracks. I remember the guy and his friends walking out and getting into...
She closed her eyes, trying to picture it. She hadn't been paying attention, only interested in getting to the ranch, but she'd walked out of the kitchen to the parking lot and seen them.
It was a car, 4-door, older, gold. I couldn't tell you the make and model. American, though, like a Ford or Chevy.
Impala,
the guy whispered, his mouth barely moving. Be nice if you could remember the license plate, Tyler said.
Not my car,
the man said. Then his eyes closed.
Can you track Carter through his phone? Grace asked Ross. All phones have GPS now, don't they?
The first thing I did when I got Grant's call, Ross told her. The last signal was from here.
He caught sight of Faith.
She shouldn't be here.
Tyler only made a helpless shrug.
I couldn't stop her or Grace. They deserve to know, Ross.
Ross looked at Grace, who returned the look, willing him to understand. Ross held her gaze for a long time, then seemed to realize how deeply her feelings for Carter ran. A claim of engagement notwithstanding, Ross must have wondered at the suddenness of it, the incongruity with Carter's character. His blue eyes cleared and showed new respect for Grace. He nodded at her.
Okay.
What do you mean the last signal was from here? Grace asked. Can it be turned off?
Broken, Ross said. Start looking around for it. They probably tossed it. I'm going to check the numbers on this guy's phone.
He moved swiftly back to his truck, the other man's cell phone in his hand. Grace hurried back to Faith.
Help me look for your dad's phone.
Faith, who had held it together well when Lizzie had walked into her birthday party, now looked as though she'd crumple into a dead faint. The emotional bond she had with her father was far stronger than any tenuous connection she could have yet formed with Lizzie.
We'll find him,
Grace said with a conviction she didn't feel. She sank down to her heels in the dirt, similarly to what Lizzie had done, and took Faith's hands.
Your dad is smart. and very strong. We'll find him." "Please don't lie to me to make me feel better," Faith said. "Promise you'll never lie to me." "I do promise. I'm not lying now. If anyone is good at surviving, it's Carter. You know that." "But this Joss is a really bad guy." "Yeah, but Carter knows him very well. That's his advantage."
Grace squeezed Faith's hands.
"I love your dad. A lot. More than a lot. I love you too. You, me, and his brothers. We won't let anything happen to him."
Faith didn't quite share her optimism, but she gave Grace a nod, then slid her hand from Grace's and patted Buster's neck.
"Can you find anything, big guy?"
she asked Buster.
"Show me where my dad was."
Grant heard her. "He's not a dog, though I'll never yell at him for running off or kicking again." Faith, with the reins already folded in her hands, started to lead Buster forward. Buster, who hadn't budged an inch since he'd stopped, now quietly followed her. "I don't know how she does that," Grant said, watching, sun catching on his blue eyes. Grace wasn't sure either what assistance Buster could be, but Faith led him around the edges of the churned-up dirt where the car and fighting had been, Grace following. Grace glimpsed dark, dried blood in the dust, and her heart throbbed in dread. Buster pulled Faith to the right, his ears pricking. White showed around the brown of his eyes. Fear. Grace traced the source of Buster's wide-eyed stare, noted how he pulled his head back as he scanned one section of weeds alongside the narrow dirt road. Something glinted in the grasses. Grace pounced on it, parting the tall, drying weeds with her bare hands. She got scratched and bit by whatever bugs were living there, but she pulled out a few broken pieces of black and silver plastic.
"That's my dad's," Faith said. "I bought him that case."
Grace carried the pieces in her cupped hands back to Ross. Buster, relieved, let Faith lead him after her. Ross emerged from his SUV to take the wrecked phone. "Nothing on the numbers so far. Nothing that connects to Joss anyway. This is scrap." He turned the fragments over in his hand.
"But phone's back up now," Grace said. "Can you get into Carter's storage? Or a list of his recent calls or contacts? He might have Joss's number. Could you use that to trace Joss's phone?"
Ross didn't look hopeful. "I need a warrant to get phone records. That takes time. I could hack into his storage if I can think enough like Carter to know his passwords."
"I know them,"
Faith said from where she stood with Buster.
"He told me, in case something ever happened to him."
Her voice wavered. "Can you remember?" Ross asked, uncertain. "Or does he have them written down somewhere?"
"Oh, no, I remember them."
Faith sounded surprised he'd think she wouldn't.
"But someone needs to hold Buster."
Grace caught the reins. Faith trotted after Ross, following him to his SUV, where he pulled out a tablet computer and started tapping on it. Faith bent her head over it, her braids swinging. Grace's heart was cold as she turned her gaze to the wide plains and the arch of blue sky. A beautiful day, one of the nicest of the season. Grace saw only emptiness, a stretch of land that could prove deadly to the only man she'd ever loved. Joss circled the oil pump jack, Carter moving with him to keep the revolving counterweights or other pieces of large machine between him and Joss's aim at all times. Joss's main sidekick circled the other way. They'd catch Carter between them sooner or later. The uncaring pump chugged its way up and down, reaching into the ground for crude oil to make whoever owned this patch of land some money. The pump jack was a gigantic one, with a long ladder reaching high through safety rings for maintenance. The walking arm soared, the head coming down, 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 as the rounded triangles of the counterweights rose above Carter's head. A bullet dinged off metal, and Carter ducked instinctively. Ricochets could be as damaging as a straight shot. Sparks from a ricochet could also ignite any flammable gases that floated around the well. Joss knew that, too. "Fuck! Don't shoot unless you got him, you idiot!" "We can dance all day," Carter called to Joss. "It's getting hot. Why don't you go?" "Not after you wrecked my bike, dickhead. Your money is going to replace it." "You can't get my money if you shoot me," Carter pointed out. "Oh, I bet your so-called mom or your pretty little daughter can help me out. Or that sweetie you think you're gonna marry." Carter had to kill him. It was the only way. They were in the middle of nowhere, no help in sight, no connection to civilization but an old Impala, and Joss's cell phone Carter had kicked out of the way. He would lure Joss in here, take away his gun, and make sure he didn't get up. He stepped out from behind the counterweights as they soared up, exposing himself to the gunman. Joss fired. The boom echoed as Carter dropped, rolling out of the way as the counterweights, which could weigh thousands of pounds, came down at him. Carter had known exactly when Joss would shoot. His face always tightened a little before he pulled a trigger. He had a tell. Joss's main thug grunted, then stared down at the hole in his shirt, and the spat of blood there. He'd rushed behind Carter to shoot at him at the same time Joss did, and Joss's bullet had caught him right in the chest. The man looked at Joss in bewilderment, then his legs buckled, and he folded up in the dirt and weeds. Joss roared. He shot at Carter again and again, only succeeding in pinging bullets off the solid sides of the pump jack and weights. "You stupid fuck!" Joss screamed. His words were drowned out not only by the sound of the pump's motor, but by a car throbbing to life. Both Joss and Carter looked around to see the gold sedan speeding off down the dirt road, dust boiling from behind it. The remaining men must have figured that there had to be better men to work for than Joss. The one guy Joss had winged at the bike was gone too, either well enough to run or else the others had dragged him with them. Carter guessed that a nearby bar would soon see whichever men were left unhurt, wetting their throats with cold beer. Joss let out another wordless yell and started climbing the fence. The padlock to the gate was a long way up. Maintenance people probably brought ladders. Joss dropped down over the fence to Carter, which gave Carter plenty of time to be ready for him. Joss took Carter's elbow to the face, but rolled with the punch, across the dirt under the pump's lowering arm. Carter chased him, ducking low. He grabbed Joss from behind, trying to crush his wrist to release the gun. However, Joss had been the first to teach Carter dirty fighting, and knew many of his tricks. He jerked himself backward into Carter, using his weight to send Carter off balance. Carter's knees bent, and he ended up on the dirt, pulling Joss with him. Carter wrapped an arm around Joss's neck, choking off his breath. Joss wheezed but got his gun hand free, shoved the pistol against Carter's lower leg, and pulled the trigger. Carter grunted as pain ripped through him. Bone, he thought, as agony stole his breath. His vision darkened. Would be a bitch to fix. Joss wrenched and kicked his way from Carter. He still had the gun, but Carter had learned plenty more long after he'd finished his life with Joss. Carter spun on his back, kicking with his good leg right into Joss's crotch. Joss doubled over and danced backward, and Carter came up under his reach and crushed open his gun hand. The pistol dropped and spun away, coming to rest at the base of the fence. Carter fought hard as Joss gave up on the gun and simply went for Carter, the two of them punching, thumping, jabbing, falling to the ground to beat on each other there. This was the kind of fighting Carter had learned on the streets, the shit a kid mastered to stay alive. He'd taken a while to learn that sparring with brothers was different. Fighting with the Campbells was to prove prowess, but not to reinforce it with pain and terror. Joss got his fists in the back of Carter's shirt, trying to pull him over to flatten him on the ground. He got a kick into Carter's injured leg, making Carter snarl. Carter had finished stunts with a broken leg before. Tyler had once done it with a spectacular set of broken ribs and a broken foot. The key was to focus on the exact moves of the stunt, ignoring the body telling you to stop and sit the hell down. Carter and his brothers had honed the art of shutting out everything but the task in front of them, and that included pain. Carter needed to get to his feet, knock Joss senseless, and climb back over the fence to Joss's phone. Joss had said there was a cell signal, and Carter believed him. Carter would use it to call Ross and tell him to come pick up his totally screwed big brother. Joss might be older and less trained than Carter, but he was mean and ruthless, and had survived 20 years longer in his brutal world than Carter had. Fighting him wasn't easy, and Joss was obviously determined to kill Carter. As they grappled on the ground, Joss bashed both fists to Carter's temple, the one already throbbing from the blow from the tire iron. A cruel spark lit Joss's eyes, and he started rolling Carter toward the counterweights that rushed down at them with awful speed. Owners of big pump jacks like this one usually put fences around the clearance area for the twin counterweights, which came down like the swinging arms of a wild ride at the county fair. The company that owned this pump must have thought the fence around the entire thing would keep people and animals out of the dangerous area. Joss rolled Carter toward the counterweights as they came down in their ponderous circle. The weights cleared the ground with less than a foot to spare, engineered perfectly for the space. Carter punched and fought, kicked and struck. Joss crashed his fist into Carter's ribs, his boot connecting with Carter's hurt leg again. Carter heaved himself out from under Joss and rolled in the opposite direction. Joss grabbed Carter around the shoulders, dragged him across his supine body, and sent Carter directly into the path of the weights. In 2 seconds they'd be back from their upswing, crushing Carter, tumbling him over into a bloody pulp. Carter frantically shot out from under their shadow, never feeling his bad leg taking his weight. He kept rolling, barely making it out of the way as the counterweight swept down and then rose again. He managed to scramble to his feet, but Joss had made it up as well and was in front of him again, giving Carter a hard shove with both hands. Carter slammed his weight to his good leg and dodged aside, and Joss came swiftly at him once more, both fists raised. Carter caught Joss's arms and used the man's momentum and moving body weight as a solid place from which to vault, just as he did a running horse or a speeding car, a moving train, or one of his brothers. He and Tyler could run at each other and push off, sending each other flying. Carter's jump got himself across the open space between pump and fence and crashed him into the chain link. Carter stopped his momentum with hand and shoulder, the slight give of the fence helping him land on his feet. Joss had fallen as Carter pushed hard off him, and now was flat on his back, right where the counterweights would come down. He screamed as the giant weights came toward him on their endless journey. Carter leapt for him, his leg numb, and grabbed Joss's shoulders to try to pull him to safety. In the next second, Carter had to roll out of the way as the weights reached their downswing. They plowed right over Joss, catching his head and torso, shoving him out of their way. Joss's cries cut off, and his body flopped over once as the unceasing weights rose, continuing their uncaring motion. Carter grabbed Joss under the arms and dragged him away before the weights could come down again. He fell against the fence, Joss in his arms, the man bloody and crushed. Alive or dead, Carter couldn't tell. Carter tried to get his leg under him to rise, to climb the fence, but his bones and muscles had decided to cease working. Willpower could only take him so far. Carter sank back down, breathing hard, promising himself he'd rest for a while and try again. He sagged against the chain link, the sun beating down on him. Nothing between himself and the rest of the world but miles of Texas flatland. His leg was killing him, and that might be literally. A shattered bone could contaminate his blood. Or Carter could simply lie here and die of thirst and heat stroke. He'd never told Grace he loved her. Carter thought of her little smile that wrinkled her nose, the way she always had flowers smudged on her face. He'd noticed that smile long, long ago, on his first day of school in Riverbend, when the sweetest little girl he'd ever seen had come up to him and said hello, as though Carter had been a regular human being. She'd been small and scrappy, all green eyes and wide mouth, her nose wrinkling in the cutest way. Carter had been tongue-tied, which had pretty much been his state of being around Grace all the way up until yesterday. That little girl had grown into a beautiful, wonderful woman. Grace's green eyes now lit up when she smiled. So sexy. She had a wicked body, too. Carter thought of her riding him in the dark, moonlight touching her breasts, picking out the curve of her face, her dusky nipples. She'd loved him without shame, without fear. "I love you, Grace," Carter said, his strength leaving him. "Love you always." The pump jack clanked on 5 feet away from him, the engine grinding, drowning out the sound of sirens coming at him across the open plain. Chapter 19.
"Daddy!"
Faith shouted as soon as she was out of Ross's SUV. Two figures lay on the other side of the fence that surrounded the big oil pump, neither moving. A third man was heaped several yards beyond the pump jack, also still. Heart-pounding, Grace put Faith behind her but ran after Ross, who had gone toward the pump, his weapon drawn. "Stay back!" Ross snapped at them over his shoulder. Grace didn't want to, but she obeyed the authority in his voice.
"Stand here with me, honey,"
she said quickly to Faith. More cars and SUVs pulled up around Ross's. A little way from them was a motorcycle standing forlornly. The gold car Grace had spied at the diner had sped toward them on the back road, and now was pulled off it, surrounded by police. The men inside the car had confirmed that Carter was here. Ross reached the fence, his weapon trained on the two men inside. Grace couldn't hear anything over the noise of the pump, but she suddenly saw Ross relax his arms and lower the gun. Grace couldn't stay away. She ran forward, letting Grant stand with Faith. Grace reached the fence in time to hear Carter's voice, tired and weak. "Don't shoot me, baby bro. I'm not in the mood." Ross had his radio out. "We need paramedics," he shouted into it, "and bolt cutters." Grace sucked in a breath. Carter lay on his side, his leg at an awkward angle, his jeans full of blood. His long-sleeved riding shirt was torn and bloody. The man on his back next to him must be dead. Dried blood crusted his shirt, jeans, and face, which was a bashed-up pulp. Carter saw Grace. "What the holy fuck is she doing here? Ross, damn it! You think I could stop her?" Ross gave his brother a wide-eyed stare. "I don't have those kinds of superpowers." "Grace, sweetheart." Carter's eyes were full of fear. "Faith." Grace knelt next to the fence, reaching through it to touch his shoulder.
"Is fine. She's here. She's with me."
"Thank you." Carter put a blood-stained hand on hers, squeezed, his fingers shaking, losing strength. Some of the haunted look left him as he met Grace's eyes. "Thank you for taking care of her."
"Any time."
Grace touched his cheek where it pressed the fence. Carter gave her a tired smile. Then he grimaced. "Shit. I am in some serious pain here." Ross sank down next to Grace, also reaching for Carter. "We've got you." Other men hurried up to join them, one with bolt cutters, which he used to quickly begin snipping the lengths of the fence. "You should be madly in love with this woman," Ross said as the fence loosened. "She saw your kidnappers, figured out what car they drove, which helped me put names to faces and a plate number to the car. It was Grace's idea to trace Joss's phone when we found yours in pieces." "That's because Grace is smarter than you," Carter said, a note of pride in his voice. "I always knew that." Grace broke in while Ross grinned.
"It was Faith who figured out something was wrong at all. She read Buster's mind when he came running back home. Realized he wouldn't have come home at all without you, unless you were in trouble."
Carter's expression took on even more pride, but he kept his words light. "You mean I owe my life to Buster? Oh, damn. He's never going to let me live this down." The fence parted. Ross went through, the other deputies holding the edges back so they wouldn't cut him. Paramedics had arrived, and they ducked inside after Ross. Carter glanced behind Grace at Faith, who was being physically restrained by a worried-looking Grant. "Don't let Faith come any closer," Carter said to Grace. "I don't want her to see Joss."
"No,"
Grace said.
"Don't worry. I'll take care of her."
"Yeah, I know." Carter inhaled in pain as one of the paramedics caught him and started lowering him to the stretcher. "Oh, this ain't fun." The other paramedic helped his partner get Carter all the way on, taking care with his hurt leg. They slowly raised the stretcher on its struts and prepared to wheel him out. Both paramedics watched the moving pump nervously, but they had enough room to maneuver the stretcher through the hole in the fence. Another team slid in to deal with Joss, and another had already gone to the man lying in the grass. Their shouts told Grace he was alive, but the paramedics with Joss were silent. Grace walked alongside Carter's stretcher, Ross on its other side. Carter reached up and took Grace's hand. "Hey," he said. "Gotta say something."
"Let them take care of you,"
Grace answered, trying to sound soothing.
"We'll talk later."
"No, I'm gonna say it now, so just listen." Carter's hazel eyes softened, any trace of hardness in them gone. "I love you." Grace's heart squeezed until she could barely breathe.
"Carter."
"I love you, Grace. I want you to know, okay?" Grace wrapped her hands around his.
"I love you too, Carter. But I think you already knew that."
"It was the best moment of my life when you said that to me. I was too stupid to say it back."
"I think you were too busy kissing me,"
Grace said, warming as she remembered. They were almost at the ambulance, which would shut its doors and take him away.
"But that was okay, too."
Tyler was waiting at the ambulance, his face drawn with worry, the usual sparkle in his blue eyes absent. The paramedics steadied the stretcher while they folded up the wheels, and Carter's hand slipped from Grace's. "Hey," he said to the paramedic at his head, "don't let them drive me off yet. I need to see my daughter." At the same time, Faith yelled,
"I want to go with my daddy."
The paramedic gave Carter a nod, and Grace waved Grant to bring Faith over. The paramedic slid Carter into place inside, the first one climbing up with him, but they waited for Faith and Grant. Grant lifted Faith inside with his strong hands. The paramedic gave Faith a place to sit, and she folded up, watching Carter with big eyes. Grant was as subdued as Tyler, though he gave Carter a weak smile as he peered in at him. "The med center should give us our own wing." "I'll ask 'em." "Hey, sweetie," Carter said to Faith. "I'm gonna be okay. These guys know how to take care of me. They've done it before." "Yeah," one of them said. "We keep scraping you off the ground, Sullivan. I thought you guys were supposed to be good." "We're giving you job security," Carter answered. His gaze flicked to Grace, who waited forlornly next to Tyler and Grant. "Grace, you come too." The second paramedic turned without a word and helped Grace inside. Grace, sending him a look of thanks, sank down with Faith, drawing the scared little girl into her arms. Neither she nor Faith could reach for Carter while the paramedics fixed him up with drips and oxygen. Grace could only hold Faith, sharing her tears, while the ambulance doors slammed shut, and they rocked over the uneven ground, heading for Riverbend and home. When Carter peeled open his eyes, he remembered how he'd slept on the hard chairs in the waiting room while the surgeons worked on Grace. She'd come through, living so he could love her. Now, when Carter's vision cleared, the first thing he saw was Grace, curled up on a chair beside his bed. His daughter was next to her, Faith's head on her shoulder, both of them sound asleep. "Aw," Carter said, his voice no more than a broken whisper. "That's the sweetest thing I ever did see." Grace blinked, like a green-eyed kitten coming awake. Then she slid out of her chair to her feet. Faith, awakened by her movement, sprang up and rushed to Carter's bedside.
"Daddy!"
She cried the word softly, but it held a wealth of emotion. Carter had tubes in his inner elbow and a monitor on his finger, but he opened his arms enough to enfold Faith in a partial embrace. "Hey, baby." He pulled her down so he could kiss her forehead. So good to see you."
"Grace is here,"
Faith said excitedly. "I see that." Carter rested his gaze on Grace, feeling his body relax, his breath warming and easing. "Looking so beautiful, like always." Grace's cheeks turned pink, completing the pretty picture.
"Your doctors say you're going to be fine. You have a lot of work to do on your leg, but they stuck it back together with baling wire and duct tape, so they claimed."
She smiled, which was like sunshine breaking through clouds. "Is that why it feels like crap?" Carter asked. He twitched the slightest bit, feeling dull pain creep through whatever drugs they were pumping through him. What happened to Joss?" Grace's look went somber.
"He was pronounced dead on arrival at the ER.
"I figured as much." Carter tried to feel sorrow for the man who'd taken him in so long ago, but he found only numbness. Joss had done his best to kill Carter, and he'd been an evil man. The last link to Carter's past dissolved and flowed away.
"The other man who worked for him, he survived,"
Grace said.
"He's so grateful to be alive he's turned himself over to the police without fuss. Ross says he's singing like a canary."
Her lips twitched.
"Ross actually said that."
Carter took in her slight blush, her eyes shining with her half-smile. "You know what, sugar?" he said, his voice still raspy. "You're gorgeous." Grace raised her brows.
"Those must be some painkillers."
"Yeah, they're great." Carter slanted her a sinful look. "I'm not wrong, though." Faith raised her head.
"Hey, you two want to be alone?"
Her eyes sparkled with tears, but also teasing.
No.
Grace sounded suddenly nervous.
"There'll be plenty of time for your dad and me to talk. Right now he needs to get better."
Carter reached out his hand, his monitor beeping a little faster when she took it. Damn, that thing might get embarrassing. "I'm not ashamed about what I feel, Grace. When I thought I was gonna die, my biggest regret was not telling you." He squeezed her hand as much as his exhausted weakness let him. "I love you, Grace." Grace went still, but Faith's grin beamed.
"That's awesome. Tell him you love him back."
Grace swallowed, her amusement gone. For one heart-stopping, awful moment, Carter thought she'd shake her head, say she'd changed her mind, turn from him and walk away. She blushed a shade redder and cleared her throat.
"I love you, Carter. Always have. Always will."
Carter didn't think the world could get any better. His monitor sped up again, and Faith giggled. Carter tugged at Grace. She came to him, leaning to hug him the best she could, while Faith cuddled up to his other side. "I got my two best girls right here," Carter said. "I think my life right now is pretty damn good." Chapter 20. The Campbells had a big dinner to welcome Carter home. Grace insisted on doing the cooking for it, fixing Carter his favorite foods, with something involving crème anglaise for dessert. Ross and Olivia brought Carter to the house. His lower leg was in a big splint, and he had crutches, though there'd be a walking cast later. He was surrounded by Campbells as he came in, with hugs from Bailey and Christina and welcomes and teasing from his brothers. Grace watched from the kitchen door, seeing Carter's face flush and then soften as his family surged around him. She thought maybe it wasn't until that moment that he realized how much they loved him. The lonely boy had finally come home. Once dinner was served, Grace noticed a change. Instead of Grace sliding into whatever chair was available, Bailey had arranged it so Carter had Faith on one side, Grace on the other.
"Grace, you're here,"
Bailey had said, touching the back of the chair on the way to her own seat. Carter had already been in place before Grace sat down. Ross squeezed in on Grace's other side, sending her a fond look. "Sorry for not being a gentleman and getting up," Carter said, winking as Grace seated herself. "I'll make it up to you."
"Woo!"
Tyler said from across the table. "Heard that." Grace went hot, but her embarrassment was drowned in the commencement of a Campbell family meal. After falling completely silent for the blessing, the table became a place of noise, good-natured argument, or interruptions like, "Would you pass the gravy for the 10th time?" in deep male voices. The mood was buoyant. Carter was home. Once Carter finished his food, he leaned back, easing his leg, and rested his arm along the top of Grace's chair. He was warm, strong, himself again. "Grace and I have something to tell y'all," he said. Grace flashed him a look of alarm. She hadn't had a moment alone with him while he'd been in the hospital these last several days. She'd gone to see him often, but there was always a Campbell in his room. If one was leaving, another would immediately take his or her place. Carter's friends came too. He was surprised he had so many. And of course, Faith practically lived there when she wasn't in school. Billy had also visited often, keeping Carter informed of what was happening with Lizzie and her family. Lizzie pleaded guilty to assault with a deadly weapon on Grace, and she was trading everything she knew about Joss, his associates, and his operations for a lesser sentence. Lizzie's parents were dropping the custody suit, though they still expressed a wish to meet Faith and get to know Carter and his family. His troubles were moving toward a harmonious resolution.
"We do?"
Grace asked him nervously. "Yep." Carter slid his arm around her shoulders, tugging her closer. "Grace and me are engaged." Grace started, but the uproar she expected didn't come. Adam frowned down the table at him. "We knew that, bro." "We never announced it officially," Carter answered. "Now we are. I asked Grace to marry me, and she said yes."
"But—"
No, he hadn't, and no, she didn't. Grace started to explain that, but Carter pulled her to him and silenced her words with a kiss. Now the noise came. The Campbell boys whooped, cheered, whistled, and banged on the table. Carter ended the kiss, and Grace faced them, her skin hot. Olivia left her seat to hug Grace.
"Thank you, sweetie. I'm so happy."
Faith stood up on her chair and cheered. Only she knew the secret, and her elation was clear. The dream had just come true.
"You have to wait a little bit for the wedding," Christina called. "First, so Bailey, Lucy, and I have time to plan something spectacular. 2, so I can fit into a dress."
She caressed her very large abdomen.
"Plus, Carter has to get back on his feet, so to speak. How about Valentine's Day?"
There were yeses and groans, and then everyone had to weigh in. Not Carter. He'd said his piece. He picked up his iced tea and knocked it back. He couldn't have alcohol on his medication. He said nothing, returning to his silent mode, but Grace could see he was enjoying himself. Grace didn't manage to be alone with Carter until much later. The guys had to sit out on the porch, enjoying the night and talking, and Grace helped clean up, though the others insisted she didn't need to. But Grace was proprietary about the Campbell's kitchen now. No one else put things away right. Kyle and Ray knew Grace wasn't coming home. She'd called them and broken the news that the engagement was now official. Ray said, "I'm happy for you, sweetie. I know he really cares about you." Kyle's answer made her warm. "Like I said, if you're happy, I'm happy. Carter's turned out to be a good guy. Part of that is because of you, I'm pretty sure."
"Thanks, Kyle,"
Grace had said.
"Love you."
"But I can still whoop his ass," Kyle said. Grace had only laughed as she'd hung up. Faith was already tucked in by the time Grace made it to the suite at the back of the house, Carter having said good night to her and retreated to his room. Grace entered Faith's bedroom, went to the girl's bedside, and kissed her. Faith would be her daughter now. That thought brought both happiness and worry. Faith looked up at her.
"Thank you,"
she said. Grace kissed her again.
"For what, sweetheart?" "Making it real."
Faith's eyes shone in the dark.
"For not forgetting about it."
Grace smoothed her hair.
"Your dad wasn't going to let me. And I wasn't going to let him. You know what's scary, though? I'm going to have to learn on the fly how to be a good mom." "That's all right."
Faith sent her a happy look.
"I'll show you."
She would. Grace said her final good nights, closed the door, and made her way across the private living room to Carter's bedroom. On the way, she picked up what she'd brought for him. She wasn't sure whether she should knock or not. When Grace heard Carter make a noise of pain, though, she was inside instantly.
"You okay?"
She set her burden on the dresser and hurried to him. "Yeah." Carter, in his underwear, heaved his legs up onto the bed. "This is going to take some getting used to."
"I don't have to sleep in here. It might be easier for you if I don't."
"Don't even think about it," Carter said at once. "I need you here." He gentled his voice. "I mean, don't go. Please, stay." Grace couldn't stop her laugh.
"You're not good at the tenderness part, are you?"
"Hey, I'm a rough cowboy. But you can teach me." Grace climbed onto the other side of the bed, careful not to jostle him.
"Faith said that about me learning to be a mom."
Carter considered. "Better watch her. She can be devious."
"Like her dad."
"Where do you think she learned it?" Grace settled down beside Carter and leaned her head on his shoulder.
"Like tonight. You didn't mention you were going to go ahead with the engagement announcement."
"Because I knew you'd try to stop me. This way it's done. We're engaged, and that's it."
"Not really."
Grace kissed his bare shoulder, then studied him. Carter's face was pinched from his injury, but the glint in his hazel eyes remained.
"There's a lot to getting married and having a family."
"A lot of good things," Carter answered. "And I want them. I realized I didn't want to let that part of my life go. Didn't want to just hope it might happen." Grace gave him a once-over, her hot-bodied cowboy, mostly bare for her on the bed. His chest and abdomen were tight with muscle, and his battered face held a deep handsomeness no scars could ruin. Even the incongruity of the dark blue splint didn't take away from the completeness of him.
"You never asked me,
Grace said.
You just decided."
"Well, I was going to wait until I got better, then do it right. Dinner at a fancy restaurant, candles, flowers, the whole works. Then get down on one knee in front of everyone and hope you didn't laugh at me."
"I don't want all that," Grace said. "Anyway, we don't have a fancy restaurant in Riverbend. You'd have to use the diner, and the whole town would be watching."
"I was working on that," Carter said. "There's restaurants all over Hill Country,
"But I'd want it right here."
Grace traced his collarbone.
"Without the candles and flowers and all that. When I was in Cotillion, they taught me the importance of complicated flower arrangements and how to use 16 forks. But all that crap doesn't matter. I only want you, Carter. That's all I need."
"Well, now." Carter cleared his throat. "In that case." He took her hand, holding it hard. "Grace, will you marry me?" Grace's heart flooded with emotion so intense, her eyes stung with tears. She came up on her knees and cradled his big hand in hers.
"Yes, Carter, I will."
Carter let out a long breath. "Good, good. Because for a second there I was afraid you'd say no."
"No way in hell."
Grace came forward and wrapped her arms around him.
"I want to marry you, Carter. I will marry you. You just try to stop me. I love you. It hurts how much I love you."
"No hurting, Grace." Carter slid his hand under her hair and gave her a soft kiss on her mouth. "Never hurting. I'm done with that in my life."
"I'll make sure of it,"
Grace said resolutely. "You already have." Grace went quiet. Carter guided her down for another kiss, his lips parting hers. The kiss went on, growing deeper, more loving. Grace laced her arms around him, sinking into his warmth. Carter's hand slid to her breast, cupping it, 2 fingers catching the fold of her shirt. "Take this off."
"I will."
Grace made herself move from his intoxicating touch and slid from the bed.
"But I brought you something."
The hunger in Carter's gaze made Grace for a moment want to forget about her idea and fling herself on him, kissing, holding, enjoying what she could. But she didn't want to hurt Carter's leg. She'd planned something they could do without too much stress on his injury. Grace went to the dresser and returned with a big bowl of chilled cream she'd whipped after supper when she'd kicked everyone out of the kitchen. Giving Carter a sly smile, she scooped up a blob with her fingers and let it land plop on his chest. Carter's loving look went intense. "You're an evil woman." Grace leaned down and licked up a long swipe of cream from his chest.
"I told you. I'm tired of being the good girl. I want to be very, very bad."